The story is set in the rugged American West, exploring discovery, redemption, and mystery. A determined soul seeks to map the unknown, uncovering secrets that lead to a destiny of legend and love, creating intrigue without revealing characters, encouraging listeners to dive in. Chapter 1. The Lines Unwritten. The heat pressed down like a physical weight, shimmering above the baked earth in waves that distorted the distant, jagged line of the crimson peaks. Lily knelt, oblivious to the sweat beading on her brow and trickling down her temples. Her focus narrowed to the point of obsession. Before her, anchored by smooth river stones against the restless sigh of the wind, lay a half-finished sheet of cartographer's parchment. Her fingers, smudged with graphite and stained faintly with India ink, moved with a delicate precision that seemed almost alien in this vast, brutal landscape. The pencil whispered across the paper, tracing the contours of a dry wash snaking through sun-scorched hills, adding hatch marks to denote a treacherous slope of loose shale she'd navigated that morning. This was her sanctuary, this meticulous translation of raw wilderness into lines and symbols. Here, in the stark solitude, miles from any settlement, she felt paradoxically grounded. The world outside this circle of concentration, the endless sky bleached pale by the relentless sun, the buzz of unseen insects, the lonely cry of a hawk circling high above, faded to a peripheral hum. It was the map that held reality, the capturing of the unknown, one painstaking line at a time. Her horse, Apollo, a sturdy buckskin gelding whose coat gleamed like dull gold even under a layer of trail dust, stood patiently tethered nearby, head low, occasionally twitching an ear at a persistent fly. He was her only companion in this self-imposed exile, his quiet presence a steady comfort against the profound silence of the territories. She murmured to him sometimes, soft words about the terrain or complaints about the heat, not expecting an answer but needing the sound of a voice, even her own, to break the spell of utter isolation. Lily Sinclair was 25, though the seriousness in her gray eyes and the deliberate way she moved could make her seem older. She had come west, not seeking gold or land in the conventional sense, but something far more elusive, the blank spaces on existing maps, the places marked only as unexplored territory. It was a calling that had drawn her away from the stifling expectations of her family in Philadelphia, from the prescribed life of needlepoint, polite society, and advantageous marriage. Her father, a renowned scholar whose library had been her childhood haven, had grudgingly funded this expedition, perhaps seeing a flicker of his own academic curiosity in his daughter's unconventional ambition, or perhaps simply relieved to have her passionate, restless energy directed somewhere far away. He'd equipped her with the finest instruments, a gleaming brass surveyor's transit, sturdy tripods, compasses, chronometers, and reams of the best parchment, but also with a heavy Colt revolver she'd practiced with until her hand ached, a stark reminder of the dangers he knew she'd face. The memory of his worried frown as she'd boarded the train west surfaced sometimes, unbidden, usually in the quiet hours just before dawn. She pushed it away, focusing instead on the task at hand. The West wasn't just an escape. It was a challenge. A vast, unwritten page she felt compelled to fill. It demanded resilience, observation, and a courage she wasn't always sure she possessed, but was determined to cultivate. She paused, dipping the nib of her pen into the small, tightly stoppered ink pot. Adding the symbol for a spring, a precious discovery made 2 days prior, hidden in a shallow, cottonwood-shaded depression. Water, the lifeblood of this arid land, dictating routes, settlement, survival. Marking it felt like an act of profound significance, a secret shared between her and the wilderness, now committed to paper for others who might follow, if anyone ever saw these maps. The thought was a flicker of doubt, quickly extinguished. She wasn't doing this for fame or fortune, but for the knowing, for the act of creation itself. The scent of sagebrush, crushed underfoot earlier, clung to her canvas trousers, mingling with the smell of dust, horse, and the faint metallic tang of her instruments. The wind shifted, carrying a different scent, now the dry, almost sweet aroma of sun-baked pine from a distant ridge. Something else, fainter. Wood smoke? She lifted her head, scanning the horizon. Nothing. Just the endless undulating land and the vast, indifferent sky. Probably just her imagination. Or the scent carrying for miles in the clear air from some homesteader or trapper far beyond her intended route. Still, a prickle of unease traced its way down her spine. Solitude was one thing. The possibility of unseen company was another entirely. Out here, strangers were rarely cause for comfort. She carefully rolled the finished section of the map, securing it with a leather tie and placing it inside a sturdy, waterproof cylinder strapped to Apollo's saddle. Time to move on. The sun was beginning its slow descent towards the western peaks, painting the sky in strokes of bruised orange and deepening purple. Shadows stretched long and distorted, turning familiar shapes into looming, unfamiliar forms. Riding in the dark was foolhardy, inviting disaster in the form of unseen ravines or agitated rattlesnakes. Checking Apollo's cinch and bridle, she swung herself easily into the saddle. The worn leather creaked companionably beneath her. She took a long drink from her canteen. The water was warm, tasting faintly of metal, but necessary. Surveying the land ahead, she chose her path, aiming for a cluster of low mesas that offered the promise of some shelter from the wind, and a relatively flat spot to make camp. They moved at a steady walk, Apollo's hooves kicking up small puffs of ochre dust. Lily rode with practiced ease, her body moving in rhythm with the horse, her eyes constantly scanning, noting the change in vegetation that might indicate water, the tracks of deer or coyote, the telltale signs of unstable ground. Her mind, however, drifted. She thought of the letter tucked deep in her saddlebag, unopened for weeks, from Thomas Ashton, the man her mother had hoped she would marry. His letters were always kind, filled with news of Philadelphia society, gentle inquiries about her well-being, and subtle, persistent suggestions that it was time for her adventure to end, time for her to come home to a life of predictable comfort, a life that felt like suffocation. Thomas was a good man, stable and respected, offering a future of security and quiet affection. But his world was one of fences and drawing rooms, of lines already drawn and paths clearly marked. He couldn't understand the pull of the horizon, the fierce joy she felt in charting the unknown, the way her heart beat faster when she crested a ridge and saw land no one she knew had ever seen before. Choosing this life meant rejecting that one, and the choice sometimes echoed with a pang of guilt, a whisper of loneliness. Was this fierce independence worth the isolation? Was the pursuit of these empty spaces leaving an empty space within her? She shook her head, forcing the thoughts away. Regret was a luxury she couldn't afford out here. Survival depended on focus, on reading the land, not dwelling on paths not taken. The mesas drew closer, their flat tops silhouetted against the fiery sunset. The air grew cooler as the sun dipped lower, the oppressive heat of the day finally lifting, replaced by the chill that crept out of the shadowed canyons. She found a suitable spot, a small level clearing sheltered by a low rock overhang. Dismounting, she unsaddled Apollo first, rubbing him down with handfuls of dried grass, checking his legs and hooves for any injury. He nudged her shoulder affectionately, lipping at her sleeve in search of the piece of dried apple she usually kept for him. She smiled, retrieving the treat from her pocket. "You've earned it, boy," she murmured, stroking his dusty neck. "Another good day's work." While Apollo grazed on the sparse bunch grass nearby, his tether rope giving him ample room, Lily set about making camp. It was a familiar ritual performed with an economy of motion born of practice, gathering dry brush and twigs for a small fire, arranging her bedroll beneath the overhang, unpacking the minimal supplies needed for her supper, jerky, hardtack, and coffee. The fire caught quickly, flames licking eagerly at the dry wood, casting dancing shadows on the rock face behind her. The aroma of brewing coffee soon mingled with the scent of wood smoke and the cool night air. She sat cross-legged, watching the flames, the map cylinder resting beside her like a talisman. The vastness that felt challenging by day felt immense, almost overwhelming by night. Stars began to prick the darkening velvet of the sky, scattered like diamond dust, seeming closer and brighter here than anywhere else she'd ever been. She knew the constellations, had learned them from her father's astronomy charts, and used them for navigation. But seeing them blaze in this pristine darkness always filled her with a sense of awe. A feeling of being infinitesimally small, yet connected to something ancient and profound. She ate slowly, savoring the simple fare. The silence pressed in, broken only by the crackle of the fire and Apollo's soft cropping of grass. It was in these moments, suspended between the labor of the day and the uncertainty of the morrow, that the weight of her undertaking truly settled upon her. She was charting territory, yes, but she was also navigating the landscape of her own heart, mapping the boundaries of her own courage and endurance. Suddenly, Apollo lifted his head, ears pricked forward, emitting a low, soft nicker that wasn't his usual greeting. He stared intently into the darkness beyond the firelight's reach. Lily froze, her hand hovering over the tin coffee cup. Every nerve ending went taut. She listened, straining her ears against the gentle hiss of the fire. Nothing. Only the whisper of the night wind through the sparse brush. But Apollo remained alert, shifting his weight uneasily. He knew this land's sounds better than she did. His instincts were finely tuned to the presence of predators four-legged or two. Slowly, deliberately, Lily reached for the Colt revolver lying beside her bedroll. The cold, heavy steel felt strangely reassuring in her hand. She checked the cylinder, ensuring it was loaded. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Was it just a coyote drawn by the scent of her meager meal? Or something else? The faint smell of wood smoke she'd caught earlier returned to her mind, no longer seeming innocent. She rose slowly, moving away from the fire's revealing glow, trying to melt into the deeper shadows near the rock face. Her eyes scanned the darkness, searching for movement, for any shape that didn't belong to the familiar forms of rock and brush. The silence seemed to stretch, thick with unspoken threat. Then she heard it, faint but unmistakable, the crunch of a boot on gravel, somewhere out in the blackness. Not the light step of a curious animal, but the heavier, deliberate tread of a man. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through her. She wasn't alone, and whoever was out there, approaching her camp in the dead of night, was unlikely to have friendly intentions. Homesteaders kept to their claims, trappers to their lines. Travelers usually hailed a camp from a distance, announcing their presence openly. This stealthy approach spoke of something else entirely. She raised the Colt, the barrel trembling slightly despite her resolve. Her knuckles were white where she gripped the handle. She forced herself to breathe slowly, evenly, trying to quell the tremor. Her father's voice echoed in her memory, calm and instructive from their practice sessions. Don't shoot at shadows, Lily. Be certain of your target. But don't hesitate if threatened. Another sound, the soft jingle of spurs. Closer now. A figure began to coalesce out of the deep shadows, moving with a quiet confidence that was somehow more unnerving than a rushed attack would have been. Tall, lean, dressed in dark range clothes. The brim of his hat pulled low, obscuring his face in the gloom. He stopped just at the edge of the firelight's reach, a silhouette against the star-dusted darkness. Lily's voice, when she finally found it, was steadier than she expected, though it felt tight in her throat. That's far enough. State your business. The figure didn't move, didn't speak for a long moment. The silence crackled with tension, thick enough to taste, metallic like the water in her canteen, like the fear in her mouth. Apollo snorted again, stamping a hoof nervously. Then the man spoke. His voice was low, rough-edged, like stones grinding together, yet carrying easily in the still night air. Just admiring the view, ma'am. Didn't expect to find company out this way, especially not mapping company. He gestured vaguely with one hand towards her discarded pencil, towards the map cylinder. How could he know? Had he been watching her? The thought sent a fresh wave of cold dread through her. He took another slow step forward, bringing his face partially into the flickering firelight. Shadows clung to his features, but she could make out high cheekbones, a strong jawline dusted with stubble, and eyes that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. There was a weariness about him, etched into the lines around his eyes, but also a sharp, predatory stillness. He looked dangerous, not like a common drifter, but like a man intimately familiar with violence, who carried it coiled within him like a waiting serpent. "This is uncharted land," Lily said, keeping the revolver aimed squarely at his chest, not wise to be wandering it alone at night. A humorless smile touched the man's lips, barely visible in the shadows. "Funny. I was about to say the same thing to you." He paused, his gaze sweeping over her camp, lingering for a moment on the surveyor's transit folded nearby, then settling back on her face. "Mapmaker, are you? That's unusual." "I manage," Lily replied curtly, refusing to be drawn. "Now, unless you have legitimate business here, I suggest you move on. You're disturbing my camp." He didn't move. His stillness felt like a challenge, a quiet assertion of dominance. He seemed to be weighing her, assessing her resolve, the steadiness of the gun in her hand. The firelight glinted off something metal at his hip, the buckle of a gun belt, holding a holster that undoubtedly contained its own threat. "Disturbing your camp," he repeated, the words slow, almost thoughtful. "Or maybe keeping you from being disturbed by worse things that roam these hills after dark." He shifted his weight slightly, the leather of his gun belt creaking softly. Things that might take a particular interest in a woman alone, with fine equipment and a good horse. The implication hung heavy in the air. Was it a warning? Or a threat veiled as concern? She couldn't read him, couldn't decipher the intent behind the shadowed eyes and the rough voice. All she knew was that her solitude had been irrevocably broken, and the lines she'd been so carefully drawing suddenly felt fragile, insufficient against the encroaching darkness and the secrets it held. The unwritten spaces on her map suddenly seemed vast and terrifying, filled not just with geographical unknowns, but with human dangers she was ill-equipped to face. The stranger stood at the edge of her firelight, a figure born of the wilderness itself, bringing with him the scent of dust, danger, and questions she dared not ask. Her journey had just taken a sharp, unexpected turn onto a trail far more perilous than any mountain pass or dry ravine she had yet encountered. Chapter 2. A shadow on the trail. The fire crackled, spitting a shower of tiny embers into the darkness, briefly illuminating the hard planes of the stranger's face before plunging him back into suggestive shadow. His eyes, dark and unreadable, remained fixed on Lily, holding her captive in their steady gaze as surely as if he'd bound her hands. Her own hand, gripping the Colt, felt slick with sweat, yet the barrel remained steady, pointed unwavering at the center of his chest. Every instinct screamed danger, yet his calm demeanor, the lack of overt aggression, was disorienting. He wasn't behaving like a common thief or desperado preparing to attack. He was waiting, assessing. "Worse things?" Lily repeated, her voice tight. "What kind of things? Bandits? Renegades?" The possibilities were numerous, none of them comforting. The corner of his mouth hitched again in that semblance of a smile that held no warmth. Could be. Or could be just one man. But one man can be trouble enough, depending on who he is. He shifted his stance slightly, a subtle movement that nonetheless drew Lily's attention to the worn leather holster riding low on his hip. The butt of a heavy revolver peeked out, dark and menacing, especially for someone standing out like a lone beacon. His gaze flickered again to her equipment, then back to her face. "Mapmaker," he mused again as if tasting the word. "Folks don't usually come this deep into unmarked territory just to draw pictures. Most are looking for gold or running from something." "My reasons are my own," Lily said sharply, resisting the urge to explain, to justify her presence. It felt like yielding ground she couldn't afford to lose. "And you haven't answered my question. What's your business here? Are you lost? He chuckled, a low, gravelly sound that scraped against the silence. Not lost, ma'am. Just following a trail. He gestured vaguely towards the south, the direction from which she'd ridden earlier that day. A cold one till I smelled your smoke. Figured it might be him, or maybe someone who'd seen him pass. Seen who? Lily pressed, her mind racing. Was this the one man he'd mentioned? The source of the vague warning? The stranger tilted his head, the brim of his hat casting his eyes into complete darkness. Man name of Jedediah Stone. Rides a big roan gelding, favors fancy silver conchos on his saddle. Mean temper, meaner with a gun. He paused, letting the description hang in the air. He came through this way. Lily searched her memory. She'd seen tracks earlier, signs of another rider, but nothing that specific. Nothing that had raised alarm bells. A lone rider wasn't unusual out here. I haven't seen anyone fitting that description, she answered honestly, though a sliver of doubt remained. Had she missed something? Had this Jedediah Stone passed closer than she realized? Why are you tracking him? Let's just say he owes a debt, the stranger replied evasively. The firelight caught a faded scar, tracing a line from his temple into his hairline, a pale track against his tanned skin. It spoke of past violence, a life lived on the sharp edge of conflict. And some folks hired me to help him settle it. A bounty hunter. The realization settled over Lily with a cold certainty that somehow solidified the danger rather than alleviating it. Bounty hunters often operated outside the law, men driven by profit, sometimes little better than the outlaws they pursued. Yet his warning about Stone felt genuine. Or perhaps it was merely a calculated move to gain her trust, to lower her guard. So you hunt men for money, Lily stated, unable to keep the distaste from her voice. He met her gaze directly, and for a fleeting second, the firelight revealed a flicker of something complex in his eyes. Weariness, perhaps, or resignation. Sometimes. Sometimes it ain't just about the money. Sometimes it's about stopping the hurt folks like Stone leave behind them. Like tracks in the mud, only deeper. He took a half step closer to the fire, his hands held loosely at his sides, away from his gun. It seemed a gesture of non-aggression, though she didn't relax her vigilance. Mind if I warm myself for a minute? Night's got a bite to it. Lily hesitated. Every instinct urged her to tell him to leave, to disappear back into the darkness he'd emerged from. But his warning about Jedediah Stone echoed in her mind. If this outlaw was truly in the area, having another gun nearby, even one belonging to a man like this, might be prudent. And turning him away could antagonize him. Make an enemy she didn't need. Besides, there was a weariness in his posture now, a subtle slump to his shoulders that spoke of long, hard miles. She might be alone and charting the wilderness, but basic frontier courtesy, even towards a potentially dangerous stranger, still held some sway. Keep your distance, she said, nodding curtly towards the opposite side of the small fire. And keep your hands where I can see them. He gave a curt nod, moving slowly to the spot she indicated. He hunkered down on his heels, stretching his hands towards the flames. The firelight played across his features more fully now, revealing a face that was harsh but not unkind, marked by sun and wind and experience. He looked to be in his late 30s, maybe early 40s, though the trail could age a man prematurely. Lines radiated from the corners of his eyes that were a surprisingly clear, pale gray, like a winter sky. They seemed out of place in such a rough-hewn face. Obliged, he said quietly. He pulled off his hat, running a hand through dark, sweat-dampened hair liberally threaded with silver, especially at the temples. Without the hat's shadow, his face seemed less threatening, more human, though the inherent danger still simmered beneath the surface. He laid the hat carefully beside him. An uneasy silence fell, broken only by the fire's whisper and Apollo's soft movements nearby. Lily remained standing, the heavy Colt still a tangible weight in her hand, though she lowered the barrel slightly. She watched him, noting the way his gaze constantly swept the perimeter of the firelight, never truly resting, always alert. He wasn't just warming his hands. He was listening, watching, his senses attuned to the night in a way hers could never be. You got coffee in that pot? He asked after a moment, his voice still low and rough, but without the challenging edge it had held earlier. Lily considered. Sharing coffee was an act of hospitality, a small bridge across the chasm of mistrust that separated them. It might also encourage him to linger. Might be some left, she said noncommittally. She gestured with the gun barrel towards the battered tin pot sitting near the coals. Help yourself. Use your own cup. He nodded again, reaching into a saddlebag slung over his shoulder, a movement he made slowly, deliberately, ensuring she saw his hand was empty before reaching inside. He produced a dented tin cup, much like her own, and carefully poured the last of the dark brew from the pot. The rich aroma filled the small space. He took a sip, closing his eyes briefly, a sigh escaping him that sounded purely of physical relief from the chill or fatigue. Good coffee, he commented, looking back at her. Strong. Needs to be, Lily replied, still wary. She decided knowing his name might give her some small advantage, some handle on the situation. You have a name, Tracker? He hesitated for a beat, swirling the coffee in his cup, his gaze distant for a moment as if debating whether to offer a truth or a lie. Then he looked up, meeting her eyes directly. Rafe. Just Rafe. Lily Sinclair, she offered, feeling it was only fair, though the name felt vulnerable, spoken aloud in this tense silence. Rafe nodded slowly, as if filing the name away. Lily Sinclair, the Mapmaker. He took another drink of coffee. Takes nerve, Miss Sinclair. Coming out here alone. Shot in the unknown. There was no mockery in his tone now, perhaps a grudging respect. Most women back east wouldn't dream of it. Most women back east don't know what they're missing, Lily retorted, a spark of defiance returning. Or what they're capable of. Rafe considered her words, his pale eyes thoughtful. Maybe so, but this land, it don't care much for dreams or capabilities. It tests you, breaks you if you ain't careful, or if you cross paths with the wrong kind of man. He glanced again towards the south, like Jedediah Stone. You seem very certain he's nearby, Lily observed, lowering the Colt slightly further, though she kept her finger near the trigger. The immediate threat seemed to have lessened, replaced by a shared, albeit uneasy, acknowledgement of potential danger from elsewhere. Feel it? Rafe said simply. Been on his trail long enough to know his habits. He doubles back, lays low, tries to catch his trackers napping. Finding your camp. He could see it as an opportunity. Shelter, supplies. Maybe worse. The implication hung unspoken, chilling Lily more than the night air. And you? Are you an opportunity for him too? She asked pointedly. Rafe's expression hardened almost imperceptibly. We have unfinished business. He knows I'm coming. That makes things complicated. He finished his coffee, setting the cup down carefully. Look, Miss Sinclair, I ain't looking for trouble with you. My quarrel's with Stone. But him being close puts you in the crosshairs, whether you like it or not. Best thing you could do is pack up, ride hard for the nearest settlement soon as dawn breaks. Forget the maps for a while. Lily bristled at the suggestion. Flee? Turn back because of some unseen outlaw, because this stranger deemed it too dangerous. It went against every fiber of her being, against the very purpose of her journey. I appreciate the warning, Rafe, she said, her voice firm. But I don't run easily. I came here to do a job, and I intend to finish it. Rafe studied her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. She saw surprise, perhaps disapproval, but also that same flicker of grudging respect. Suit yourself, he said finally, his tone flat. But keep that Colt handy, and don't trust shadows. He rose smoothly to his feet, picking up his hat. Stone likes the dark. Where are you going? Lily asked, instinctively raising the gun again slightly. Gonna make my own camp, downwind, out of sight, he said, settling the hat back on his head, instantly becoming the shadowy, enigmatic figure he'd been upon arrival. Close enough to hear trouble, far enough not to invite it directly to your fire. He paused at the edge of the light. Don't build up your fire too high. Just paints a bigger target. He turned and melted back into the darkness as silently as he had appeared. The crunch of his boots on gravel faded quickly, leaving only the crackle of the flames and the suddenly louder thumping of Lily's own heart. She stood frozen for a long time, straining her ears, but heard nothing more. He was gone. Or was he? Was he truly camping nearby, a reluctant guardian angel smelling of dust and gunpowder? Or was he circling back, waiting for her to lower her guard? Was his warning about Jedediah Stone real or a ruse? The encounter left her deeply unsettled. Rafe, a man tracking another man through the wilderness. A man who spoke of deaths and stopping hurt, yet carried the unmistakable aura of violence himself. He was a contradiction, a piece of the wild, dangerous landscape she was trying so hard to tame with her lines and symbols. He hadn't threatened her directly, had even offered a warning. Yet his presence felt like a shadow that had fallen across her path, altering its course in ways she couldn't yet comprehend. She shivered, though the fire still burned steadily. The night felt different now, charged with unseen menace. Every rustle of leaves, every distant coyote howl seemed to carry a potential threat. Was Stone out there, watching her even now? Was Rafe? Or were they hunting each other, with her camp merely an incidental point on their deadly trajectory? Reluctantly, she took Rafe's advice, letting the fire burn lower, banking the coals so it provided minimal light but lasting warmth. She checked Apollo again, murmuring reassurances she didn't feel herself, before settling into her bedroll beneath the overhang. Sleep felt impossible. She lay with the colt resting heavy on her stomach, her senses stretched taut, listening to the vast, whispering silence of the prairie night. The lines on her map suddenly seemed woefully inadequate. They showed rivers and mountains, mesas and canyons, but they couldn't show the hidden dangers, the human predators that moved through the landscape, driven by vengeance or greed. They couldn't chart the treacherous territory of trust and betrayal, or the sudden, unwelcome intrusion of a man like Rafe, a shadow on her trail whose path seemed destined, for now at least, to run disturbingly parallel to her own. The unknown had suddenly taken on a far more personal and far more dangerous dimension. Chapter 3. Uneasy miles together. Dawn broke not with a gentle blush, but with a stark, uncompromising clarity that painted the eastern sky in pale washes of gray and lemon yellow. The chill of the night lingered, sharp in Lily's lungs as she inhaled, the air tasting clean and vast. Sleep had been fitful at best, a series of brief, dream-haunted dozes, punctuated by long stretches of tense wakefulness, the heavy weight of the colt, a constant reminder beneath her hand. Every snap of a twig, every distant animal cry, had jolted her alert, her imagination conjuring shadows in the periphery. Had Rafe truly camped nearby? Was Jedediah Stone a tangible threat, or merely a phantom conjured by the bounty hunter for his own inscrutable reasons? She rose stiffly as the first direct rays of sunlight slanted across the land, turning the tops of the mesas a fiery gold. The world felt scoured clean, immense, and indifferent. Her small, banked fire was little more than a pile of gray ash and faintly glowing embers. She didn't rekindle it. Rafe's warning about painting a target echoed in her mind. Instead, she chewed on a piece of dried jerky and forced down some water from her canteen, her eyes constantly scanning the surrounding terrain. There was no sign of Rafe. No tracks near her camp other than her own and Apollo's. No distant curl of smoke. It was as if he had dissolved back into the wilderness from which he'd emerged. Relief warred with a nagging unease. Had he simply moved on, satisfied she wasn't the man he sought? Or was his absence just another part of some calculated game? And what of Stone? The name itself felt like a burr under her skin, an itch of anxiety she couldn't scratch. Pushing the uncertainty aside, she focused on the familiar, grounding ritual of breaking camp, rolling her bedroll tightly, packing her meager supplies, carefully stowing her instruments. She worked with swift efficiency, wanting to be gone from this exposed place, wanting to put miles between herself and the unsettling encounter of the night before. She saddled Apollo, murmuring softly to the buckskin, who seemed calmer this morning, less attuned to unseen dangers. Her map? She hesitated, looking at the cylinder. Should she alter her planned route? Rafe had suggested heading for the nearest settlement. It was the sensible thing to do. The safe thing. Thomas Ashton would have urged her to do so without a second thought. But the thought chafed. Turning back felt like defeat, like letting this nameless fear, this unknown outlaw, dictate the course of her journey, undermine the very purpose of her being here. No, she would continue, perhaps angling slightly further north than originally planned, away from the southerly direction Rafe had indicated Stone might favor. But she would not abandon her work. Squaring her jaw, she secured the map cylinder firmly in its place. Swinging into the saddle, she took one last look around the campsite, committing the landmarks to memory for her charts. Then, nudging Apollo forward, she set off, heading west by northwest, aiming for a distant pass that promised entry into a valley rumored to hold ancient cliff dwellings, a cartographer's prize, and the sun climbed higher, quickly burning off the morning chill, replacing it with the familiar, insistent heat. Dust rose in lazy clouds from Apollo's hooves, coating Lily's clothes, her face, the back of her throat. The landscape unfolded before her, vast and repetitive rolling hills dotted with sparse brush, distant ridges shimmering in the heat haze, the immense cloudless sky pressing down. The silence was profound, broken only by the rhythmic plodding of Apollo and the occasional cry of a hawk. She rode for perhaps an hour, the tension slowly beginning to ease, the encounter with Rafe starting to feel like a strange dream born of darkness and isolation. Perhaps he had just been a drifter, spinning a tale. Perhaps the threat was imagined. She allowed herself to relax slightly, her focus shifting back to the land, noting rock formations, changes in elevation, the dry beds of ephemeral streams, details for her map. Then a flicker of movement caught her eye. Off to her right. Not an animal, too deliberate. Her hand instinctively went to the Colt, holstered at her hip. Rafe materialized from behind a cluster of weathered sandstone boulders, as if he'd simply been waiting there. He sat easily atop a rangy, dark bay horse that looked as trail-worn and durable as its rider. He wasn't blocking her path, merely paralleling it, keeping a distance of perhaps 50 yards. He watched her approach, his expression unreadable beneath the brim of his hat. Lily reined Apollo in, her heart giving an uncomfortable lurch. So, he hadn't disappeared. He hadn't moved on. He'd been watching, waiting. The feeling of being observed, manipulated, returned with force. "Following me now, tracker," she called out, her voice sharper than she intended, betraying her unease. Rafe didn't answer immediately. He nudged his horse forward at a walk, closing the distance slightly, but still maintaining a respectful gap. "Our trails seem to be heading the same direction, Miss Sinclair, for now." "My trail leads west," Lily said coolly. "Unless Jedediah Stone suddenly developed an interest in ancient ruins. I doubt yours does." "Stone ain't predictable," Rafe replied, his gaze sweeping the landscape ahead, then returning to her. "And he knows I'm back here. Pushing him west wouldn't be out of the question. He might figure to lose me in rougher country, or maybe find himself a hostage." The word hung there, unspoken but heavily implied. Lily felt a chill despite the rising heat. Was he suggesting Stone might target her specifically? Or was this just more manipulation? Trying to frighten her into accepting his presence. "I can take care of myself," she insisted, though the bravado felt thin even to her own ears. "Maybe," Rafe conceded, his pale eyes studying her intently. "But Stone's slippery. And desperate men do desperate things. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1 out here, especially when one set knows what to look for." He nodded towards the ground between them. "Like that." Lily followed his gaze. At first, she saw nothing but dust and rock. Then she noticed it a faint indentation, partially obscured by wind-blown sand. The clear print of a horseshoe, larger than Apollo's, the edges sharp, indicating it was relatively fresh. And beside it, almost invisible, the crushed stub of a hand-rolled cigarette, a brand she didn't recognize, but which Rafe seemed to study with intense focus. "He passed this way," Rafe said, his voice low and flat. "Not long ago. Maybe last night, maybe early this morning. Heading west." The air seemed to grow heavier, the silence more profound. The track was undeniable proof. Stone wasn't a phantom. He was real, and he was close, moving in the same direction she was. Rafe's warning, his presence, suddenly felt less like an intrusion and more like a grim necessity. Lily swallowed, the dust in her throat suddenly thicker. "All right, Rafe," she said, the words tasting like surrender. It seems our trails do run together. For now." Rafe gave a single sharp nod. "Keep alert. We ride together but apart. Gives us a wider field of view. Holler if you see anything amiss. Anything." He didn't wait for a reply, nudging his bay forward, resuming his parallel course, his attention already scanning the horizon, the gullies, the rock formations ahead. And so began the strangest, most unsettling leg of Lily's journey. They rode through the shimmering heat of the day, two solitary figures moving across the immense landscape, bound by a shared, invisible thread of danger. They maintained their distance, sometimes widening to 100 yards or more across open flats, sometimes drawing closer in narrower passes, but never close enough for easy conversation. Silence stretched between them, thick with suspicion and unspoken questions. Yet Lily found herself watching Rafe, studying him from the corner of her eye. He rode with an effortless grace, a man utterly at home in the saddle, his body seemingly fused with the horse beneath him. His vigilance was constant, his head always moving, his eyes missing nothing, the distant shimmer of heat that might be dust from another rider, the agitated flight of birds from a thicket, the faintest sign of disturbed ground. He navigated the terrain with an instinctual knowledge that spoke of years spent traversing such wilderness, reading its subtle language in a way she, with all her maps and instruments, was only beginning to learn. Several times Lily saw him dismount, kneeling to examine tracks she herself would have ridden past without a second glance. He'd study the ground, touch the edge of a print, his expression grim, then remount and continue on without a word. Each time, the knot of tension in Lily's stomach tightened. Stone was out there, leaving his mark on the land, a shadow preceding them. Despite the tension, Lily tried to continue her work. When they paused to rest the horses in the shade of a rocky outcrop during the brutal midday heat, she pulled out her sketchbook and pencil, making quick, rough drawings of the topography, noting landmarks, estimating distances. Rafe watched her, hunkered down nearby, sipping sparingly from his canteen, his pale eyes narrowed against the glare. "What drives a woman like you?" he asked suddenly, his voice startling her in the quiet. "To trade silks and soft beds for this." He gestured broadly at the harsh, sun-baked landscape surrounding them. Lily looked up, surprised by the personal question. "The lines," she answered simply, holding up her sketchbook. "The ones that aren't drawn yet. The need to know what's over the next ridge, to capture it." She hesitated, then added, more to herself than to him, "Perhaps it's the only way I know how to make my own mark. One that isn't dictated by expectation." Rafe considered this, chewing on a piece of dried grass he'd plucked. "Making marks," he mused. "Some marks heal clean. Others fester." He fell silent again, his gaze turning distant, haunted by thoughts he didn't share. Lily wondered about the marks on his own past, the debts he collected, the violence hinted at by the scar on his temple. Who was Jedediah Stone to him? Was it just a job or something more personal? They found water late in the afternoon, a shallow, sluggish stream lined with thirsty-looking cottonwoods. It wasn't the clear spring she'd marked days ago, but it was vital. They watered the horses first, letting them drink deeply, then refilled their canteens. As Lily knelt by the stream, splashing cool water on her face and neck, she saw Rafe examining the muddy bank downstream. He pointed silently. More tracks. A large roan horse, recently watered here, and the prints of heavy boots beside them. Stone had been here, perhaps only hours before. The shared discovery created a strange sort of intimacy, a silent acknowledgement of their linked fate. They looked at each other across the few yards separating them, the harsh sunlight reflecting in Rafe's pale eyes, Lily's own gray eyes wide with a mixture of fear and resolve. No words were necessary. The danger was real, palpable, breathing down their necks. As dusk began to purple the sky, casting long shadows that transformed the landscape into a place of mystery and potential ambush, they sought a place to camp. Rafe chose the spot, a narrow box canyon, defensible with only one entrance easily watched. He insisted on a cold camp. No fire tonight. The risk of attracting stone was too great. The silence of a fireless camp felt different, colder, more exposed, amplifying every small sound. They ate their meager rations separately, sitting on opposite sides of the canyon entrance, their backs against the cool rock walls, rifles resting across their laps. The stars emerged, brilliant and indifferent in the blackening sky. Lily felt a profound sense of isolation, deeper even than when she'd been truly alone. Rafe's presence, his quiet, watchful intensity, only highlighted her vulnerability, her dependence on this dangerous stranger. She thought of Thomas again, imagining his horror if he could see her now, dirty, armed, sharing a canyon with a bounty hunter, pursued by an outlaw. He represented a life she had consciously rejected. Yet in moments like this, its safety held a powerful, if unwelcome, allure. Was her fierce independence worth this fear, this constant tension? Rafe broke the silence, his voice a low murmur that barely carried across the small space. He knows we're together now. Lily looked up sharply. How? The track's back at the stream, Rafe said. 2 sets of horses moving together since this morning. He ain't stupid. He'll figure I picked up company. Might make him more cautious. Might make him more desperate to separate us. He shifted, the leather of his gear creaking softly. First watch is mine. Get some sleep, Miss Sinclair. You look like you could use it. Sleep felt like a distant country. How could she rest, knowing Stone might be probing the darkness just beyond the canyon mouth, knowing the man sharing this confined space hunted other men for a living? Yet, exhaustion pulled at her, heavy and insistent. And strangely, despite her mistrust, Rafe's quiet confidence, his assumption of the first watch, offered a sliver of security. He was dangerous, yes, but his own survival likely depended on keeping her alive, at least for now. She curled up in her bedroll, the Colt still within easy reach, her back pressed against the unyielding rock. She listened to the silence, trying to decipher Rafe's stillness across the way. Was he thinking of Stone, of the bounty, or something else entirely? The miles they had traveled together had been uneasy, fraught with suspicion and the shadow of violence. Yet they had forged a fragile, necessary connection. A connection built not on trust, but on shared peril. As she drifted towards a troubled sleep, Lily wondered where this trail, now irrevocably shared, would lead them, and what price this uneasy alliance would ultimately demand. The lines on her map felt very far away, overshadowed by the stark, unpredictable lines of survival. Chapter 4. Echoes of Gunfire. The cold gray light of pre-dawn seeped into the narrow box canyon, revealing Rafe already awake, alert, stationed near the entrance like a stone sentinel. He sat with his rifle resting across his knees, his profile sharp and uncompromising against the brightening sky. Lily watched him from her bedroll, a knot of anxiety tightening in her stomach. Sleep had offered little respite, her dreams filled with indistinct shadows and the unsettling feeling of being watched. Sharing this confined space with Rafe, relying on his vigilance while simultaneously mistrusting his motives, created a tension that was almost as draining as the physical hardships of the trail. She rose quietly, shaking out the stiffness from her limbs. The air was cold, carrying the scent of dust and damp rock. Rafe turned his head slightly as she moved, his pale eyes acknowledging her presence before returning their focus to the canyon mouth. There was no greeting exchanged, no need for pleasantries. The situation was too raw, too precarious for social niceties. They were temporary allies, forged in the crucible of shared danger. Nothing more. She packed her belongings with numb fingers. The simple actions a welcome distraction from the churning uncertainty. Apollo wickered softly as she approached, nuzzling her shoulder. She checked his tether, ran a hand down his sturdy legs, finding comfort in his solid, uncomplicated presence. He was her anchor to the life she understood, the life of exploration and discovery that felt increasingly distant, overshadowed by the grim business of survival. When she was ready, Rafe rose smoothly, his movements economical and silent. He nodded towards the canyon entrance. We move now. Best light for tracking, before the sun bakes him out. They led the horses out of the narrow defile, emerging into the broader landscape just as the sun crested the eastern horizon, spilling golden light across the rugged terrain. The beauty was stark, almost painful in its indifference to their plight. Rolling hills gave way to increasingly broken country deep arroyos carved by flash floods, jagged outcrops of rock, slopes thick with thorny scrub and stunted juniper. It was terrain that offered endless possibilities for concealment, for ambush. They resumed their previous formation, riding parallel but separate, silent observers in a vast, watchful land. Lily found her eyes constantly drawn to Rafe. He seemed almost a part of the landscape, his senses keyed to its every nuance. He pointed occasionally a broken branch here, a scuffed patch of rock, the signs of stone's passage that were becoming bolder, almost careless, as if the outlaw knew they were behind him and was either growing desperate or deliberately leading them on. Lily tried to focus on her own observations, adding mental notes to the map taking shape in her mind. But the underlying fear was a constant hum beneath the surface of her thoughts. The Colt felt heavier on her hip today, its presence both a comfort and a terrifying responsibility. Could she use it if she had to? Truly use it against another human being? The thought made her feel slightly sick. Her work was about understanding the land, charting it, bringing order to the unknown. Violence felt like a violation of that purpose, a descent into the very chaos she sought to map. Around mid-morning, they entered a narrow, winding canyon, its walls rising steeply on either side, casting deep, cool shadows. The air grew still, the silence profound, amplifying the clink of horseshoes on rock, the creak of saddle leather. It felt like a trap. Lily's skin prickled, every nerve ending screaming caution. She glanced towards Rafe, riding slightly ahead on the opposite side of the narrow canyon floor. He had slowed his pace, his hand hovering near the rifle slung in its scabbard beneath his knee. His head turned constantly, scanning the rims of the canyon walls above them, searching the shadowed crevices. He signaled silently for her to halt, raising a hand. Lily reined Apollo in immediately, her heart pounding against her ribs. Rafe dismounted fluidly, pulling his rifle free. He motioned for her to stay put, then moved forward on foot, crouching low, using the sparse boulders scattered across the canyon floor for cover. He moved with a predator's grace, silent and focused, disappearing behind a larger rock formation, near a sharp bend in the canyon ahead. Lily waited, holding her breath, her hand resting on the butt of her Colt. Apollo shifted nervously beneath her, sensing her tension. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. What had Rafe seen, or heard? Was stone waiting just around the bend? Minutes crawled by like hours. The sun beat down on the strip of canyon floor, not shielded by shadow, reflecting harshly off the pale rock. Sweat trickled down Lily's back. Then the silence shattered. Crack! The sound wasn't the sharp report of Rafe's rifle. It was deeper, heavier, echoing unnervingly off the canyon walls, seeming to come from everywhere at once. A rifle shot, but not close. Somewhere further up the canyon, beyond the bend where Rafe had disappeared. Apollo, startled violently, sidestepping, tossing his head. Lily fought to control him, her own body rigid with shock. Another shot cracked, followed almost immediately by a third. Then silence rushed back in, heavier than before, ringing in Lily's ears. Gunfire. Not aimed at them, it seemed, but close enough to be intimately threatening. Who was shooting? Was it Stone? And who was he shooting at? Or was someone shooting at him? Before she could fully process the implications, Rafe reappeared, moving quickly back towards her, still low to the ground. His face was grim, his eyes hard as flint. "Trouble," he said curtly, reaching her side. "Stay low. Keep the horse quiet if you can." He scanned the canyon walls again, his gaze sharp and calculating. "Sounds like it came from up ahead, maybe half a mile. Could be Stone running into someone else. Could be him setting a welcome party for us." "What do we do?" Lily whispered, her voice dry. Rafe didn't hesitate. "We find out, but carefully." He glanced back the way they'd come. Retreating now might mean walking right into Stone if he was doubling back. Moving forward was risky, but staying put felt like waiting for the axe to fall. "We move up on foot. Keep the horses back here, tethered out of sight." Lily nodded, her mind racing but strangely clear. Fear was present, a cold knot in her gut, but the immediate, tangible threat seemed to focus her thoughts. She dismounted quickly, looping Apollo's reins around a sturdy juniper root, murmuring soothing words to the anxious animal. Rafe did the same with his bay. "Stay behind me," Rafe ordered, his voice low but commanding. "Watch our backs, and keep that Colt ready. No warning shots if it comes to it." He started forward again, rifle held at the ready, moving from cover to cover with practiced ease. Lily followed, trying to mimic his movements, her own revolver drawn, its weight feeling both alien and necessary in her hand. The rocks felt rough beneath her boots, the silence pressing down, broken only by the scuff of their movement and the frantic beating of her own heart. As they neared the bend in the canyon, the smell hit them faint at first, then stronger. The acrid metallic tang of gunpowder, mingling with something else, something coppery and sickeningly sweet. Blood. Rafe paused behind a large boulder, peering cautiously around the edge. Lily crouched beside him, her breath catching in her throat. The canyon opened slightly just beyond the bend. In the center of the dusty floor lay a scene of brutal, sudden violence. A man sprawled face down in the dirt, his limbs askew at unnatural angles. A dark stain spread rapidly on the back of his rough wool shirt. Nearby, a mule, still laden with panniers stuffed with prospecting equipment, stood trembling, its reins trailing on the ground. Further on, another figure lay partially hidden behind a cluster of rocks, unmoving. There was no sign of anyone else. No sign of Jedediah Stone. Rafe swore softly under his breath, a harsh, guttural sound. He scanned the scene, his eyes missing nothing the position of the bodies, the scattered gear, the tracks in the dust. "Prospectors," he murmured. "Looks like they walked right into him. Or he waited for them." He motioned for Lily to stay put, then moved cautiously into the open space, his rifle sweeping the area, checking the canyon rims, the shadows. Lily watched, her stomach churning, the reality of the violence stark and horrifying. These men, perhaps just hoping to strike it rich, had crossed paths with the shadow they were hunting and paid the ultimate price. This wasn't an abstract pursuit anymore. This was real, deadly real. Rafe knelt beside the first body, checking quickly for any sign of life, though it was clearly futile. He did the same with the second man behind the rocks. Both were dead, shot cleanly, efficiently. He examined the ground around them, his expression tight with concentration. "Stone," he said, straightening up, his voice grim. "His tracks are all over this. Came down from the east rim, looks like. Waited. Took their gear, whatever cache they had, their guns." He pointed towards a set of fresh tracks leading away, heading deeper into the canyon. "And their horses. Left the mule." Lily felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The casual brutality of it, the cold calculation. It was terrifying. She forced herself to look away from the bodies, focusing instead on Rafe. His face was hard, set in grim lines, but his eyes held a cold fire she hadn't seen before. This wasn't just a job for him now, she suspected. Seeing this, seeing the casual waste of life left in Stone's wake, had made it personal. "He can't be far," Rafe said, his gaze fixed on the tracks leading away. "He's burdened now. Maybe got an extra horse or two. Might slow him down." He looked back at Lily, his expression softening almost imperceptibly, perhaps seeing the shock and horror on her face. "You all right, Miss Sinclair?" Lily swallowed hard, trying to steady her voice. I've never seen." She couldn't finish the sentence. Ain't something you get used to, Rafe said quietly. Or shouldn't. He paused. Then his voice hardened again with purpose. But we can't linger here. This place ain't safe. He might circle back, or he might have just kept going. He looked at the tracks again, then back at her. We need to move. Get our horses. Push on. Put distance between us. And this. Push on? After seeing this, part of her wanted to scream, to turn and run, find the nearest town, hide herself away from this savagery. But where would she run? Back through territory Stone might now be watching? And what about Rafe? He clearly wasn't turning back. He was going after Stone with renewed determination. Leaving him meant facing the wilderness, and potentially Stone, alone again. The uneasy alliance suddenly felt less like a choice, and more like the only lifeline available. All right, she said, surprised by the steadiness in her own voice. The Mapmaker in her, the part that craved order and understanding, felt violated by the senseless violence. But another part, the part that had chosen this hard, unpredictable life, knew that survival meant moving forward, adapting, facing the danger head-on. Let's go. They retreated cautiously back to where they'd left the horses, retrieved them and mounted up. Riding past the scene of the ambush, Lily averted her gaze, but the image was burned into her mind. The sprawled bodies, the trembling mule, the dark stains soaking into the indifferent dust. The echoes of those gunshots seemed to linger in the air, a haunting reminder of the stakes involved. They rode harder now, pushing the horses, Rafe setting a relentless pace, his focus entirely on the trail ahead, on the tracks of the man who had just added 2 more lives to his tally. The uneasy silence between them returned, but it felt different now, changed. The shared experience of the violence, the confirmation of Stone's brutality, had subtly shifted the ground beneath them. They were still hunter and mapmaker, bound by circumstance, but the abstract threat had become horrifyingly concrete. Shadow on the trail now had a name, a face implied by his actions, and the sound of his violence echoed in the canyons, urging them onward into an increasingly uncertain future. The cost of this journey, Lily realized with chilling certainty, could be far greater than she had ever imagined. Chapter 5. Campfire Confessions. They rode until the shadows stretched like grasping fingers across the canyon floor, until the horses were slick with sweat and trembling with fatigue, and Lily felt a bone-deep weariness that went beyond mere physical exertion. The grim tableau back in the canyon, the sprawled bodies, the abandoned mule, the chilling efficiency of the violence played over and over in her mind, each replay etching the horror deeper. The sun beat down relentlessly, reflecting off the rock walls, creating a suffocating oven effect. Yet Lily felt cold inside, chilled by the stark reality of Jedediah Stone's brutality. Rafe pushed them hard, his face set in granite lines, his pale eyes constantly scanning, missing nothing. He spoke little, only issuing curt directions, or pointing out the increasingly clear tracks they followed. Stone wasn't bothering to hide his trail now. He was moving fast, burdened by stolen goods and extra horses, likely believing he'd left pursuit far behind after the ambush. Or perhaps a more chilling thought occurred to Lily. He didn't care if they followed. Perhaps he felt invincible, or worse, was leading them deliberately towards another trap. As dusk finally began to bleed purple and deep indigo into the western sky, softening the harsh edges of the landscape, Rafe finally signaled a halt. He chose their campsite with meticulous care, a small, defensible alcove high on the canyon slope, accessible only by a narrow, steep game trail, offering a clear view of the canyon floor below and the opposite wall. It was exposed to the wind, but offered tactical advantages that Lily now understood with grim clarity, far outweighed comfort. Cold camp again? Lily asked, her voice raspy with dust and fatigue as she slid stiffly from Apollo's back. Her muscles screamed in protest. Rafe shook his head, already scanning the immediate surroundings, his rifle held loosely but ready. No. Need coffee tonight. And warmth. Air's got teeth up here. He looked towards the darkening sky. Small fire, well shielded. He's pushing hard, likely won't be looking back close tonight. But we keep watches. No chances. The tacit permission for a fire felt like a small concession to humanity in the face of the day's horrors. While Rafe took the horses further into the alcove to tether them where they'd be less visible and started gathering sparse, dry brush that would burn hot and with minimal smoke, Lily automatically began unpacking the essentials. Bedrolls, the battered coffee pot, their meager rations. The familiar actions were robotic, her mind still struggling to process the violence she'd witnessed. Map-making, the precise lines and careful measurements, felt absurdly fragile, utterly inadequate against the raw savagery represented by Jedediah Stone. What good were maps in a world where lives could be extinguished so casually, so brutally, over a few stolen horses and prospectors' dreams? She found herself watching Rafe as he worked, his movements economical and sure. He built the fire in a shallow depression against the rock wall, shielded from the prevailing wind and invisible from the canyon floor below. He coaxed the flames to life with practiced skill, the small blaze casting flickering, dancing light onto his harsh features, softening them slightly, yet deepening the shadows in the hollows of his cheeks and eyes. The scar at his temple seemed more prominent in the firelight, a permanent reminder of a violent past. He glanced up, catching her gaze. His expression was unreadable. "Something on your mind, Miss Sinclair?" Lily looked away quickly, busying herself with grinding coffee beans in her small hand mill. "Just tired," she murmured. It wasn't entirely a lie. And thinking about those men. Rafe added a few more sticks to the fire, the flames leaping higher for a moment. "Waste," he said, his voice low and flat. "Damn waste. Didn't have to happen." He settled back on his heels, staring into the flames. His shoulders slumped slightly, revealing a weariness that mirrored her own. Stone. He takes what he wants. Always has. Don't matter who gets hurt. The bitterness in his tone was unmistakable. This wasn't just the pragmatic assessment of a bounty hunter. It was personal. Lily felt a surge of curiosity, pushing past her ingrained caution. "You talk like you know him well. More than just a name on a bounty poster." Rafe didn't answer immediately. He picked up a twig, turning it over and over in his fingers before tossing it into the fire, where it flared briefly and vanished. The silence stretched, filled only by the crackle of the flames and the lonely sigh of the wind whistling around the rocks above them. Lily waited, sensing he was wrestling with something internally. Finally, he looked up, his pale eyes meeting hers across the small fire. The guarded mask he usually wore had slipped, revealing a glimpse of raw pain, old and deep. "Knew him," he corrected, his voice rough. "A long time ago, before he was this." He gestured vaguely, encompassing the violence, the pursuit, the dead men miles behind them. He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. "We rode together once, young and stupid, thinking we could take on the world. Thought we were brothers, near enough." A humorless, self-deprecating sound escaped him, halfway between a sigh and a chuckle. "Turns out blood ain't the only thing that runs thick. Greed does too, and betrayal." Lily leaned forward slightly, captivated despite herself. This was the first crack she'd seen in his carefully constructed wall, the first hint of the man behind the tracker's hardened exterior. "What happened?" she asked softly. "And?" Rafe's gaze drifted back to the fire, his expression distant, haunted. "We were running a small herd. Honest work for a change. Had a stake saved, talking about buying a piece of land down Arizona way. A place to settle." The word sounded foreign on his lips. And Stone got wind of something. A payroll shipment lightly guarded. "Easy money," he said. "Enough to set us up proper, quicker than ranching." He fell silent again, the firelight flickering in his eyes, reflecting flames that seemed to burn hotter within him. I told him no. Told him we'd earned our stake clean. Didn't need that kind of trouble. We argued. Badly. He ran a hand over his face, the gesture weary, laden with old regret. Next morning, he was gone. So was the stake money, every last dollar. He looked up at Lily again, his eyes hard now, devoid of the earlier softness. But that ain't the worst of it. He didn't just take the money. He told the foreman I was in on the robbery plan with him. Set me up to take the fall while he made his getaway. Lily stared at him, stunned by the casual cruelty of the betrayal. But you weren't arrested? Got wind of it just in time, Rafe said grimly. Had to light out fast. Spent years looking over my shoulder, using different names, drifting. Couldn't go back, couldn't claim what was mine. Stone? He didn't just steal my money. He stole my name. My future. He picked up his coffee cup, though the pot hadn't even started to boil yet, gripping it tightly, his knuckles white. Been tracking him off and on ever since. Not just for bounty money, though gods know I've needed it. It's unfinished business. A debt that needs settling in blood. The raw venom in his last words sent a shiver down Lily's spine. This pursuit wasn't just about justice or profit. It was about vengeance, deep and consuming. It explained the relentless drive, the cold fire in his eyes when he'd looked at the bodies Stone had left behind. He wasn't just hunting an outlaw. He was hunting the man who had destroyed his past. The coffee pot began to hiss, steam escaping from its spout. Rafe seemed to pull himself back from the edge, his expression smoothing out, becoming guarded once more, though the shadows lingered in his eyes. He poured the boiling water over the grounds in their tin cups, the familiar, comforting aroma filling the small space. He handed Lily her cup, their fingers brushing briefly. A jolt, unexpected and startling, shot through her arm. She pulled her hand back quickly, flustered, hoping the dim light hid the flush she felt creeping up her neck. Rafe didn't seem to notice, or pretended not to, settling back against the rock, cradling his own cup. They drank in silence for a while, the shared confession hanging heavy in the air between them. Lily felt a confusing mix of emotions. Sympathy for the betrayal Rafe had suffered, fear of the cold vengeance driving him, and a strange, unwelcome flicker of connection. He was still a dangerous man, a bounty hunter living outside the conventional bounds of society. But knowing his story, seeing the wound beneath the surface, made him undeniably human. Flawed, damaged, driven, but human. Why, tell me this, Lily asked finally, breaking the silence. Rafe shrugged, not looking at her. Maybe seeing those men back there reminded me what happens when men like Stone ain't stopped. He took a slow sip of coffee. Maybe I figured you deserve to know who you're riding with, what you're riding into. He finally met her gaze, his pale eyes searching her face. Still think those lines on your paper are worth this, Miss Sinclair? The question hit home, echoing her own doubts. Was it worth it? The fear, the violence, the proximity to men like Rafe and Stone. She looked down at her hands, calloused from gripping reins and pencils, stained with ink and trail dust. She thought of the stifling parlors of Philadelphia, the predictable future laid out for her, the polite suffocation of expectations. Then she thought of the thrill of cresting a ridge to see an unknown valley unfold below, the satisfaction of capturing its contours on paper, the fierce independence she felt under the vast western sky. Yes, she said, her voice quiet but firm, surprising even herself. It is. She looked up, meeting Rafe's gaze directly. This land. It's beautiful, and it's brutal. Ignoring the brutality doesn't make the beauty any less real, or less important to understand, to map. She hesitated, then added, feeling a need to share a piece of herself in return for his unexpected vulnerability. My father. He's a scholar. He believes knowledge is the only true antidote to chaos. Maybe I inherited that from him. Maybe drawing the lines. Maybe it's my way of fighting back against the shadows, against the unmarked places where men like Stone can hide. Rafe listened intently, his expression thoughtful. He didn't mock her idealism, didn't dismiss it as naive. He simply nodded slowly, as if considering her words carefully. Fight in shadows, he murmured. Takes different forms, I reckon. A companionable silence settled between them then, less fraught than before. The shared vulnerability, the brief glimpse into each other's pasts and motivations, had forged a fragile bridge across the chasm of mistrust. They finished their coffee, ate a sparse meal of jerky and hardtack, the silence broken only by the crackle of the fire and the wind's mournful cry. As the fire burned low, turning to glowing embers, Rafe insisted on taking the first watch again. Lily didn't argue. Exhaustion was a heavy cloak, and despite the lingering danger, she felt marginally safer knowing Rafe's vigilant eyes were scanning the darkness. She wrapped herself in her bedroll, the rock at her back still holding a faint warmth from the day's sun. Before sleep claimed her, she watched Rafe across the dying fire. He sat utterly still, rifle across his lap, a silhouette against the star-dusted sky, seeming less like a mere bounty hunter and more like a weary guardian, burdened by his past, driven by a need for a reckoning that might consume him entirely. He was a dangerous man, inextricably tangled with the violence they pursued. Yet, in the flickering embers of the campfire, under the vast, indifferent gaze of the stars, Lily felt the first tentative stirring of something other than fear or suspicion. A grudging respect, a flicker of empathy, a dangerous, unwelcome awareness of the complex, wounded man sharing this precarious sanctuary with her. The lines between hunter, protector, and threat were becoming blurred, much like the lines on her maps blurred the boundary between the known and the terrifyingly unknown. And she knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her bones, that this journey was changing her in ways she hadn't anticipated, drawing her deeper into the heart of the wilderness, and closer to the enigmatic man who was both her shield and perhaps her greatest danger. The confessions by the fire had answered some questions, but raised far more, leaving her adrift in a sea of uncertainty as sleep finally pulled her under. Chapter 6. Secrets Carved in Rock. The new day dawned much like the last, with a cold, clear light that offered no softness, no illusions. Lily woke stiffly from her position, huddled against the rock, the thin blanket offering little real protection against the high-altitude chill that had settled overnight. Rafe was already alert, a silent figure perched near the edge of their alcove, his rifle resting easily across his thighs, his gaze sweeping the vast expanse of the canyon below, now filling slowly with pale morning light. The embers of their small fire were dead gray ash. There was a subtle shift in the atmosphere between them this morning, a change wrought by the shared confessions beside the dying fire. The suspicion hadn't vanished entirely. Lily knew Rafe was still a man driven by vengeance, capable of violence, but the raw edges of hostility had softened, replaced by a wary, unspoken understanding. They were two disparate souls, thrown together by circumstance, each carrying burdens the other was only beginning to glimpse. He had seen her fear and her resolve. She had seen the old wounds beneath his hardened exterior. It didn't necessarily breed trust, but it fostered a fragile kind of empathy. They broke their sparse fast in silence, cold jerky, dry biscuits, washed down with water from their canteens. Words felt superfluous, swallowed by the immense landscape and the weight of their shared knowledge. The violence they had witnessed yesterday, the ghosts of Rafe's past, the looming threat of Jedediah Stone, it all lay heavy between them, an unspoken context for every glance, every small movement. Soon they were back on the narrow game trail, leading the horses carefully down the steep slope to the canyon floor. The air warmed quickly as the sun climbed, burning off the morning mist that clung to the shadowed depths. Once mounted, they picked up Stone's trail again. The tracks were clear, audacious almost, heading deeper into the increasingly rugged terrain. The canyon narrowed further, its walls soaring hundreds of feet above them, sheer faces of sandstone striated in bands of ochre, rust, and pale cream. The scale of it was humbling, dwarfing their small figures, emphasizing their isolation. Lily found herself dividing her attention. One part of her mind focused on the trail, on the alert posture of Rafe, riding point 50 yards ahead, her hand never far from her Colt. The other part, the Mapmaker, couldn't help but absorb the geological grandeur, the play of light and shadow, the sheer, ancient power of the place. She made mental notes, sketching furiously in her mind the angle of a fault line, the distinctive erosion pattern of a particular rock layer, the way a lone, tenacious juniper clung to a seemingly impossible ledge high above. This place demanded documentation, understanding. It felt more urgent than ever, perhaps as a counterpoint to the human chaos trailing them. They rode for several hours, the silence broken only by the plodding hooves of the horses and the occasional dislodged pebbles skittering down the canyon walls. Rafe paused frequently, dismounting to examine the tracks, his expression growing tighter, more focused. Stone was making good time, but he was still ahead of them, leaving a clear path. Too clear? The thought nagged at Lily. Around midday, the main canyon branched. Stone's tracks led clearly into the narrower, darker fork to the left, but Rafe hesitated. He dismounted, studying the entrance to both forks, his gaze lingering on the right branch, which seemed shallower, choked with rockfall and dense brush, less likely as a route for someone moving fast. He walked a little way into the right fork, scanning the ground intently, then returned, shaking his head almost imperceptibly. He went left, Rafe stated, his voice flat, confirming the obvious tracks. Yet his hesitation lingered in the air. Seems too easy. He swung back into the saddle, his eyes narrowed. Stay sharp, Lily. Something don't feel right. He nudged his horse forward into the left fork, but his vigilance seemed amplified, his hand now resting loosely on the butt of his holstered revolver. Lily followed, her own senses on high alert. The left fork quickly became claustrophobic. Walls closed in, pressing close, blotting out the sun, plunging them into deep, cool shadow. The air felt still, heavy, sound muffled. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the echo of their horses' hooves on the rocky ground. It felt like riding into the earth's gullet. They rounded a sharp bend, and the canyon suddenly opened up, not into a wider space, but into something utterly unexpected. Before them, nestled into a massive, vaulted overhang high up on the canyon wall, were the unmistakable shapes of ancient cliff dwellings, stone structures, multi-leveled, clinging like swallows' nests to the protective curve of the rock. Time-worn walls of sandstone bricks blended almost seamlessly with the cliff face, their small, dark windows like vacant eyes staring out across the centuries. Lily gasped, reining Apollo in sharply. She stared, mesmerized. She had read about such places, seen crude drawings in books back east, dreamed of finding and documenting them. But seeing them in reality, tucked away in this hidden canyon, untouched, silent, emanated a power, a sense of deep time that stole her breath. It was a secret, held close by the rock itself. Rafe had stopped too, his initial wariness momentarily forgotten as he gazed up at the silent city and the cliffs. His expression was unreadable, but the hard line of his jaw seemed to soften slightly. Anasazi, he murmured, his voice softer than usual, almost reverent. The old ones. Lily turned to him, surprised. You know of them? He shrugged, his gaze still fixed on the dwelling. Passed through country like this before. Seen places. You learn things. Learn to respect what came before. He looked back down, his focus returning abruptly to the present, his eyes scanning the base of the cliff, the ground leading up towards the ruins. Stone's tracks continued past, deeper into the canyon. But Rafe's attention was caught by something else. A fainter trail, almost invisible, leading up a steep, eroded slope towards the base of the cliff dwellings. Not Stone's tracks. Older, perhaps. Or perhaps he wouldn't have stopped, Rafe muttered, thinking aloud. Not Stone. No patience for old rocks. Yet he seemed drawn to the faint path, his tracker's instinct perhaps sensing something out of place. He looked at Lily, then up at the ruins, then back down the canyon the way Stone had gone. A flicker of conflict crossed his face, the urge to pursue his quarry versus the pull of this unexpected discovery, this deviation from the grim path of vengeance. We should keep moving, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. His gaze kept drifting back to the cliff dwellings, gleaming softly in the reflected light filtering down into the canyon. Lily felt a powerful pull towards the ruins, an academic curiosity mingling with a deeper, more profound sense of wonder. This was part of why she'd come west to find and record such places. Remnants of lives lived long before the current tide of settlement and conflict had washed over the land. It felt like sacred ground, a place demanding quiet contemplation, not the frantic energy of pursuit. Just for a little while, Rafe, she pleaded softly. Let's just look. Stone's tracks lead on. We can see anyone coming down the canyon from up there. It might even be safer for a bit. Off the main trail. She gestured towards the ruins. Think what we could learn. Rafe hesitated, clearly torn. He looked up at the silent city again, then back at Lily, seeing the genuine passion, the scientific fervor alight in her eyes. It was a stark contrast to the fear and tension that had shadowed her face for days. Perhaps it was that spark of her true self, the dedicated mapmaker emerging from beneath the reluctant survivor, that swayed him. Or perhaps his own curiosity. A respect for the past he rarely allowed himself to show, tugged at him. All right, he conceded gruffly, dismounting. Short time. Keep your eyes open. We check it out, then we move. He looked towards the faint trail. Looks like others felt the same pull. They tethered the horses securely in a thicket of scrub oak near the canyon wall, hidden from the main trail. The climb up the slope was steep, treacherous with loose rock and scree. Lily scrambled, using her hands for balance, her breath coming in short gasps, fueled by anticipation. Rafe moved ahead, testing footholds, occasionally offering a hand back to her over a particularly difficult stretch. His touch was rough, calloused, but steady, sending that same unexpected jolt through her system. Their proximity on the narrow path felt intimate, charged, a silent acknowledgement of their shared vulnerability and reliance. Reaching the broad ledge beneath the overhang that sheltered the ruins felt like stepping into another world, another time. The scale of the place was breathtaking up close. Walls rose high above them, crafted with remarkable skill from shaped sandstone blocks mortared with adobe. Small, T-shaped doorways opened into dark interiors. Intricate structures, kivas sunk into the plaza floor, storage rooms tucked into crevices, a whole community frozen in time. The silence was profound, broken only by the whisper of the wind moving through the empty dwellings and the distant cry of a canyon wren. Lily felt a sense of profound awe mixed with melancholy. Who were these people? What joys and sorrows had echoed in these plazas? Why had they left? The questions hung in the still air, unanswered, unanswerable. She automatically reached for her sketchbook, needing to capture the lines, the shapes, the feel of the place. Rafe didn't seem inclined towards sketching. He moved slowly through the ruins, his boots silent on the packed earth plazas, his eyes scanning, not just for threats, but with a quiet intensity, absorbing the details. He touched a wall gently, ran his fingers over the smooth, time-worn texture of a door lintel. He seemed less like a hunter here, more like a pilgrim, paying silent respects. Lily found a spot overlooking the main plaza, partially shaded by an overhanging roof timber miraculously preserved. She sat, opened her sketchbook, and began to draw, her pencil flying across the page, capturing the angles of the walls, the pattern of the brickwork, the deep shadows within the doorways. The familiar act was grounding, reconnecting her to her purpose, momentarily pushing aside the fear and uncertainty of the trail. Rafe eventually came to stand near her, leaning against a sturdy wall, watching her work. He didn't speak for a long time, simply observed, his usual guardedness replaced by a quiet contemplation. They knew how to build, he said finally, his voice low, knew how to live with the land, not just fight it. He looked out over the canyon, his gaze distant. Wonder what they'd make of men like Stone, or men like me. The question hung in the air, raw and honest. Lily paused in her sketching, looking up at him. The vulnerability she'd glimpsed by the campfire flickered again in his pale eyes. Maybe they understood survival, she suggested softly, and the things it forces people to do. He looked at her then, a long, searching look that seemed to peel back layers, seeking something beyond her words. Maybe, he conceded, his voice barely a whisper. He pushed away from the wall, starting to move again, as if uncomfortable with the intimacy of the moment. Need to check the perimeter. Lily watched him go, her heart doing a strange, unsteady rhythm in her chest. This place, these ancient stones, seemed to be working a subtle magic, stripping away some of the harsh necessities of the trail, allowing glimpses of the complex, wounded man beneath the surface. She returned to her sketching, losing herself in the details, the effort to translate the three-dimensional reality onto the two-dimensional page. Time seemed to dissolve. She was vaguely aware of Rafe moving through the upper levels of the ruins, his progress marked by the occasional scuff of a boot or dislodged pebble. Then she saw it. On the smooth sandstone wall opposite her, sheltered from the worst of the elements by the deep overhang, were faint markings. Not the familiar geometric patterns or animal figures of Anasazi petroglyphs she'd expected to find. These were different, cruder, scratched into the rock with something sharp, relatively recently compared to the ancient patina surrounding them. Curiosity piqued, she stood up, leaving her sketchbook, and walked across the dusty plaza for a closer look. The markings resolved into letters, crudely formed but legible. A name and a date, only a few years past. J. Stone. Beneath it, another set of initials, scratched with equal crudeness. R.C. Rafe's initials. No, his name was just Rafe. Unless the C stood for something he hadn't shared. Rafe and Stone. Their names carved together into this ancient place years ago. A testament to a shared past. A brotherhood that had shattered into violent enmity. This wasn't just a random ruin. It was a place they had been before. Together. In those younger, more foolish days Rafe had spoken of. Lily reached out, her fingers tracing the rough edges of the letters. J. Stone. RCA's secret carved in rock, a tangible link to the betrayal that now fueled Rafe's relentless pursuit. It cast their presence here in a new, more poignant light. This wasn't just a detour. It was perhaps an unconscious pilgrimage for Rafe, a confrontation with a ghost from his past. Suddenly, a sharp hiss from above broke the silence. Lily looked up, startled. Rafe stood on the roof of one of the dwellings near the back of the alcove, hidden from the main canyon view. He wasn't looking at her. His body was tense, his rifle held at the ready, his gaze fixed on something further back in the ruins, something she couldn't see. He motioned urgently for silence, then pointed downwards towards the canyon floor they had left behind. Lily's blood ran cold. Had Stone circled back? Or had something else alerted Rafe? She drew her coat, her hand surprisingly steady, the earlier sense of peace shattered, replaced by the familiar, adrenaline-fueled fear. She flattened herself against the wall near the crude carving, straining her ears, listening for any sound from the canyon below, her eyes darting towards the spot where Rafe remained frozen, a silent hunter waiting for his prey, or perhaps waiting for the hunter to become the hunted. The secrets carved in rock had yielded a piece of the past, only to plunge them immediately back into the deadly peril of the present. Chapter 7. Dust Devils and Doubt. The hiss from Rafe was sharp, urgent, cutting through the profound silence of the ancient dwellings like a whip crack. Lily froze, flattened against the cool sandstone wall. The rough edges of the carved initials, J. Stone, R.C., pressing against her back like accusing fingers. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the sudden, terrifying stillness. Her coat felt impossibly heavy, yet also inadequate, a frail piece of metal against whatever threat had alerted Rafe's finely honed senses. She strained her ears, listening intently, trying to filter out the rush of her own blood. The wind sighed through the empty doorways above, a mournful, timeless sound. Far below, on the canyon floor, she heard nothing but the faint rustle of dry leaves stirred by a vagrant breeze. Where was the danger? Was it Stone? doubling back with predatory cunning. Or something else entirely, a cornered animal, perhaps. Or other travelers stumbling into this hidden place. From his vantage point on the rooftop above, Rafe remained utterly still, a study in coiled tension. His rifle was shouldered, sights aimed towards the rear of the ruins, deeper into the shadowed recesses of the great alcove. His downward gesture towards the canyon floor had been clear. Stay down. Stay alert to threats from below. But his primary focus was elsewhere. Whatever he'd seen or heard, it wasn't coming from the direction they'd entered. Lily pressed herself tighter against the wall, her gaze darting between the silent canyon floor visible through the gaps in the ruins, and the unseen area Rafe watched so intently. The juxtaposition was unnerving, the vast, sunlit emptiness below. The shadowed, unknown threat potentially lurking just feet away within the ancient complex. Time stretched thin, each second measured by the frantic pulse in her temples. Silence felt unnatural, pregnant with imminent violence. She could almost taste the metallic tang of fear in the back of her throat, mingling with the dry dust of centuries. Then, a faint sound reached her, barely audible above the wind's whisper. A scuffling noise, followed by a low, guttural grunt. Not human. Relief washed over her in a dizzying wave, so potent it almost buckled her knees. An animal, probably just a coyote or a ringtail cat exploring the shadowed corners, startled by their intrusion. She saw Rafe relax almost imperceptibly, the rigid line of his shoulders easing slightly, though he didn't lower his rifle immediately. He scanned the area once more, then slowly, cautiously, lowered the weapon. He glanced down at her, his expression unreadable in the shifting shadows, and gave a single, sharp shake of his head, confirming the threat had passed, or was never what they feared. He disappeared from the rooftop, and a moment later reappeared on the ledge below, dropping lightly to the plaza floor near her. He moved with his characteristic quiet grace, rifle held loosely at his side. "Just a badger," he said, his voice low, though the tension still vibrated beneath the surface. "Big one. More startled than us, I reckon." He holstered his own revolver, which Lily hadn't even realized he'd drawn. "Still, pays to be cautious. Place like this feels like it holds its breath." Lily nodded, slowly lowering her Colt, her hand trembling slightly in reaction. She slid the gun back into its holster, the action feeling clumsy after the adrenaline surge. "It does feel watchful," she agreed, her voice barely a whisper. The incident, though minor, had shattered the fragile peace she'd found in sketching the ruins, thrusting them brutally back into the reality of their precarious situation. Rafe's gaze fell on the wall behind her, lingering on the crude carvings. J. Stone. R.C., his expression tightened almost imperceptibly, a flicker of some old pain, or perhaps anger, crossing his features before being quickly masked. He didn't comment on them, didn't acknowledge their significance, but Lily knew he'd seen them, knew he understood their implication. His silence felt deliberate, a closing off, a reinforcing of the wall he'd briefly lowered by the campfire. He turned away, scanning the canyon again. "We stayed too long. Sun's high. Need to move." His tone was abrupt, businesslike, dismissing the ruins, the shared moment of vulnerability, the ghost of the past etched into the rock. Lily felt a prickle of resentment. He could share his carefully edited story of betrayal, elicit her sympathy, but the tangible evidence of his past with Stone, the initials hinting at a name he hadn't shared that was off limits, locked away behind his guarded facade, the C. What did it stand for? Caleb, Charles, Cole. Why the secrecy? Was it simply part of the caution born of years on the run, or was there more to it? The doubt, planted by the carving, began to take root, twisting around the fragile empathy she'd begun to feel. She didn't challenge him. Pushing him now, while the tension was still humming between them, felt unwise, potentially dangerous. She gathered her sketchbook, her hands not quite steady, acutely aware of his restless energy, his sudden impatience to be gone from this place that held too many memories, too many secrets. The climb back down to the horses was accomplished in silence. the earlier sense of shared reliance replaced by a renewed distance. Back on the canyon floor, the heat seemed more oppressive, the air thicker. They mounted quickly, Rafe taking point again, pushing his bay horse into a steady trot, eager to leave the shadowed canyon of the ruins behind. As they emerged from the narrow fork back into the wider canyon, and then further on, out onto more open, rolling country under the vast, pale sky, the landscape changed. The towering rock walls gave way to lower, wind-swept ridges and broad, undulating plains, sparsely covered with sagebrush and hardy grasses. The wind picked up, no longer whispering through confined spaces, but sweeping across the open land, carrying dust and the scent of dry earth. And with the wind came the dust devils. Small whirlwinds would suddenly spring to life in the distance, columns of dust dancing and spinning capriciously across the plains before dissolving as quickly as they appeared. They were mesmerizing, almost hypnotic, symbols of the chaotic, untamed energy of this land. Lily watched them, feeling a strange resonance. They seemed to mirror the swirling confusion in her own mind, the doubts twisting and turning around the figure of the man riding ahead of her. Who was Rafe, really? Was he the wronged man seeking righteous vengeance, the reluctant protector she'd glimpsed? Or was the R.C. carved beside Stone's name a clue to a darker, more complicated past than he'd admitted? Had his break with Stone been as clean-cut as he claimed? Bounty hunters often walked a fine line between law and lawlessness. Could Rafe himself have crossed that line? Was his pursuit of Stone driven by more than just stolen money and a ruined name? She watched his back, the set of his shoulders, the way he rode with that innate, watchful stillness. He seemed so self-contained, so certain in his movements, yet she now sensed fissures beneath the surface, hidden depths he kept fiercely guarded. Every shared silence now felt laden with unspoken questions. Every glance held a potential double meaning. The fragile connection forged by the campfire felt tenuous, threatened by the dust devils of doubt swirling within her. They stopped late in the afternoon to water the horses at a muddy, reed-choked seep Rafe found hidden in a shallow depression. While the horses drank eagerly, Lily knelt beside the murky water, soaking her bandana to wipe the dust and sweat from her face. The water was alkaline, tasting faintly bitter but cool. Rafe stood nearby, scanning the horizon, his rifle held loosely in the crook of his arm. He seemed tireless, his energy fueled by that relentless inner drive. Lily watched him, the questions swirling. She opened her mouth, intending to ask, to confront him about the initials, but the words wouldn't come. Fear held her back, fear of his reaction, fear of shattering the necessary alliance, fear of knowing the truth if it turned out to be worse than her suspicions. He must have sensed her gaze, or perhaps the intensity of her thoughts, because he turned, his pale eyes meeting hers. "Something wrong, Miss Sinclair?" His voice was neutral, but his eyes were sharp, probing. "No," she lied, looking away quickly, focusing on rinsing her bandana. "Just tired. The heat." He didn't press her, but she felt his gaze linger for a moment longer before he turned back to scan the horizon. The moment passed, the question unasked, the doubt solidifying into a knot in her stomach. They rode on as the afternoon wore down, the sun beginning its descent towards the western horizon, painting the sky in harsh strokes of orange and red. The land remained open, exposed, offering little cover. Rafe pushed the pace, wanting to find a more defensible spot to camp before full darkness fell. Stone's tracks were still visible, leading relentlessly westward, but they seemed fresher now, too fresh, as if he had slowed, or perhaps even waited, knowing they were closing the distance. Rafe pointed towards a low, rocky ridge shimmering in the distance, perhaps 5 miles away. "Aim for that. Might offer some cover for the night." As they urged the weary horses forward, another dust devil sprang up, closer this time, a tall, spinning column of sand and debris moving erratically across their path. It wasn't large enough to be truly dangerous, but it obscured the view for a moment. a swirling curtain of chaos against the backdrop of the setting sun. And through the dust, Lily thought she saw it a flicker of movement on the distant ridge they were heading towards. A glint of sunlight off metal. A horseman briefly silhouetted against the sky before disappearing behind the crest. It was impossible to be sure, the image distorted by the swirling dust and the failing light, as ephemeral and uncertain as the dust devil itself. She opened her mouth to call out to Rafe, to point, but hesitated. Was it just her eyes playing tricks, a mirage born of fatigue and fear? Or was it Stone, waiting for them on the ridge, having finally chosen his ground? Or worse, was it someone else entirely? The uncertainty paralyzed her for a crucial second. By the time the dust devil dissolved and her view was clear again, the ridge was empty, stark against the blood-orange sky. There was no sign of movement. Nothing. Had she imagined it? Or had someone been there, watching them? The doubt settled heavily upon her, cold and sharp. She glanced at Rafe. He rode on, seemingly oblivious, his focus fixed on the ridge ahead. Had he seen it too? Or was she alone in her uncertainty, her fear? The alliance felt thinner than ever, stretched taut by secrets, by the ghosts of the past carved in rock, and by the swirling dust devils of doubt that danced both on the plains and within her own heart. The ridge ahead no longer looked like a potential sanctuary, but like a place of reckoning, holding unknown dangers. And the man riding towards it beside her felt increasingly like an enigma, his true intentions as obscured as a figure glimpsed through a storm of dust. The lines she sought to draw felt hopelessly tangled, the path ahead lost in shadow and suspicion. Chapter 8. Under a witness moon. The ride towards the distant ridge felt interminable, each hoofbeat echoing the frantic thrumming in Lily's chest. Dusk bled rapidly into true darkness, the sky shifting from bruised orange to deep violet, then to an inky blackness pricked by the first stars. The land grew indistinct around them, shapes melting into deeper shadows, making the low ridge ahead seem both closer and more menacing. Lily couldn't shake the image real or imagined of that fleeting figure silhouetted against the dying light. Had it been Stone watching their approach, anticipating their destination, or a trick of the light, a phantom conjured by her own fear and exhaustion? She glanced sideways at Rafe. He rode steadily onward, his posture alert, his gaze fixed on the crest line ahead, now barely visible against the darkening sky. Did he suspect anything? Had he seen something too? Or was his vigilance simply the ingrained habit of a man constantly hunted or hunting? His profile was stark, unreadable, offering no clue to his thoughts. The silence stretched between them, no longer companionable or even merely wary, but thick with unspoken suspicion, with the weight of Lily's unresolved doubts. Telling him what she thought she'd saw felt perilous, admitting a potential mistake, revealing a lapse in her own observation, or worse, provoking a reaction she couldn't predict. Keeping silent felt equally dangerous, like withholding a vital piece of information that could affect both their survivals. The dilemma churned within her, mirroring the swirling dust devil that had obscured her view. Everything felt uncertain, treacherous: the landscape, the pursuit, the man riding beside her. The initials carved in rock RC felt branded onto her mind. Rafe, RC Jedediah Stone. A shared past deeper and perhaps darker than Rafe had admitted. What else was he hiding behind those guarded, pale eyes? As they drew nearer the base of the ridge, a pale luminescence began to bloom on the eastern horizon. The moon, nearly full, was rising, preparing to bathe the landscape in its stark, revealing light. Rafe slowed his pace, signaling for Lily to do the same. He dismounted, his movements fluid and silent, pulling his rifle from its scabbard. "Wait here," he murmured, his voice barely disturbing the stillness. "Let me scout ahead, see what the high ground looks like." He didn't wait for acknowledgement, melting into the shadows at the base of the slope, moving upwards with a speed and stealth that spoke volumes of his experience. Lily remained mounted, holding Apollo still, her own hand resting on the colt at her hip. She strained her ears, listening for any sound from the slope above a dislodged stone. A snapped twig, anything to indicate Rafe's progress, or the presence of another. Nothing. Only the whisper of the night wind and the frantic thumping of her own heart. The rising moon cast long, distorted shadows, turning familiar shapes of rock and brush into lurking figures. The feeling of being watched intensified, prickling the back of her neck. Was the watcher from the ridge still there, hidden amongst the rocks, observing Rafe's ascent? Minutes stretched into an eternity. The moon climbed higher, silvering the crest of the ridge, etching the landscape in sharp contrasts of light and shadow. It was beautiful, breathtakingly so, the vast sweep of the land under the immense star-dusted sky, illuminated by that cold, ethereal glow. But the beauty was deceptive, offering no comfort, only exposure. Hiding would be difficult tonight, for them and for anyone else lurking nearby. Finally, a low whistle, barely audible, drifted down from the ridge crest. Rafe's signal. All clear, or as clear as it could be. Lily let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, and nudged Apollo forward, picking her way carefully up the rocky slope towards the summit. Rafe waited for her just below the crest, partially concealed by a cluster of large boulders. He took Apollo's reins as she dismounted stiffly. "Found a spot," he said quietly, nodding towards a shallow depression amongst the rocks, just back from the exposed brow of the ridge. "Offers some cover from the wind, and decent sight lines down both slopes. Not perfect, but best we'll find before full dark." He led the horses into the depression, tethering them securely where they were shielded from view. The space was small, barely large enough for their bedrolls and the horses. Rocks formed natural walls on three sides, offering a measure of protection. But the side facing the vast moonlit plains remained open, exposed. "No fire tonight," Rafe stated, his voice firm. "Moon's too bright. We'd be a beacon for miles." Lily nodded silently. The thought of coffee, of warmth, was appealing, but the risk was undeniable, especially after her potential sighting. They unpacked their bedrolls and scant supplies in near silence. The only sounds, the rustle of canvas, the soft jingle of harness, and the occasional nervous snort from one of the horses. The moonlight flooded their small enclosure, casting everything in stark monochrome, leaching the warmth from the air, enhancing the sense of vulnerability. They ate a cold, unsatisfying meal, more jerky, more hardtack, sitting with their backs against the rocks, facing outwards, scanning the moon-drenched landscape spread below them. The silence pressed in, amplifying Lily's swirling thoughts. The ridge felt unnervingly exposed under the brilliant eye of the moon. Every rock, every bush seemed sharply defined, yet the shadows pooled deep and black, capable of hiding anything. She watched Rafe. He ate slowly, methodically, his gaze constantly sweeping the terrain, his attention absolute. Even in repose, there was a coiled energy about him, a readiness that never fully dissipated. The moonlight carved his face into sharp planes and deep hollows, emphasizing the harsh lines etched by sun and hardship, the weary set of his mouth, the guarded intensity in his pale eyes. The scar at his temple gleamed faintly, a silvery track under the moon's cold gaze. He looked dangerous, solitary, a man shaped by the unforgiving land he traversed, and by the secrets he carried. The initials burned in her mind. R.C., should she ask, break the tense silence, demand an explanation? What right did she have, really? He was a stranger, an unwilling protector bound to her only by circumstance and the threat of a common enemy. Yet they had shared moments, the campfire confessions, the climb to the ruins, the shared shock of the prospector's death. A fragile intimacy had flickered, built on shared peril. Could it withstand the weight of her suspicion? She took a deep breath, the cold night air sharp in her lungs. "Rafe," she began, her voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. He turned his head slowly, his eyes fixing on her, instantly alert, questioning. Lily hesitated, the direct question dying on her lips. She couldn't force it out. Instead, she asked something else, something that had been hovering at the edge of her thoughts since the ruins. The carvings, back at the cliff dwellings. J. Stone and R.C., was that you? Rafe's expression didn't change, but a subtle tension entered his stillness. He didn't answer immediately, turning his gaze back towards the moonlit plains, as if weighing his response. The silence stretched, taut as a bowstring. Lily held her breath, regretting the question, yet needing the answer. Maybe, he said finally, his voice low and rough, non-committal. He picked up a small stone, turning it over and over in his fingers. People carve things. Names, dates, don't always mean much. It wasn't a denial, but it wasn't an admission either. It was an evasion, a deliberate closing off. He was refusing to be drawn, reinforcing the boundary between them. Disappointment mingled with frustration within Lily. He wouldn't trust her, not even with a piece of his name. A fragile connection frayed further, weakened by his secrecy. And the figure? She blurted out, the words tumbling out before she could stop them, driven by the need to fill the tense silence, to gauge his reaction to something else. On the ridge, just before sunset, through the dust devil, did you see anyone? This time, his reaction was immediate. His head snapped back towards her, his eyes narrowed, sharp and piercing in the moonlight. You saw someone? I thought I did, Lily stammered, flustered by his intensity. Just a glimpse. A shape, maybe a glint of metal. Could have been nothing. The light, the dust, Rafe swore softly, vehemently under his breath. He scanned the ridge crest above them, then the surrounding slopes, his body instantly returning to that state of high alert. Why the hell didn't you say something sooner? He demanded, his voice a low, angry growl. I wasn't sure, Lily defended herself, stung by his tone. It was so quick, distorted. I didn't want to raise a false alarm. In this country, assume every shadow holds a gun until proven otherwise. Rafe snapped, his gaze still sweeping the rocks around them, especially when Stone's involved. He could have been watching us walk right into this. He rose silently, moving towards the edge of their depression, peering intently into the deep shadows amongst the rocks higher up the ridge. Lily felt a flush of shame, mixed with resentment at his harshness. He was right, of course. She should have spoken up immediately, regardless of her uncertainty. Her hesitation could have put them both in greater danger. Yet, his reaction, his instant assumption of threat, only deepened her unease. Was his fear solely focused on Stone? Or was there something else, something related to his hidden past, that made him so instantly wary? He returned after a moment, shaking his head. See nothing now. Don't mean he ain't there. He settled back down, but the wary stillness had been replaced by a palpable tension. The air crackled with it. First watch is mine, he stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Get some sleep. And next time you think you see something, you damn well say so. He turned away from her then, positioning himself with his back against the rocks, rifle across his knees, facing outwards towards the vast, silent plains, a solitary figure under the immense, watchful eye of the moon. He offered no further explanation, no apology for his harshness, retreating once more behind his wall of silence. Lily huddled deeper into her bedroll, pulling the thin blanket tighter around her shoulders, though the chill she felt wasn't entirely from the night air. The moon seemed brighter now, colder, its light stripping away any illusion of safety, revealing the starkness of their isolation, the fragility of their alliance. Rafe's reaction, his anger, felt disproportionate, feeding her doubts. Was he truly just being cautious? Or was he hiding something, deflecting her questions with anger? Sleep felt impossible. Her mind raced, replaying the conversation, Rafe's evasiveness about the initials, his sharp reaction to her potential sighting. The image of the figure on the ridge haunted her, merging with the shadows pooling amongst the rocks around their camp. Was Stone out there, watching them even now, savoring their fear, waiting for the right moment? Or was the greatest danger closer, sitting mere feet away, a man driven by vengeance, haunted by a past he refused to reveal, his true name and intentions hidden like secrets carved in stone. She lay awake for a long time, listening to the profound silence of the night, broken only by the soft breathing of the horses and the distant, mournful cry of a coyote calling to the indifferent moon. The moon itself seemed like a silent witness, illuminating the harsh beauty of the land while simultaneously highlighting their vulnerability, casting long shadows filled with doubt and unseen threats. Under its cold, unwavering gaze, Lily felt utterly alone, adrift in a sea of uncertainty, the lines of her carefully drawn world blurring into the dangerous, unpredictable contours of the Wild West and the even wilder terrain of the human heart. The night stretched ahead, long and fraught with peril, holding promises of neither rest nor revelation, only the cold, hard reality of survival under a witness moon. Chapter 9. The Bounty Hunter's Burden. The moon hung high and mercilessly bright, a cold silver disk pasted onto the vast, indifferent canvas of the night sky. It leached the color from the world, rendering the landscape in stark shades of gray, silver, and impenetrable black. Rafe sat with his back pressed against the unyielding rock, the cold seeping through his worn duster even where the wool blanket was doubled beneath him. His rifle lay heavy across his lap, its blued steel gleaming faintly in the lunar glare. His senses were stretched taut, every nerve ending alive to the subtle language of the night. He scanned the moon-drenched plains below, then the shadowed slopes leading up to their precarious perch on the ridge, then the jumbled rocks and deeper darkness behind them. His eyes, accustomed to piercing the gloom, missed nothing. The sway of wind-stirred sagebrush that wasn't quite right, the too sharp silhouette of a distant rock formation, the utter stillness in a patch of shadow where insects should have been chirping. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was watchful, waiting. Damn the woman. Damn her uncertainty, her hesitation. Thought she saw something. In this country, you didn't have the luxury of thought when instinct screamed danger. You reacted. Her city-bred caution, her academic focus on lines and measurements, was a liability out here, a danger as potent as Stone himself. He'd snapped at her, harsh words fueled by the sudden jolt of fear, not just for himself, but for the complication she represented. He regretted the harshness, maybe. A little. But fear could keep you alive, and she needed a healthy dose of it, assuming his anger hadn't just driven her further into herself, made her less likely to speak up next time. He shifted slightly, the movement, careful, economical. The cold was sinking into his bones tonight, a deep, persistent ache that had little to do with the temperature. It was the cold of too many years on the run, too many nights spent sleeping under hostile stars, too many days tracking men who deserved hunting, and sometimes men whose crimes were less clear-cut than the warrants claimed. It was the cold of isolation, of a life lived perpetually on the edge, trusting no one, belonging nowhere. His gaze drifted towards the huddled shape cocooned in a bedroll a few feet away, Lily Sinclair, the Mapmaker. She slept fitfully, murmuring occasionally, her face pale and strained in the moonlight, even in sleep. An unlikely traveler in this savage land. Soft hands, despite the calluses she was earning. Eyes that held intelligence and a surprising fire, but also a vulnerability that grated on his nerves because it demanded something he couldn't afford to give reassurance, protection beyond the pragmatic necessity of keeping her alive until their paths diverged. Her question about the initials still hung in the air between them, unspoken but palpable. R.C., he hadn't used that name in gods. How long? 15 years? More? It felt like another lifetime belonging to another man. A younger man, full of foolish hope, who believed in partnerships, in futures built on sweat and honest work. A man named Rafe Callahan. The name felt like ash in his mouth now, buried under layers of aliases, lies, and the hard crust of survival. Jedediah Stone hadn't just stolen his money. He'd stolen Rafe Callahan's life. forced him into the shadows, turning him into this nameless, rootless hunter. Just Rafe. It was safer that way. Fewer ties, less to lose, less for men like Stone to use against him. He ran a hand unconsciously over the scar at his temple. A reminder. Not from Stone directly, not that time. From the brawl in a dusty border town saloon when the sheriff's deputy, acting on Stone's lies, had tried to take him in for that payroll robbery. He'd fought his way out, but not cleanly. He'd left a man injured. Maybe worse, he'd never known for sure. And ridden into the wilderness with a price on his head. Callahan's name forever tainted. That was the start of it. The beginning of the long slide into the life he lived now. The bounty on Stone was just one marker on a long, bloody trail of debts owed and collected. The burden. It wasn't just the weight of the rifle, the saddlebags filled with meager supplies, the constant vigilance. It was the weight of the past, the ghosts that rode with him, the prospectors back in the canyon, their faces, blank-eyed, staring up at the indifferent sky, were just the latest additions. He'd seen too much death, dealt too much violence himself in the pursuit of his bounties. Sometimes, staring into the eyes of a cornered man, he saw a flicker of his own desperation, his own hunted past. It was a dangerous empathy, one he couldn't afford. He hunted men like Stone, because they left wreckage in their wake, because the world was marginally better without them preying on the weak or the unwary. That's what he told himself. But sometimes, in the dead quiet of nights like this, under a moon that seemed to strip away all pretense, he wondered if he was just trading one kind of violence for another, perpetuating the cycle, becoming the very thing he hunted. He forced the thoughts away, focusing back on the landscape. Self-pity was another luxury he couldn't afford. Survival demanded focus, clarity. Stone was out there. The tracks didn't lie. And Lily's sighting. He couldn't dismiss it. He scanned the ridge crest again. His eyes narrowed, searching the intricate patterns of rock and shadow. If Stone had been up there, watching them approach, he'd likely moved on, seeking a better position for an ambush further along their route. Had he left something behind? A sign? A warning? Rising silently, Rafe moved like smoke towards the crest, staying low, using the boulders for cover. He didn't go directly to the spot where Lily might have seen the figure, but circled around, approaching it from the flank, his senses hyper-alert. The moonlight was deceptive, creating illusions, but it also revealed details the darkness hid. He found them near the summit, tucked into a small depression almost invisible from below. Tracks, not his own, not Lily's. The distinct print of worn riding boots, heavier than his own. And beside them, the faint, telltale marks of a rifle butt rested on the rock. Someone had been here, recently, watching the approach, watching them. Anger coiled cold and tight in Rafe's gut. Stone. He'd been right there, playing with them, letting them walk right under his observation post. The casual arrogance of it was infuriating, terrifying. Stone knew they were coming, knew Rafe was tracking him. This wasn't just flight anymore. It was a calculated game, and Stone was setting the rules. Rafe knelt, examining the tracks more closely in the stark moonlight. Stone hadn't lingered. The prints led away, back down the far side of the ridge, heading west, continuing the path they'd been following. He hadn't laid a trap here. Not yet. He was drawing them on, deeper into territory he likely knew better than Rafe did. Why? What was he planning? The bounty hunter's burden wasn't just the past. It was the constant, exhausting calculation of the future, anticipating the moves of desperate, dangerous men. It was knowing that one mistake, one lapse in vigilance, one moment of trusting the wrong person, or not trusting the right one, soon enough, could be fatal. Lily's hesitation suddenly seemed less like carelessness and more like a symptom of the uncertainty Stone deliberately fostered. He wasn't just aiming bullets. He was aiming fear, doubt, trying to drive a wedge between them. Rafe looked back towards their camp. towards Lily's sleeping form. She was a complication, yes. An amateur caught in a deadly professional game. But she was also observant. She'd seen something, even if she hadn't trusted her own eyes. And her presence, her vulnerability, might be the one unpredictable element in Stone's calculations. He might see her as leverage, or as an obstacle to be removed. Either way, her fate was now inextricably tangled with his own. He returned to the camp as silently as he'd left, the knowledge of Stone's proximity settling like ice in his veins. He took up his position again, the rifle feeling heavier now, the night seeming colder. He had confirmed the danger, but confirmation brought no comfort, only a sharper edge to his vigilance. Time crawled. The moon arced slowly across the sky, its light shifting, altering the shadows, demanding constant reevaluation of the terrain. Rafe fought against the encroaching weariness, forcing his eyes open, sipping sparingly from his canteen, chewing on a piece of jerky not for hunger but to stay alert. His mind raced, sifting through possibilities, planning contingencies. Where would Stone make his stand? What traps might he lay? How could Rafe protect the woman without compromising his pursuit, without getting them both killed? He thought about the initials again. R.C., maybe he should tell her. Tell her the name Stone had stolen. Tell her the full depth of the betrayal. Would it bridge the gap between them, foster the trust they desperately needed? Or would it just confirm her fears, reveal him as damaged goods, a man running from his own ghosts as much as he was hunting Stone? He didn't know. Trust was a foreign currency in his world, easily counterfeited, rarely genuine. He'd trusted Stone once, implicitly, like a brother. Look where that had led. The moon began its slow descent towards the western horizon. The coldest hour, just before dawn, was approaching. Rafe felt the exhaustion deepening, pulling at him like an undertow. He knew he needed rest, knew Lily needed to take her watch, but the thought of relinquishing vigilance, even for a few hours, felt reckless now, knowing Stone had been so close, knowing he was playing games. He looked at Lily again. She had shifted in her sleep, one hand flung out from under the blanket, fingers curled slightly. In the moonlight, stripped of her daytime resolve, she looked young, almost fragile. Not helpless, he reminded himself. She had nerve, that Mapmaker, but undeniably out of her depth, thrown into his world, the world of shadows and violence he inhabited. It wasn't fair. None of it was fair, but fairness had little purchase out here. The burden settled heavier on his shoulders. It wasn't just his own past, his own quest for vengeance. It was her presence, her unintended involvement, the responsibility he felt, however reluctantly, for her safety. It complicated everything, raised the stakes, made the path ahead even more treacherous. He was a hunter, accustomed to working alone, relying only on himself. Now there was another life tied to his, a life he had to factor into every calculation, every risk. It was a weight he hadn't asked for, a vulnerability he couldn't afford, yet one he couldn't ignore. He let out a long, slow breath, the air misting faintly in the cold. Dawn wasn't far off. Soon they would have to move, pick up Stone's trail again, follow him deeper into the unknown, towards whatever confrontation awaited them. He would let Lily sleep a little longer, take the burden of the watch himself for a while more. It was a small thing, perhaps, but it felt necessary. Under the cold, witness moon, the bounty hunter shouldered his complex burden, the ghosts of his past, the shadow of his quarry, and the unexpected weight of another's life, and waited for the dawn, knowing the most dangerous miles were likely still ahead. Chapter 10, Where Danger Rides Close. Dawn arrived not with gentle promise, but as a slow, inevitable reveal. The moonlight faded, replaced by a thin gray luminescence that crept over the eastern horizon, sharpening the edges of the rocks, leaching the mystery from the shadows, only to replace it with stark, unforgiving clarity. Lily woke with a start, unsure if she had truly slept or merely drifted in a state of hyper-aware exhaustion. Her body ached, cold and stiff, and the first thing she saw was Rafe, exactly where he'd been hours before, back against the rock, rifle across his knees, his gaze fixed on the awakening landscape. He hadn't moved, seemingly carved from the same stone that sheltered them, a sentinel bearing the weight of the night's vigilance. He turned his head as she stirred, his pale eyes assessing her in the flat gray light. They held no warmth, only a weary alertness and perhaps the lingering embers of last night's anger, or maybe just profound fatigue. "Time to move," he said, his voice a low rasp, devoid of inflection. The tension from the previous night remained, a palpable thing hanging in the cold air between them. His harsh words, her frightened hesitation, his evasion about the initials. It all lay unspoken, an uncomfortable sediment beneath the surface of their necessary alliance. Lily pushed herself up, shaking out her blanket, avoiding his gaze. Shame still prickled at her for not speaking up about the sighting immediately. Yet resentment simmered too, at his secrecy, his refusal to offer even a sliver of trust. They broke camp with swift, practiced motions, the silence broken only by the sounds of packing, the rustle of canvas, the clink of the coffee pot being stowed unused, the soft snorts and shuffles of the horses. There was no talk of breakfast, no pause for coffee. The urgency to be gone from this exposed ridge, to pick up Stone's trail while it was fresh, was a silent, shared imperative. Leading the horses, they picked their way carefully down the treacherous western slope of the ridge as the sun finally broke free, spilling weak, watery light across the vast, empty plains. Down on the flats, Rafe immediately located the tracks he'd found near the summit during the night Stone's tracks, heading determinedly west. They were sharp-edged, clear in the damp soil, still holding the night's dew. He hadn't passed long ago, hours, perhaps less. Danger felt suddenly acutely close, a tangible presence breathing down their necks. Rafe didn't comment, merely swung into his saddle, his gaze already fixed on the horizon, scanning the seemingly endless expanse. Lily mounted Apollo, her own eyes sweeping the terrain, trying to emulate Rafe's vigilance, trying to see beyond the deceptive emptiness. The land stretched before them, a rolling tapestry of dun-colored grasses, skeletal sagebrush, and heat-shimmering distance. It was country that offered little cover, miles of exposure under a sky that promised a day of relentless heat. They rode hard, pushing the horses at a steady, ground-eating trot that jarred Lily's already aching muscles. The parallel formation they'd adopted earlier felt different today. The distance between them seemed charged, Rafe riding point not just as a scout, but as a shield, his body held in a state of readiness that transmitted itself to Lily like an electrical current. She kept her hand close to her coat, her gaze constantly flicking from Rafe to the surrounding terrain, searching for any anomaly, any flicker of movement that didn't belong. The memory of that fleeting figure on the ridge, now confirmed as stone, lent a terrifying reality to every distant rock formation, every shadowy depression. The sun climbed higher, beating down with vicious intensity. Dust rose in choking clouds from the horses' hooves, coating everything in a fine, gritty film, making Lily's throat raw, her eyes burn. The air grew thick with heat, shimmering in waves that distorted the distance, making the landscape swim before her eyes. Sweat plastered her shirt to her back, trickled down her temples beneath her hat. Apollo tossed his head, snorting irritably, his coat darkening with sweat. Beside her, or rather 50 yards ahead and slightly to her right, Rafe rode seemingly unaffected by the brutal conditions. He moved with the tireless rhythm of a man long accustomed to hardship, his focus unwavering. Yet Lily noticed subtle signs of the strain, the way he occasionally shifted his weight, the tightness around his mouth, the almost imperceptible slump in his shoulders when he thought she wasn't looking. The burden he carried wasn't just metaphorical. Mid-morning, Rafe signaled a brief halt near a meager cluster of rocks that offered a sliver of shade. He dismounted, not to rest, but to study the ground again. Lily slid from Apollo's back, grateful for the chance to stretch her legs, though the heat radiating from the earth felt almost as intense as the direct sun. "He's close," Rafe said, his voice low, directed more towards the tracks than at her. He pointed to a disturbance in the dust beside a clear hoof print. "Stopped here. Not long ago. Maybe watched his back trail." He straightened up, his eyes scanning the way they had come, then sweeping forward again. "He knows we're right behind him." The confirmation sent a fresh wave of cold dread through Lily. Despite the suffocating heat, Stone wasn't just fleeing. He was aware, measuring their progress, perhaps even enjoying the chase, drawing them further into his game. Where was he leading them? Towards an ambush, towards territory where he held the advantage. Rafe seemed to sense her fear. He turned, his gaze unexpectedly direct. "Keep your water," he said gruffly, nodding towards her canteen. "Sip it, don't gulp. Might be a long way to the next reliable source. And watch your horse. Know his signs. He'll likely sense trouble before you do." The advice was practical, curt, delivered without inflection, yet it felt like a small concession, an acknowledgement of their shared peril, perhaps even a fragment of the responsibility he felt. Lily nodded, grateful for the practical focus amidst the swirling fear. "Apollo seems edgy," she admitted, glancing at the buckskin, who stood with ears pricked forward, nostrils flaring slightly, his gaze fixed on the western horizon. Rafe looked at the horse, then back at the trail ahead. "He smells something," he confirmed. "Or feels it. We push on, but slower now, eyes open." They remounted, the pace easing slightly, shifting from a hard trot to a watchful walk. The terrain began to change subtly, the open plains giving way to more broken country, shallow ravines cutting through the land, low mesas rising like islands in the dusty sea. More places to hide, more places to lay a trap. Silence stretched, broken only by the plod of hooves and the incessant whine of the wind. Lily found herself watching Rafe even more intently, noticing the small things, the way his hand hovered near his gun, the constant, minute adjustments of his gaze, the almost imperceptible tension in his jaw. He was a coiled spring, ready to react instantly to the slightest provocation. Was his skill, his readiness, enough? Enough to counter Stone's cunning? Enough to protect them both? The doubt lingered, a persistent counterpoint to her necessary reliance on him. Suddenly, Rafe reined in sharply, his body going rigid. He stared intently towards a shallow draw opening to their left, partially obscured by a thick stand of greasewood. Lily followed his gaze, her heart leaping into her throat. At first, she saw nothing, then a flicker of movement within the shadows of the brush, not Stone, something smaller. Rafe relaxed fractionally, letting out a slow breath. "Dear," he murmured, though he didn't lower his guard completely. A small doe emerged cautiously from the draw, took one look at them, and bounded away with effortless grace, its white tail flashing before it disappeared over a rise. The incident, though harmless, left Lily's nerves frayed, her hands trembling slightly. The constant state of alert was exhausting, eroding her resolve. How long could they keep this up? How long until Stone decided to end the chase? They continued onward, the sun reaching its zenith, beating down with merciless force. The heat was a physical presence, pressing in, making thought difficult, amplifying the sense of dread. They found more signs of Stone's passage, a discarded cigarette butt, still relatively fresh. The clear print of his boot where he'd dismounted near a rocky outcrop, likely to scan his back trail again. He was playing with them, staying just out of sight, letting them know he was aware, controlling the pace, dictating the terms of the pursuit. Late in the afternoon, as they navigated a narrow defile between two crumbling sandstone mesas, Rafe suddenly pulled his horse up short, raising a hand for silence. He leaned forward, listening intently, his head cocked. Lily held her breath, straining her ears. At first, she heard nothing but the wind whistling around the rocks. Then, faint but unmistakable, carried on a downwind gust, came the sound. A horse whickering. Not Apollo, not Rafe's bay. Another horse, somewhere close, hidden from view further up the defile. Rafe's reaction was instantaneous. He swung down from his saddle, pulling his rifle free in one fluid motion. He gestured urgently for Lily to dismount and take cover behind a large boulder near the canyon wall. "Stay down," he whispered, his voice tight with deadly seriousness. "Don't make a sound." Lily scrambled behind the rock, pulling Apollo with her, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst from her chest. She fumbled for her Colt, the cold steel a scant comfort against the overwhelming surge of fear. This was it. The game was over. Stone was here, waiting. Rafe moved forward, silent as a shadow, using the rocks and bends in the narrow passage for cover. He didn't advance far, perhaps 20 yards, before stopping behind another large outcrop, peering cautiously around its edge. Lily watched him, mesmerized by his deadly focus, his absolute concentration. He remained frozen there for what felt like an eternity, listening, observing. Then he slowly eased back, retreating towards her position with the same unnerving silence. His face was grim, his eyes hard as chips of ice. "Campfire," he breathed, kneeling beside her behind the boulder, just around the next bend, still smoldering. And horses, 3, maybe 4 of them, hidden in a side drawer just beyond it. He paused, his gaze locking with hers. "He ain't alone. Not alone." The words hit Lily like a physical blow. Stone had company. How many? Friends? Or other desperate men he'd fallen in with? The odds, already stacked against them, suddenly felt insurmountable. "He knew we'd follow him into this bottleneck," Rafe continued, his mind clearly working fast, assessing the tactical situation. "Laid up, waiting. Could be a simple ambush. Could be..." He trailed off, his expression darkening further. Before Lily could ask what he meant, another sound drifted down the defile, clearer this time. Not a horse. A man's voice raised in anger, followed by the sharp, unmistakable crack of a whip, then a choked cry of pain. Rafe swore, a vicious guttural sound. His eyes, when they met Lily's again, held a new, terrifying light, a mixture of cold fury and dawning horror. He knew, Lily realized with sickening certainty. He knew who Stone had with him. He knew who had cried out. The bounty hunter's burden had just become infinitely heavier, infinitely more personal, and the danger riding close now felt less like a pursuit and more like a descent into hell itself. The trap wasn't just an ambush. It was something far uglier. Chapter 11. Fork in the dusty road. The air in the defile turned instantly toxic. The sharp crack of the whip, followed by that choked, guttural cry of pain, wasn't just sound. It was a physical blow, sucking the breath from Lily's lungs, leaving behind the cold vacuum of horror. But it was Rafe's reaction that truly froze her blood. The weariness, the guarded caution, the simmering anger she'd sensed in him earlier, all vanished, consumed by a surge of something far more primal, far more terrifying. Fury, raw and incandescent, blazed in his pale eyes, turning them from winter sky to chips of glacial ice. His body, which had been tense but controlled, went rigid, every muscle bunched like tightly coiled rope. The hand gripping his rifle whitened at the knuckles, and a low sound, almost a growl, vibrated deep in his chest. It wasn't the calculated readiness of a hunter assessing prey. It was the instinctive reaction of a cornered wolf witnessing the torture of its own kin. He knew who had cried out. Lily saw it in the sudden, shocking clarity of his rage, in the way his face seemed to hollow out, leaving only stark bones and burning eyes. The carefully constructed walls around his past didn't just crack. They momentarily shattered, revealing the raw, agonized wound beneath. Whoever Stone held captive just around that bend wasn't merely an unfortunate stranger. They were connected to Rafe, deeply and personally. The initials carved in rock, RC, flickered in Lily's mind, tangled with the image of Stone and the sound of that whip. Was the captive somehow linked to that shared, broken past? Rafe shoved himself away from the rock, his movements jerky, uncontrolled for the first time since she'd met him. He took a step forward towards the bend, towards the sounds of violence, driven by pure, unthinking instinct. Lily reached out, grabbing his arm without thinking, her fingers digging into the tough canvas of his duster. "Rafe, no," she whispered urgently, her voice trembling. "You can't. Just—" He stopped, brought up short by her touch, her desperate plea. He looked down at her hand on his arm, then up at her face, his eyes wild, unfocused for a fraction of a second, before the hunter's discipline reasserted itself, banking the inferno behind a mask of cold, deadly intent. But the fire still burned, visible in the slight tremor running through his body, the rigid set of his jaw. "He has someone," Rafe gritted out, each word clipped precise, vibrating with suppressed violence. He didn't need to elaborate. The identity wasn't the point, the fact was. Stone wasn't just an outlaw now, he was a tormentor using calculated cruelty as a weapon. Another sound drifted down, coarse laughter, followed by Stone's voice, indistinct but carrying a mocking, taunting edge. Rafe flinched as if struck. He pulled his arm free from Lily's grasp, not roughly, but with a finality that spoke volumes. "How many?" Lily forced herself to ask, needing practical details to anchor herself against the tide of horror threatening to engulf her. "You said Stone wasn't alone." Rafe took a deep, ragged breath, forcing himself back from the precipice of blind rage, compelling the tracker, the tactician, to surface. He scanned the rock walls around them, the narrowness of the defile, the position of the hidden camp just ahead. "Heard at least 2 other voices besides Stone's," he said, his voice regaining some of its usual low rasp, though still laced with that dangerous edge. "Saw 4 horses, counting his roan and the 2 he likely took from those prospectors. Means 3, maybe 4 men in total, dug in, waiting. 4 against 2. In a narrow passage with little room to maneuver, against men who held the advantage of position and surprise, and who were clearly capable of extreme brutality. The odds weren't just bad, they were suicidal. "We can't go in there," Lily stated the obvious, her voice shaking slightly. "It's a death trap." "Can't stay here," Rafe countered grimly, his gaze already calculating angles, assessing possibilities. "They know this defile is the only easy way west for miles unless we backtrack half a day. They heard our horses earlier, same as we heard theirs. They know we're close. They might already be flanking us, coming up behind." He glanced back the way they'd come. His eyes narrowed. The silence behind them felt suddenly as threatening as the sounds ahead. "And we can't just leave?" Lily whispered the unthinkable thought, hating herself for it, even as the instinct for self-preservation screamed within her. Leave whoever was suffering at Stone's hands? Abandon Rafe to his likely doomed mission? Yet the alternative seemed like certain death. Rafe's head snapped towards her, his eyes blazing again, but this time with a cold contempt that cut deeper than his earlier anger. "Leave?" The word was incredulous, laced with disgust. He didn't need to say more. Leaving wasn't an option for him. Not now, not with that cry still echoing in the air. The debt Stone owed him had just compounded, hideously. He turned away from her, focusing on the terrain ahead, his mind working furiously. Lily watched him, torn between terror and a reluctant, burgeoning understanding. This wasn't just about vengeance for a 15-year-old betrayal anymore. This was immediate, visceral. Whoever Stone held, Rafe felt responsible. Perhaps it was loyalty, perhaps guilt from that tangled past she didn't know. But she saw the unbearable weight settle on him, the crushing burden of the bounty hunter forced to confront the human cost of the violence he inhabited. There might be another way, Rafe muttered, thinking aloud, his gaze fixed on the steep, crumbling sandstone wall to their right. A game trail. Saw signs of sheep back near the entrance. Might lead up and over the ridge. Could bypass the camp. Maybe come down on them from above or behind. Lily followed his gaze. The canyon wall looked impossibly steep, treacherous, barely offering purchase for anything less agile than a mountain goat. Climbing it would be slow, exposed, noisy if they dislodged loose rock. And what if Stone had anticipated that too? What if he had a man watching the high ground? "It's risky," she said quietly. "Staying here is riskier," Rafe shot back. "Going head on is suicide." He looked back towards the bend, his expression hardening. Going around. It's the only chance. Slim one. But it's all we've got. He met her eyes then, his gaze intense, demanding. If we can get above them, get the drop, maybe we can even the odds. Maybe. He didn't finish the sentence. Didn't voice the desperate hope underpinning the reckless plan. Maybe they could save the person Stone held. This was it. A fork in the dusty road. Not a literal divergence of paths, but a choice, stark and absolute. Path 1, retreat. Abandon Rafe, abandon the unknown captive. Try to save herself by backtracking through potentially hostile territory, carrying the guilt and the uncertainty forever. Path 2, follow Rafe. Embark on a near impossible climb. Risk discovery at any moment and face a desperate, likely fatal confrontation with Stone and his men. Driven by Rafe's consuming need for vengeance and rescue, her mind screamed caution. Self-preservation. Thomas Ashton's worried face flashed before her eyes. The memory of Philadelphia's safe, predictable streets, a stark contrast to this brutal reality. This wasn't her fight. Rafe's past, Stone's cruelty, the captive's fate. They were elements of a violent world she had only intended to observe, to map, not become entangled in. Fleeing was the logical choice, the sensible choice. But looking at Rafe's face, seeing the raw agony beneath the fury, the desperate resolve hardening his features. She couldn't do it. She couldn't leave him to face it alone. Not after the shared miles, the campfire confessions, the silent reliance that had grown between them despite the secrets and suspicions. Not after seeing the depth of the wound Stone had inflicted, a wound now ripped open anew. Her carefully drawn lines of logic blurred, overridden by an unexpected surge of empathy, of loyalty, perhaps even something more complex she didn't dare name. Her journey wasn't just about mapping the land anymore. It was about mapping her own boundaries, discovering her own capacity for courage, for commitment, even in the face of overwhelming fear. She took a steadying breath, the dusty air filling her lungs. Her hand tightened its grip on her coat. "All right, Rafe," she said, her voice surprisingly firm, cutting through the tension. "Show me the way up." Rafe stared at her for a long moment, surprise warring with grim acceptance in his eyes. He hadn't expected her to agree, she realized. He'd likely expected her to argue, to balk, perhaps even to flee, leaving him free to pursue his solitary, desperate path. Her decision seemed to throw him off balance for a second, adding another unpredictable variable to his already precarious calculations. Then he gave a single, sharp nod. The brief flicker of surprise vanished, replaced by intense focus. "We move fast. Keep low. Test every handhold, every foothold. Noise is death." He looked at the horses, then back at her. "We travel lighter. Take only water, ammunition, guns. Leave the packs, the bedrolls." He began unstrapping his own saddlebags, his movements quick, decisive. "The horses, we tether them back down the defile, out of sight. Hope they're still here when we get back." The implication was clear. They might not get back, or they might return to find their only means of escape gone. Stakes were absolute. Lily followed his lead, her hands moving automatically as she removed Apollo's saddlebags, her mind numbly accepting the grim reality. She checked the loads in her coat, slid extra cartridges into her pockets, took her canteen, left everything else, her maps, her instruments. Her connection to the person she had been before this violent journey began strapped to the saddle. All that mattered now was the next step, the next handhold, the man beside her, and the unknown horror waiting just around the bend. Rafe secured their horses in a dense thicket well back from the bend, murmuring something low to his bay before turning away without a backward glance. He led her to the base of the steep slope he'd indicated, finding the faint traces of the game trail, barely more than a series of scuffed ledges and worn patches on the rock face. He looked back at her one last time before starting the ascent, his pale eyes meeting hers in the harsh sunlight, filtering down into the defile. There was no reassurance in his gaze, no promise of success, only a shared understanding of the desperate gamble they were taking. "Stay right behind me," he said, his voice low and urgent. and God help us both. Then he turned and began to climb, moving upwards with a climber's instinct, testing each hold before committing his weight, disappearing into the treacherous matrix of rock and shadow. Lily took one last look back down the empty defile, then drew a deep breath and followed him up, leaving the relative safety of the known road for the perilous, unknown path above. The echo of a whip crack and a choked cry urging her onward into the heart of danger. The fork had been reached, the choice made. Now, only the climb remained. Chapter 12, Ghosts of the Guilty. The climb was brutal, a sheer test of nerve and endurance that stripped away everything but the immediate, agonizing present. The sandstone slope was steeper, more treacherous than it had appeared from below. Handholds crumbled unexpectedly. Loose scree shifted underfoot with alarming frequency, threatening to send them skittering back down into the defile, announcing their presence with a fatal cascade of noise. Lily's muscles screamed in protest. Her lungs burned. Her fingers grew raw and scraped from gripping the abrasive rock. Sweat stung her eyes, blurring her vision, mingling with the grime coating her face. Rafe moved ahead, relentlessly, finding a path where none seemed to exist. He climbed with a desperate, focused intensity, yet his movements remained economical, instinctively cautious. He tested each hold, distributed his weight with care, moving like the predator he was, adapting to the vertical terrain. Several times he paused on a narrow ledge, reaching back a hand to steady her, hauling her up over a particularly difficult section. His grip was like iron, impersonal yet vital, a lifeline in the dizzying exposure. Their shared struggle, the silent reliance, forged a bond more tangible than any words, a connection born of shared breathlessness, and the sheer will to survive this ascent. Lily forced herself to keep moving, putting one foot above the other, one hand reaching for the next hold, refusing to look down, refusing to think about the drop below or the danger waiting above. Her world narrowed to the patch of rock directly in front of her, the straining muscles in her arms and legs, the sound of her own ragged breathing, mingling with Rafe's harsher gasps just ahead. The mapmaker's analytical mind shut down, replaced by a primal instinct to simply keep climbing, keep pace with the man whose fate was now inextricably linked with hers. The sun beat down, reflecting off the rock face, amplifying the heat, making the sandstone almost too hot to touch. Dust filled her nostrils, coated her tongue. Her canteen, sloshing lightly against her hip, felt both reassuring and inadequate. Thirst clawed at her throat, but she followed Rafe's earlier advice, taking only tiny, infrequent sips. Higher they climbed, the defile floor shrinking below them, the sounds from Stone's hidden camp mercifully fading, replaced by the roar of the wind against the exposed rock face and the frantic hammering of Lily's own heart. She didn't dare think about the captive, didn't let her mind dwell on the sounds they had heard. Focusing on the climb was the only way to keep the paralyzing horror at bay. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably less than an hour, Rafe found a slightly wider ledge, partially shaded by a twisted, tenacious juniper clinging precariously to the cliff face. He signaled for a brief halt, collapsing back against the rock, his chest heaving, sweat plastering his dark hair to his temples. Lily sank down beside him, her legs trembling uncontrollably, her body slick with sweat and grime. She leaned her head back against the cool rock, closing her eyes for a blessed moment, simply breathing. Water, Rafe rasped, holding out his canteen. Lily fumbled for her own. I have some. Save it, he insisted curtly. Drink. She took a small sip from his canteen, the water tasting metallic and vital. He watched her, his breathing still ragged, his pale eyes scanning the terrain below and above, never truly resting. The fury she'd seen earlier was banked now, overlaid with exhaustion and the sharp edge of calculation, but the underlying intensity remained. a dangerous current beneath the surface. "How much further?" Lily asked, her voice hoarse. Rafe squinted towards the ridge crest, still a daunting distance above them. "Maybe halfway. Gets steeper near the top." He paused, then added grimly, "Harder part is coming down the other side. Need to find a way that puts us above the camp or behind it, without them seeing or hearing us." The sheer audacity of the plan, the razor-thin margin for error, struck Lily anew. One wrong move, one dislodged rock, one alert sentry, and it was over. Yet looking at Rafe's determined profile, the hard set of his jaw, she knew retreat wasn't an option he would even consider. As they rested, catching their breath in the precarious shade, a shadow passed overhead. Lily looked up, startled, her hand instinctively reaching for her coat. A large vulture circled lazily against the painfully blue sky, riding the thermal currents rising from the heated rock. It dipped lower, its bold head turning, seemingly observing them with ancient, indifferent eyes, before soaring away towards the west, towards the hidden camp. A cold dread trickled down Lily's spine. An omen? Or just a grim reminder of the natural order in this harsh land, where death was a constant companion, waiting patiently for the weak, the unwary, the unlucky? Rafe watched the vulture disappear, his expression unreadable. "Even the buzzards know trouble's brewing," he muttered, pushing himself stiffly away from the rock. Time to move. The next stage of the climb was even more demanding. The slope steepened, the handholds grew scarcer, the rock more treacherous and sun-baked. Lily moved mechanically, her body fueled by adrenaline and sheer desperation, her mind numbly focused on following Rafe's lead. Thoughts intruded occasionally, unwelcome ghosts flitting at the edges of her consciousness, Thomas Ashton's kind, worried face, her father's study filled with maps of safer worlds, the sprawled bodies of the prospectors, the sound of the whip crack. She pushed them away, concentrating on the immediate, physical struggle. Finally, gasping for breath, muscles screaming, they reached the summit ridge. It wasn't a flat crest, but a narrow spine of broken rock, offering little cover. They collapsed behind a jagged outcrop, peering cautiously over the edge. The view was staggering, terrifying. Below them, nestled in the broadening of the defile just beyond the bend, lay Stone's camp. They could see it clearly now, the smoldering remains of the campfire. Several bedrolls scattered haphazardly, the stolen gear from the prospectors piled carelessly. 4 horses were tethered in the side drawer Rafe had mentioned, swishing their tails listlessly in the heat. And the men. 3 of them were visible. One, a burly, bearded man, lounged near the fire pit, cleaning a rifle. Another, leaner, younger, paced restlessly near the horses. And Jedediah Stone. He stood near the center of the camp, instantly recognizable even from this distance, tall, broad-shouldered, radiating a palpable aura of menace. He held the coiled whip loosely in one hand, occasionally flicking it against his leather chaps with impatient arrogance. He seemed to be talking, gesturing towards someone or something hidden from their view behind a large boulder near the canyon wall. Where was the 4th man Rafe had suspected? Was he the captive? Or was he posted as a sentry somewhere, perhaps even watching this ridge? Rafe scanned the surrounding slopes intently, his eyes narrowed, searching for any sign of movement. Then they saw him, the captive. Stone moved aside slightly, revealing the figure slumped against the boulder. It wasn't a man. It was a woman. Her hands were bound behind her, her head bowed, her dark hair falling forward, obscuring her face. Her clothes were torn, dusty, suggesting a struggle. And even from this distance, Lily could see the angry red welt rising on the visible part of her arm, where the whip had likely struck. Lily gasped, horrified. A woman? Why? Who was she? Beside her, Rafe went utterly still. The air seemed to crackle around him. He didn't make a sound, didn't move a muscle, but Lily felt the eruption of suppressed violence emanating from him. A cold, deadly wave. His breathing stopped for a heart-stopping moment before resuming, harsh and shallow. His face, when she risked a glance, was a mask carved from ice, his eyes fixed on the woman with an intensity that was terrifying in its focus. He knew her. There was no doubt. The way he looked at her. It wasn't just recognition, it was possession, pain, fury, and a terrible, consuming guilt, all rolled into one unbearable expression. The ghosts of Rafe Callahan's past weren't just memories. One of them was down there, bound, tormented, used as bait by the man who had destroyed his life. "Who is she, Rafe?" Lily whispered, needing to understand the depth of the abyss they were peering into. He didn't answer immediately, his gaze still locked on the scene below. When he finally spoke, his voice was a dead, hollow rasp, stripped of all emotion, yet vibrating with the effort of control. "Her name is Elena." He swallowed hard, the sound loud in the sudden silence. "She was going to marry me. Before Stone. Before everything." The confession hit Lily with the force of a physical blow. Elena. The woman Rafe was going to marry. The future Stone had stolen along with the money and his name. She wasn't just a ghost from his past. She was the embodiment of everything he had lost, the living symbol of Stone's ultimate betrayal. And Stone had found her, dragged her into this, using her as the cruelest, most effective lure imaginable. No wonder Rafe had reacted with such blind fury. This wasn't just vengeance now. It was a desperate, personal rescue mission against impossible odds, weighed down by 15 years of guilt. Lily looked back down at the camp, at the slumped figure of Elena, at Stone standing arrogantly nearby, at the other two men lounging indifferently, 4 armed men, holding a hostage, expecting trouble, against Rafe, driven by a volatile mix of guilt and rage, and herself, a mapmaker armed with a Colt, and a terrifying lack of experience. The situation wasn't just desperate, it was hopeless. Rafe seemed to read her thoughts, or perhaps simply voiced his own bleak assessment. "Can't rush them," he muttered, his voice still tight. "Too many. They'd kill her before we got halfway down." He scanned the ridge again, searching for the hypothetical 4th man, the potential sentry. Nothing. "Maybe only 3, he murmured, though it offered little comfort. 3 was still too many. His gaze shifted, moving along the ridge line, then down the steep, treacherous slope leading towards the back of Stone's camp. "If we can get down there," he whispered, pointing towards a jumble of rocks and dense brush behind the tethered horses. "Quietly. Maybe create a diversion. Draw 1 or 2 of them away from Elena." It was a plan born of desperation, fraught with peril. Creating a diversion likely meant revealing their position, drawing fire. Getting down the slope silently seemed impossible. And even if they managed it, what then? A chaotic firefight in close quarters, with Elena caught in the middle. Lily looked at Rafe. The cold mask was still in place, but she saw the torment in his eyes, the unbearable weight of Elena's presence down there. He felt responsible. He believed her capture, her suffering, was his fault. Another consequence of his tangled past with Stone. The bounty hunter's burden had become a crushing weight of guilt. And Lily knew, with sudden, chilling certainty, that Rafe Callahan wasn't thinking rationally anymore. He was thinking with his ghosts, driven by the need to absolve himself, to rewrite the past, even if it meant charging into certain death. He would go down there, with or without her, with or without a plan, fueled by guilt and rage. The choice, the fork in the road she thought she'd already passed, presented itself again. Starker this time. Could she follow him into this? Could she enable this desperate, likely suicidal charge driven by the ghosts of his guilt? Or should she try to stop him, try to find another way, even if it meant delaying, potentially costing Elena precious time? Her own fear warred with her empathy for Rafe, for the terrible position he was in. She owed him her life, several times over, probably, since he'd warned her about Stone. But did that debt extend to following him into a hopeless battle fueled by ghosts? She looked down at Elena again, slumped, and bound. Another woman caught in the crossfire of men's violence and vengeance. A wave of fierce protective anger surged through Lily, momentarily eclipsing her fear. No, they couldn't leave her down there. But charging in wasn't the answer. There had to be another way, a smarter way. Rafe, she said softly, touching his arm again. He flinched, but didn't pull away this time. Rafe, think. Rushing them is what Stone wants. He's using her to draw you into a trap. You know that. He looked at her, his eyes haunted, conflicted. What else can we do, Lily? He asked, the use of her first name slipping out unconsciously, a sign of his distress. We can't just sit here and watch. No, she agreed firmly. But we need a better plan, something unexpected, something that uses our position, uses the terrain. Her mapmaker's mind, suppressed during the climb, began to work again, analyzing the layout below, the slopes, the potential approaches and escape routes, searching for an advantage, however slight. We need to separate them, create confusion, give Elena a chance. Rafe stared at her, seeing not just the fear, but the unexpected steel in her eyes, the determined set of her jaw, the flicker of strategic thought. Maybe she wasn't just a liability. Maybe the mapmaker saw lines and angles he, blinded by guilt and rage, was missing. He took a deep breath, the harshness easing slightly from his expression, replaced by a flicker of desperate hope. All right, mapmaker, he said, his voice still rough but holding a grudging respect. Talk to me. What do you see? The ghosts still hovered, demanding retribution. But for now, tactical necessity held them at bay. Together, Hunter and Mapmaker, perched high above the camp, began to forge a desperate plan, seeking a path through the treacherous terrain of violence and betrayal, hoping to silence the ghosts of the guilty before they consumed them all. Chapter 13. Compass of the Heart. The world narrowed to the strip of rock beneath them, the camp spread out below like a cruel tableau vivant, and the raw, agonized tension radiating from the man beside her. Rafe stared down at the scene at Jedediah Stone, flicking his whip with casual arrogance, at the two other men lounging with lazy indifference, at the slumped, bound figure of Elena, and Lily felt the dangerous tremors starting up in him again, the barely suppressed volcano of guilt and rage threatening to erupt. His breathing grew shallow, harsh, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. He looked poised to launch himself over the edge, driven by ghosts and fury, straight into oblivion. Rafe, Lily said again, her voice low but carrying an unexpected firmness that cut through his daze. He didn't look at her, his gaze still locked on Elena. Look at the terrain, see it, not just them. Her words, invoking the detached observation of her craft, seemed to penetrate his fog of emotion. He blinked, his focus shifting reluctantly from the human drama below to the physical landscape framing it. He scanned the steep, broken slope leading down from their perch, the jumble of rocks near the horses, the layout of the camp itself. It's a death trap, he repeated hollowly, the tactical assessment warring with the personal imperative screaming within him. Maybe not, Lily countered, forcing her own fear down, forcing her mapmaker's mind to work, to impose order on the chaos. She pointed cautiously, keeping her hand low. See that rock slide scar? High up to the left of their camp. Rafe followed her gesture. A wide swath of lighter-colored, unstable-looking rock and scree marred the darker sandstone slope, evidence of a past geological upheaval. It looks unstable, Lily continued, thinking aloud, tracing the potential trajectory in her mind. If we could dislodge something, up high, not directly above them, but angled, it wouldn't bury them. Maybe it wouldn't even hit the camp directly, but the noise, the dust, it would draw their attention upwards. All of them. Rafe's gaze sharpened, the strategist slowly overlaying the ghost-haunted man. He studied the rockslide scar, then the camp layout, his eyes calculating angles, risks, a diversion, he breathed. Draw their fire, their eyes at least. While they're looking up, Lily pressed on, the fragile plan taking shape. We go down, fast. Not this side, too exposed. The back slope. It looks gentler in places, more cover from brush and shadows down low. She indicated the opposite side of the narrow ridge spine they occupied. We circle around, come up behind the horses, use them and those rocks near the side draw as cover for our final approach. It was insanely risky. Timing would have to be perfect. The rock slide might bring half the mountain down, or do nothing at all. The back slope might be just as treacherous, or watched by that unseen fourth man. And Stone's reaction, unpredictable, but it felt possible. More possible than a frontal assault. More possible than sitting here watching Elena suffer. It offered a sliver of hope, thin as a knife edge, where before there had been none. Rafe considered it, chewing on his lower lip, his gaze flicking between the rock slide scar, the camp, Elena, and the proposed descent route. He was still vibrating with tension, but the blind rage had receded slightly, replaced by a focused, dangerous calculation. How do we start it? He asked gruffly. Can't just yell boo. Needs to be loud, convincing. Your rifle? Lily suggested. One shot placed carefully high on the scar might be enough to set the loose stuff moving. One shot, Rafe mused. And then they know exactly where we are. He shook his head. No, too risky. Gives away our position before we've even started down. Need something quieter to initiate. He scanned the jumble of rocks around their perch. His eyes lit on a large, precariously balanced boulder near the edge, overlooking the top of the rock slide scar. Maybe leverage is quieter. He rose cautiously, moving towards the boulder. It was large, easily several 100 pounds, wedged uneasily amongst smaller rocks. Rafe examined its base, tested its stability. He found a smaller, fist-sized rock and tried wedging it underneath, seeking a leverage point. Lily watched him, her heart pounding. This was the crux. If they could start the slide without giving away their position immediately. Do you need help? He grunted, straining against the boulder. Need a bigger lever. Oh, wait. He stopped, looking back down towards the camp. Then at the sun's position. Low in the western sky now. Long, deep shadows were beginning to stretch across the canyon floor, though the ridgetop was still bathed in harsh light. Patience, he murmured, almost to himself. Maybe patience is the trigger. What do you mean? Sun's setting, Rafe explained, his voice low, intense. Direct light's almost off that scar now. Rock cools fast after baking all day. Contracts, sometimes. That's all it takes. A natural shift. Especially on a slope that unstable. He looked at the boulder again. We nudge it just enough. Set up the stress. Then wait. Let the cooling do the work. Might take minutes, might take an hour. Might do nothing. But it's quieter than a gunshot. Buys us time to get down. It was another gamble, relying on geology and luck, but it felt less reckless than firing a shot. Lily nodded her agreement. Together, using smaller rocks as fulcrums and a stout piece of dead juniper Rafe found nearby as a lever, they managed to shift the large boulder almost imperceptibly, wedging smaller stones beneath it, creating unnatural stress points, hoping the contracting rock at sunset would do the rest. The effort left them breathless, their muscles trembling. Now, Rafe said, wiping sweat from his brow with a dusty forearm, we go. Down the back way, and pray the mountain cooperates. He gave the precariously perched boulder one last look, then turned towards the steeper, shadowed slope behind them. Stay close. Watch your footing. Silence is everything. The descent was, in its own way, more terrifying than the climb. Hidden from the camp's view, they were also blind to it, relying solely on Rafe's sense of direction and the hope that their diversion would work. The back slope was thick with thorny brush that snagged at their clothes, loose rock that threatened to betray them with every step, and deep shadows that concealed unseen drops and treacherous footing. Rafe moved with agonizing slowness, testing every step, parting branches with infinite care, pausing frequently to listen. Lily followed directly behind, placing her feet exactly where he had, mimicking his movements. Her senses stretched to the breaking point. Every rustle of leaves, every bird call, every whisper of the wind sounded like an alarm. Her fear was a cold, hard knot in her stomach, yet intertwined with it was a fierce, unexpected resolve. She thought of Elena, alone and helpless down there. She thought of Rafe, the terrible burden he carried visible now in the grim set of his shoulders, the haunted look in his eyes whenever he risked a backward glance to check on her. Her own heart felt like a battleground. The sight of Elena, the woman Rafe had loved, the woman whose place Stone's betrayal had effectively stolen, stirred a complex mix of emotions. There was pity, sharp and fierce. There was anger at Stone's cruelty. And there was something else. A pang, sharp and unwelcome, that felt disturbingly like jealousy. Seeing the depth of Rafe's reaction to Elena, the raw pain and protective fury underscored the chasm that still existed between Lily and this guarded, wounded man. Their connection, forged in shared danger, felt suddenly fragile again, overshadowed by the ghost made flesh. Yet, even as that pang resonated, another feeling rose stronger within her, a fierce, almost protective loyalty towards Rafe himself. She saw the crushing weight of his guilt, the desperate need driving him, and understood that following him wasn't just about enabling his vengeance. It was about sharing his burden, offering silent support against the ghosts that threatened to consume him. Her internal compass, the one that had guided her away from the safe shores of Philadelphia towards the uncharted territories of the West, and her own heart, seemed to be pointing steadfastly in this perilous direction. It wasn't logical, wasn't safe, but it felt right, necessary. They moved through the deepening twilight, the air growing cooler, the shadows merging into a near-uniform darkness beneath the ridgeline. Rafe paused near the base of the slope, concealed within a dense thicket of manzanita. Below them, perhaps 50 yards away through the brush, they could just make out the faint flicker of the rekindled campfire in Stone's camp. Hear the low murmur of voices, the restless shifting of the tethered horses. They had made it down without alerting anyone. So far. Rafe held up a hand, listening intently. The wind had died down slightly. The murmur of voices from the camp was clearer now, Stone's sharp tones, the other men's rougher replies. No sounds of distress from Elena, just the low thrum of the camp settling in for the night, and no sound from the ridge above, no roar of falling rock, no cascade of scree. The mountain hadn't cooperated. Their trigger had failed. Lily saw the tension return to Rafe's shoulders, the frustration tightening his mouth. Their gamble on a silent diversion hadn't paid off. Now what? He looked at her, his expression grim in the near darkness. They were close, hidden, but their advantage was slipping away with every passing moment. They needed that diversion, needed to draw eyes away from Elena, away from their approach. Plan B? Lily whispered, her voice barely audible above the thumping of her own heart. Rafe scanned the area around them, his gaze probing the darkness, his eyes fixed on something just beyond their thicket, a steep, eroded wash leading down towards the side draw where the horses were tethered. It was choked with dry brush and debris. An idea flickered in his eyes, cold and dangerous. Fire, he breathed. Not the rock slide. Fire, down in that wash. Set the brush alight. It'll go up fast. Smoke, flames, confusion. Draw them towards the horses. Away from Elena. Arson. Another desperate gamble. Fire was unpredictable. Uncontrollable. It could trap them as easily as it distracted Stone's men. But looking at the grim necessity in Rafe's eyes, Lily knew they were out of other options. Patience had failed. Now only recklessness remained. He pulled a small waterproof tin from his pocket. Inside were matches and a piece of flint and steel. He looked at Lily, a silent question in his eyes. Was she still with him? Still willing to follow him down this increasingly desperate path? Lily met his gaze, her own fear battling with the fierce resolve that had taken root within her. Her compass pointed true, even into the heart of the fire. She gave a single decisive nod. Rafe nodded back, a flicker of grim understanding passing between them. He checked his rifle, loosened the revolver in his holster. Wait for the flames to catch good, he whispered. Then we move, fast, towards Elena. I take Stone. You. Watch the others. Watch our backs. He hesitated, then added, his voice rough, Don't hesitate, Lily. Not this time. He slipped out of the thicket, moving like a wraith towards the head of the dry wash. Lily watched him go, her hand gripping her colt, her heart a wild drum against her ribs. The night was utterly still, pregnant with violence. The compass of her heart had led her here, to the brink of chaos, beside a man haunted by ghosts, preparing to fight fire with fire. There was no turning back now, only the waiting, the spark, and the desperate hope that they might somehow survive the coming inferno. Chapter 14. The outlaw's shadow lengthens. The darkness in the thicket felt absolute, a pocket of profound night pressed close around them, contrasting sharply with the faint, flickering glow of Stone's distant campfire. Lily crouched beside the dense manzanita, the rough bark pressing against her shoulder, her breath held tight in her chest. Every nerve ending felt raw, exposed, humming with a terrifying cocktail of adrenaline and dread. She watched the spot where Rafe had disappeared towards the head of the dry wash, her hand gripping the cold butt of a Colt so tightly her knuckles ached. The silence stretched, taut and fragile, seeming to amplify the frantic thrumming of her own blood in her ears. Waiting. It was agonizing. Each second crawled by like a wounded animal, filled with the imagined sounds of discovery. A shout from the camp, the crunch of a boot on gravel nearby, the click of a rifle hammer being drawn back. She strained her ears, listening for Rafe, for the telltale scratch of flint on steel, but heard nothing beyond the low murmur of voices from the camp and the occasional restless stamp of a horse. Was he having trouble? Had he been seen? The uncertainty gnawed at her, fueling the fear that threatened to paralyze her limbs. Beside her, Apollo shifted his weight, blowing softly through his nostrils, sensing her tension, perhaps smelling the acrid scent of potential danger hanging heavy in the night air. She reached out blindly, resting a trembling hand on his warm, solid neck, drawing a sliver of comfort from his familiar presence. He was a link to the life she understood, the world of lines and landscapes, a world utterly removed from this desperate brinkmanship in the shadows. Then a tiny spark flared briefly in the darkness near the wash once, twice. A pause, followed by the faint, sharp smell of sulfur drifting on the still air. Rafe striking a match. Lily held her breath, her gaze fixed on the spot. Another pause, longer this time, filled with agonizing suspense. Had it caught? Suddenly, a tiny flicker of orange bloomed near the ground. Hesitant at first, then greedily licking at the tinder-dry grasses and leaves choking the wash. The flicker grew, strengthened, coalescing into a small, hungry flame that began to climb, finding purchase on the lower branches of the dense greasewood and sage. Rafe reappeared beside her as silently as he had vanished, his face stark and grim in the reflected, growing light. The initial burst of flame cast dancing shadows, distorting his features, making him look momentarily like a vengeful spirit summoned from the earth. He didn't speak, just gave a curt nod, his eyes already fixed on the camp, waiting for the reaction. The fire caught with terrifying speed. The dry brush, baked by weeks of relentless sun, went up like kindling. A low crackle escalated rapidly into a hungry roar as the flames leapt higher, racing up the sides of the wash, devouring the vegetation in an explosion of sparks and billowing smoke. The orange glow intensified, painting the underside of the overhanging rocks, a lurid, flickering red, casting the area around the wash entrance into stark relief while plunging the surrounding landscape into deeper comparative darkness. From the camp, a sudden shout went up. "Hey, what the hell?" Confusion erupted. Voices overlapped, sharp with alarm. The lounging men scrambled to their feet. Lily could see their silhouettes clearly now against the burgeoning inferno. "Fire! Down by the horses!" Another voice yelled. "Damn it, get down there! Put it out before it spooks them proper!" That was Stone's voice, sharp, authoritative, cutting through the rising panic. Lily saw him take a step towards the wash, his whip hand dropping, his attention momentarily diverted by the immediate, unexpected threat. This was it. Their chance. Now, Rafe breathed. the single word a low command that sliced through Lily's fear-induced paralysis. He moved instantly, melting out of the thicket, keeping low, rifle held ready, heading not directly towards the camp, but angling towards the side draw where the horses were tethered, using the fire's glare and the ensuing chaos as cover. Lily scrambled after him, her heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. Her legs felt stiff, clumsy, her boots scuffling on the loose rock, despite her best efforts to move silently. The roar of the fire filled her ears, mingling with the shouts from the camp and the increasingly panicked nickering of the horses. Thick, acrid smoke billowed from the wash, stinging her eyes, making her cough. They reached the edge of the dense brush near the side draw, just as two of the men, the burly, bearded one and the restless younger one, ran past, heading towards the fire, armed only with what looked like burlap sacks snatched hastily from the camp supplies, clearly intending to beat out the flames. They didn't even glance towards the shadows where Lily and Rafe crouched. Their focus was entirely on the sudden, dramatic threat to the horses. Stone, however, hadn't followed them. Lily risked a glance back towards the main camp area. He stood near the fire pit, partially turned away from them, watching his men run towards the blaze, his posture radiating impatience and irritation. But he hadn't moved towards Elena. He remained between her and the chaos, a vigilant, dangerous obstacle. Where was the third man Rafe had seen earlier? Lily scanned the camp area frantically. Gone. Had he run towards the fire, too? Or had he circled around? The uncertainty was terrifying. He stayed, Rafe whispered beside her, his voice tight with frustration. Stone hadn't taken the bait completely. The diversion had worked, drawing two men away, creating chaos. But Stone remained, guarding his prize. And Elena was still bound, still slumped against that rock, terrifyingly vulnerable. Worse still, the firelight, while providing cover from one direction, illuminated their approach path from another. If Stone turned, if he looked away from the fire towards the shadowed draw, they had to move now while the confusion was at its peak. Rafe gave Lily a sharp, urgent glance, then shifted his focus towards Stone. His intent was clear. He was going for Stone, hoping to neutralize the main threat, the leader, hoping the element of surprise would be enough. Cover me, he breathed, and then he exploded from the shadows. He moved with incredible speed, low to the ground, rifle held ready, eating up the yards separating the brush line from the main camp area. Lily's breath hitched. He was so exposed. Stone must have heard something, some sixth sense alerting him. He spun around just as Rafe burst into the firelit circle. For a fraction of a second, the two men locked gazes across the flickering space hunter and betrayer, predator and prey, their shared violent history culminating in this fiery confrontation. Surprise warred with recognition, then cold fury on Stone's face. He reacted instantly, dropping the whip, clawing for the heavy revolver holstered at his hip. Rafe didn't hesitate. He brought his rifle up, firing from the hip, a single deafening shot that echoed flatly against the roar of the nearby fire. Stone staggered back, clutching at his shoulder, his own gun discharging harmlessly into the dirt as he fell. He wasn't dead, maybe not even critically wounded by the look of it, but he was down, momentarily incapacitated. Rafe didn't pause to check. He kept moving, charging towards the boulder where Elena was bound, needing to reach her, shield her, before Stone's men realized what was happening. Lily scrambled out from behind the brush, her own coat raised, her eyes frantically scanning the camp, the surrounding rocks, searching for the other threats. Where was the third man? Why hadn't he fired? Then she saw him. Not in the camp, but above it, perched on a narrow ledge partway up the canyon wall opposite their earlier position, the potential sentry Rafe had worried about, the unseen fourth man. He must have circled around while they climbed. He had a rifle, and it was aimed squarely down, not at Rafe, but at the two men struggling futilely against the rapidly spreading fire in the wash. He fired once, twice. One of the men near the fire cried out, collapsing near the edge of the flames. The other, the burly one, spun around, confusion and terror on his face, looking up towards the source of the shots. A trap within a trap. This wasn't just an ambush aimed at Rafe. Stone wasn't working alone with common thugs. That hidden rifleman wasn't protecting Stone. He was enforcing something else. What twisted game was being played out here? Lily's mind reeled, trying to process the rapidly shifting dynamics. Rafe was focused entirely on reaching Elena. Stone was down, but likely not out. 2 men were trapped near the fire. One possibly dead, the other under fire from a hidden sniper. And that sniper, who was he? Why shoot Stone's own men? Her momentary confusion was shattered by a sudden movement near the campfire. The 3rd man from the camp, the one who had disappeared, hadn't run to the fire. Nor was he the sniper. He'd circled around behind the main boulder where Elena was slumped. He rose now from the shadows, not with a gun, but with a knife gleaming wickedly in the firelight. His target wasn't Rafe, who was still yards away. His target was Elena. "Rafe, behind her," Lily screamed, her voice cracking with desperation. Rafe heard her. He faltered for a split second, torn between his forward momentum towards Stone and the new threat closing in on Elena from behind. Lily didn't wait. She didn't think. She reacted. Aiming her Colt towards the figure with the knife, she squeezed the trigger. The gun bucked in her hand. The report loud, even over the fire's roar. The man with the knife cried out, stumbling sideways, clutching his arm where her bullet had apparently struck, the knife clattering harmlessly onto the rocks. He glared towards Lily, his face contorted with pain and fury, before scrambling back into the deeper shadows behind the boulder. Her shot, however inaccurate, had bought precious seconds. Rafe used them, reaching the boulder, putting himself between Elena and any further threat from the wounded man lurking in the shadows. He knelt beside her, his hands working frantically at the ropes binding her wrists, murmuring her name. His voice thick with emotion Lily couldn't decipher. Relief, pain, apology. Elena lifted her head slowly, her face pale and bruised in the flickering firelight, her eyes wide with shock and a dawning, confused recognition as she looked up at Rafe. But the danger wasn't over. On the ground nearby, Stone pushed himself up onto one elbow, his face a mask of agony and pure hatred. His revolver lay uselessly in the dirt, but his eyes fixed on Rafe's back, then shifted towards Lily, who stood exposed near the edge of the firelight. Her smoking Colt, still aimed towards the shadows where the knife-wielder had disappeared. Stone's good hand reached slowly, deliberately, towards the whip lying near his feet, and up on the cliff face, the hidden sniper fired again. The bullet whining past Lily's head, kicking up dust dangerously close. He wasn't aiming to kill her, she realized with a sickening lurch. He was pinning her down, preventing her from helping Rafe, preventing her from interfering further. Chaos reigned. The fire roared, casting wild, dancing shadows. The wounded man near the flames moaned. His companion huddled behind a rock, trapped between the blaze and the sniper's rifle. Rafe frantically worked to free Elena, his back exposed. Stone gathered himself, reaching for the whip. The knife-wielder lurked in the shadows behind Elena, and Lily was pinned down by a hidden rifleman playing some unknown deadly game. The outlaw's shadow, Jedediah Stone's shadow, had lengthened, stretching beyond simple vengeance and greed, pulling them all into a complex web of violence and betrayal, where the lines between hunter and hunted, ally and enemy, blurred into a terrifying, fiery morass. Survival seemed less likely with every passing second, and escape felt like a forgotten dream from another lifetime. Chapter 15. Shelter in the Savage Land. Time fractured into a series of terrifying, disjointed moments, each illuminated by the wild, dancing glare of the spreading fire. The roar of the flames, the crackle of consuming brush, the distant, panicked screams of the trapped horses, the sporadic crack of the sniper's rifle pinning her down, and it all merged into a cacophony of chaos that threatened to overwhelm Lily's senses. Yet amidst the maelstrom, a strange, cold clarity descended upon her. Fear was a useless luxury now. Survival depended on instinct, reaction, and a desperate gamble. Her focus snapped between the immediate threats. Stone, pushing himself upright, his eyes burning with hatred, his hand inching towards the whip. Rafe, his back completely exposed as he finally sliced through the last of Elena's bonds with a knife Lily hadn't even seen him draw. Elena struggling to rise on unsteady legs, her face a mask of pain, confusion, and dawning terror as she took in the scene. The wounded knife wielder potentially lurking in the shadows behind them. And the sniper, somewhere up on the dark cliff face, firing methodically, keeping her pinned, controlling the deadly arena. Another shot from the sniper kicked up dirt near Lily's feet, forcing her to instinctively duck back behind the meager cover of a stunted, half-burning bush near the edge of the firelight. She couldn't stay here. She was too exposed, useless as cover for Rafe. Rafe hauled Elena roughly to her feet just as Stone lunged, not with a gun, but snatching up the whip. With a vicious snarl, he brought it cracking down, not aiming for Rafe, but for Elena, his cruelty knowing no bounds, even when wounded. Rafe reacted instantly, shoving Elena behind him, taking the lash across his own back. He grunted in pain, stumbling slightly but didn't fall. He turned, bringing his rifle up, but Stone was already recoiling the whip for another strike, moving with surprising speed for a wounded man. Lily saw her chance. The sniper hadn't fired again immediately, perhaps reloading, perhaps momentarily distracted by the confrontation below. She burst from behind the burning bush, ignoring the heat searing her skin, ignoring the risk, firing her Colt rapidly towards Stone, not aiming to kill, just to distract, to disrupt his attack. She yelled, "Rafe, go! Get her out!" Her shots went wide in the confusing light, kicking up dust near Stone's feet. But they served their purpose. Stone flinched, momentarily checking his attack, his furious gaze snapping towards her. That split second was all Rafe needed. He grabbed Elena's arm, practically dragging her stumbling form away from the immediate firelight, towards the relative darkness near the side draw where the panicked horses strained against their tethers. "Lily, move!" he yelled back, not looking, trusting she would follow. Lily didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, dodging rocks and burning debris, plunging into the deeper shadows after Rafe and Elena. Behind her, she heard Stone roar in frustration and fury. A bullet whined past her ear, the sniper again. His attention back on them now that they were moving targets. They scrambled into the mouth of the narrow side draw. The air here was thick with the terrified scent of horses and the acrid smoke billowing from the main fire just yards away. The animals plunged and reared, their eyes rolling white with panic, threatening to break free and stampede. "The horses!" Rafe yelled. Realizing their only escape route was about to bolt, he shoved Elena towards Lily. "Keep her here. Keep down." Then he lunged towards the frantic animals, trying to grab the trailing reins of his bay and Apollo, speaking low, urgent words in an attempt to calm them. Lily pulled Elena down behind a cluster of rocks near the entrance to the draw, shielding her with her own body as another sniper shot ricocheted off the rock face above them. Elena collapsed against her, trembling violently, burying her face in her hands, emitting low, choked sobs. She seemed utterly broken, overwhelmed by the sudden violence, the terrifying reappearance of Rafe, the chaos erupting around her. Lily held her, murmuring incoherent words of reassurance. She didn't feel herself, her own body shaking with reaction. She risked a glance back towards the camp. Stone was on his feet now, clutching his bleeding shoulder, shouting orders, trying to rally his remaining men. The man Lily had shot in the arm emerged from the shadows behind the boulder, firing erratically towards the draw entrance with a pistol. The burly man near the wash fire seemed to be trying to drag his wounded companion away from the flames, ignoring the sniper fire still occasionally kicking up dust around them. The sniper himself remained unseen, a deadly controlling presence. Rafe wrestled with the horses, finally managing to get a firm grip on his bay's reins. Apollo, perhaps recognizing Lily's presence nearby, quieted slightly, allowing Rafe to grab his reins as well. The other two horses, wild-eyed with terror, broke their tethers and bolted, thundering past them deeper into the narrow draw, disappearing into the darkness. "We have to go," Rafe yelled, pulling the two horses towards Lily and Elena. "Mount up now!" Getting Elena onto Apollo's back was a struggle. She was weak, trembling, barely able to stand, let alone climb into the saddle. Lily practically lifted her, shoving her upwards, while Rafe boosted her from the other side. Elena clung there, slumped forward over the saddle horn, sobbing uncontrollably. Rafe swung himself onto his bay. "Get up behind her," he ordered Lily. No time to argue. Lily scrambled up behind Elena, settling awkwardly on Apollo's broad rump, grabbing hold of the saddle cantle for balance. The position was precarious, unbalanced, but there was no alternative. "Hold on," Rafe shouted. He spurred his bay forward, pulling Apollo along beside him, plunging deeper into the narrow, smoke-filled draw, away from the gunfire, away from the camp. Bullets whined past them, fired blindly into the darkness by Stone's man. The sniper seemed to have ceased firing, perhaps losing sight of them in the smoke and shadows, or perhaps having achieved his unknown objective. They rode recklessly through the darkness, trusting the horses' instincts as much as their own eyes. The narrow draw twisted and turned, the ground uneven, littered with loose rock. Lily clung on desperately, trying to shield Elena with her body, her cheek pressed against the woman's trembling back. Eleanor's sobs gradually subsided into ragged, exhausted gasps. Rafe didn't slow down, pushing the horses relentlessly, putting as much distance as possible between them and the chaos of the camp. He seemed to navigate by pure instinct, choosing paths through the darkness, splashing through shallow creek beds, scrambling up steep banks, never hesitating. Lily could only hold on, praying Apollo wouldn't stumble, praying they wouldn't ride straight into another ambush. After what felt like hours, though it was probably closer to 30 minutes of frantic riding, Rafe finally eased the pace. The sounds of the fire and the gunfire had faded behind them, replaced by the drumming of the horses' hooves, their ragged breathing, and the vast, echoing silence of the wilderness night. The smoke thinned, and the moon, climbing higher, filtered down into the canyon they now traversed, casting long, eerie shadows. Rafe pulled the horses to a halt in a small, sheltered clearing beside a murmuring stream, surrounded by tall pines that sighed in the night breeze. The air here was cool, clean, blessedly free of smoke. He slid from his saddle, his movements stiff, weary. Lily practically fell from Apollo's back, her muscles screaming, her body trembling with adrenaline hangover. Rafe immediately went to Elena, gently helping her down from the saddle. She leaned heavily against him, unable to stand on her own. He supported her, his expression unreadable in the dim moonlight filtering through the trees. But his hands, as he eased her down to sit on a mossy patch of ground, were surprisingly gentle. He turned to Lily. "Water," he said, his voice rough with exhaustion and strain. Lily fumbled for her canteen, her hands still shaking. She knelt beside Elena, offering it to her. Elena looked up, her eyes huge and haunted in her bruised, tear-streaked face. She took the canteen with trembling hands, drinking thirstily, some of the water spilling down her chin. While Elena drank, Rafe quickly checked the horses, murmuring soothing words, examining their legs for injuries from the frantic ride. Then he came back, sinking down onto his heels near Elena, his gaze fixed on her face. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken history, pain, and questions. Elena finished drinking, lowering the canteen. She looked at Rafe, truly looked at him, her eyes filled with a bewildered mix of fear, disbelief, and a dawning, terrible recognition. "Rafe," she whispered, her voice cracked, incredulous. "Is it really you?" Rafe nodded slowly, his throat working. He reached out a hand, tentatively, as if unsure of his right to touch her, and gently brushed a stray lock of hair back from her bruised cheek. His fingers trembled slightly. "It's me, Elena," he said, his voice thick with emotions Lily couldn't begin to decipher. Guilt, regret, tenderness, anguish. It was all there, swirling in the depths of his pale eyes. "I'm sorry. God, I'm so sorry." Elena stared at him, tears welling up again, tracking clean paths through the grime on her cheeks. Stone said you were dead," she choked out, "years ago. Said bandits killed you." Rafe's face hardened at the mention of Stone's name. The lie, another twist of the knife. He lied, Elena, about that like everything else. He paused, struggling for words. I had to disappear. He set me up. There was a warrant. His explanation faltered, inadequate against the years of silence, the weight of her presumed loss. Elena shook her head, incomprehension clouding her features. But why now? Why did he take me? He found me at the mission, dragged me away. He kept talking about you, about settling scores. She shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself. He's a monster, Rafe. I know, Rafe said grimly. And he used you to draw me out. It's my fault, Joe. He couldn't finish, the guilt overwhelming him. He looked down at his hands, clenched into fists. Lily watched them, feeling like an intruder on a deeply personal, agonizing reunion. The air crackled with 15 years of unspoken pain, misunderstanding, and loss. Rafe's burden wasn't just the bounty hunter's life. It was the weight of Elena's suffering, directly linked to Stone's betrayal and Rafe's subsequent disappearance. She rose quietly, moving away to give them space, busying herself by checking on Apollo, offering him water from her hat scooped from the stream. She needed to distance herself, both physically and emotionally, seeing Rafe with Elena, witnessing the raw connection between them, the shared history that excluded her entirely, brought that sharp pang of, not quite jealousy perhaps, but a profound sense of otherness, of loneliness. Her internal compass felt momentarily confused, spinning wildly. Had following Rafe been the right choice? Or had she merely inserted herself into a tragic drama where she had no real place? She heard their low voices behind her, fragments of conversation drifting on the night air, questions, halting explanations, tears, apologies. The slow, painful process of bridging 15 years of silence and presumed death. It was a private reckoning, one she had no right to overhear. She led Apollo a little further downstream, letting him drink deeply. The pine-scented air, the gentle murmur of the water, the peaceful moonlight filtering through the trees. It was a world away from the fiery chaos they had just escaped. A temporary shelter in this savage land. But safety was an illusion. Stone was still out there, wounded but alive, likely furious. His remaining men, the sniper, their motives remained unknown, adding another layer of menace. They had escaped the immediate trap, but they were far from safe. They were fugitives now, Rafe burdened by his past and made flesh, Elena traumatized, and Lily herself irrevocably entangled in their deadly drama. She looked back towards the clearing. Rafe had taken off his duster and draped it gently around Elena's shoulders. He sat beside her, not touching but close, a silent guardian against the shadows. The tableau spoke of shared history, of deep, complex bonds that Lily could only guess at. A wave of weariness washed over her, so profound it almost brought her to her knees. She leaned against Apollo's flank, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breathing, a simple, grounding rhythm in a world turned upside down. They had found shelter for tonight, at least, but the outlaw's shadow stretched long and dark behind them, and Lily knew with chilling certainty that the savage land still held more trials, more dangers, and more heartbreaking choices before their journey reached its end. And her own place in that journey, guided by the uncertain compass of her heart, felt more precarious than ever. Chapter 16. Fractured Trust, Fragile Hope. The small clearing by the stream offered a fragile sanctuary, a temporary pocket of peace carved out of the surrounding wilderness and the echoing chaos they had fled. The murmur of the water flowing over smooth stones, the sigh of the wind in the tall pines overhead, the clean scent of pine needles and damp earth. It was a balm to Lily's frayed nerves, a stark contrast to the acrid smoke, roaring flames, and panicked violence of Stone's camp. Yet the peace felt thin, brittle, easily shattered. Danger hadn't vanished. It had merely receded into the shadows, waiting. Lily stayed near the stream with Apollo, giving Rafe and Elena the space their painful reunion demanded. She watched them from a distance, two figures huddled together near the base of a large pine, silhouettes against the moon-dappled ground. Rafe's duster, draped around Elena's shoulders, seemed both a gesture of protection and a symbol of the burden he now carried so visibly. Their low voices drifted occasionally, fragments of sentences laden with 15 years of pain, loss, and misunderstanding. Lily couldn't make out the words, nor did she try. But the emotional weight of their conversation was palpable even across the clearing. A heavy cloak of shared history that wrapped around them, excluding everything else. A profound sense of isolation settled over Lily, colder than the night air. She was the outsider here, the mapmaker who had stumbled into the messy, violent heart of someone else's long-running tragedy. Her presence felt awkward, intrusive. While Rafe and Elena navigated the wreckage of their shared past, Lily was left adrift, grappling with her own confused emotions and the chilling realization of just how entangled she had become. The internal compass that had guided her decision to follow Rafe now felt uncertain, its needle wavering between loyalty, empathy, and a growing sense of unease. Had she made a mistake? Was her involvement hindering rather than helping? Seeing Rafe's raw vulnerability, his all-consuming focus on Elena, fractured the image she had begun to form of him, the capable, self-reliant hunter. He was still those things, perhaps, but now she saw the man underneath, driven by guilt, haunted by ghosts, potentially blinded by emotions he had kept locked away for years. Could she trust his judgment now? Could he even trust himself? She rinsed her face and hands in the cold stream, the shock of the water helping to clear her head slightly. She needed to think rationally, assess their situation objectively. They had escaped Stone's immediate trap, rescued Elena, and had 2 horses. But Stone was alive, wounded, furious. He likely still had at least 2 men with him, the knife wielder she'd shot in the arm, and the burly man from the fire, assuming his companion hadn't survived the sniper's bullet. And then there was the sniper himself, the biggest unknown, the wild card in this deadly game. Why had he fired on Stone's own men? Was he working for someone else? Was he tracking Stone independently? Or was it some complex internal betrayal within Stone's makeshift gang? The uncertainty added a terrifying layer to their already precarious position. They needed to move, find safer shelter, put more distance between themselves and pursuit. Elena was clearly in no condition to travel far or fast. Rafe was exhausted, emotionally raw, possibly injured from the whiplash Lily hadn't seen him check his back, and Lily herself felt drained physically and emotionally, her brief burst of reactive courage fading into a gnawing fear. She walked slowly back towards the center of the clearing. Rafe and Elena had fallen silent. Elena leaned against Rafe's shoulder now, her eyes closed, sheer exhaustion claiming her. Rafe sat stiffly beside her, one arm protectively around her, his gaze fixed on the darkness beyond the clearing, his face set in grim, weary lines. The earlier emotional turmoil seemed to have subsided, replaced by a heavy mantle of responsibility and bleak resolve. He looked up as Lily approached, his expression guarded, shuttered once more. The brief window into Rafe Callahan's soul had closed, leaving only the wary bounty hunter. She needs rest, he said quietly, his voice rough. We all do. We stay here till first light. Push on, then. Lily nodded, accepting his decision, though the thought of remaining stationary even for a few hours made her uneasy. Is she badly hurt? She asked softly, looking at Elena's pale, bruised face. Bruised, terrified, exhausted, Rafe answered curtly. Whip got her arm, but didn't break the skin deep. Mostly. It's the shock. What Stone put her through. His hand tightened almost imperceptibly on Elena's shoulder, a flicker of the earlier fury returning to his eyes. He'll pay for that. The cold promise sent a shiver down Lily's spine. Vengeance still simmered just beneath the surface, a dangerous fire banked but not extinguished. What about you? Lily asked, noticing the way he held himself stiffly. That whip. He shrugged dismissively, his gaze sliding away from hers. Felt worse. The evasion was typical, but Lily suspected the lash had cut deeper than he let on, both physically and emotionally. He wouldn't show weakness. Not now. An awkward silence fell. Lily felt the need to say something, to bridge the sudden distance that had opened between them since Eleanor's reappearance. You did well back there, Rafe. Getting her out. He didn't respond immediately, his gaze distant. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, laced with self-recrimination. Shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't have let him get his hands on her. Should have known he'd try something like this. You couldn't have known, Lily countered gently. You didn't even know she was... She trailed off, realizing the inadequacy of words. Doesn't matter, Rafe said flatly. She's here because of me, because of what happened back then. He looked down at Elena's sleeping face, his expression a complex mix of tenderness and profound guilt. It always comes back around. The past, it always finds you. His words echoed Lily's own growing sense of entanglement. Her past, the safe, structured world she'd fled, felt impossibly distant now, irrelevant. Her present was this clearing, this fragile truce, this dangerous alliance with a haunted man and the woman he had failed to save 15 years ago. And her future felt terrifyingly uncertain, dictated by Stone's vengeance and Rafe's ghosts. Rafe seemed to pull himself back from his thoughts, his focus sharpening again. We need watches, he stated. Can't risk getting caught sleeping. He looked at Lily, then at Elena's exhausted form. I'll take first. You try to get some rest. Wake me in 3 hours. Lily hesitated. Rafe looked utterly spent, running on sheer nerve and adrenaline. Maybe I should take first watch, she offered. You look... I'm fine. He cut her off, his tone leaving no room for argument. Get some sleep, Lily. You earned it back there. Your shot... He paused, a flicker of something grudging respect in his eyes. It helped. It was faint praise, but coming from Rafe, it felt significant. Lily nodded silently, accepting his decision. She knew arguing would be futile, and perhaps he needed the vigilance, needed the focus of the watch to keep his own demons at bay. She found a relatively sheltered spot near the base of another pine, away from Rafe and Elena, but still within the small perimeter of the clearing. She didn't have a bedroll, only the clothes she stood in, now torn and dirty. Curling up on the cool, pine needle-strewn ground, she pulled her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around them for warmth. Though the chill she felt was more than physical, sleep seemed impossible. Her mind replayed the chaotic events at the camp. The fire, the gunshots, Stone's face contorted with rage, Eleanor's terrified eyes, Rafe's desperate charge. She thought about the sniper, the unknown variable, the chilling implication that Stone himself might have been betrayed, or that a larger, more complex game was unfolding around them. Who was pulling the strings? And why? And she thought about Rafe and Elena. The weight of their shared past pressed down on the clearing. A tangible presence. Seeing them together, witnessing the raw emotion, the deep, tangled connection. It solidified Lily's sense of being an outsider. She had followed Rafe, trusted him after a fashion, perhaps even felt the first stirrings of a dangerous attraction to his rough-edged competence and hidden vulnerability. But Elena's reappearance changed everything. His focus, his priority was clear. Lily was merely a temporary ally, a mapmaker caught in the crossfire. Once Elena was safe, once Stone was dealt with, if they even survived that long, Rafe would have no further need of her. The realization left a hollow ache in her chest, a loneliness sharper than any she had felt before on her solitary journey. The trust between them, already strained by Rafe's secrecy and her own doubts, felt fractured now. He hadn't confided in her about Elena, hadn't trusted her with the full truth of his past. And seeing his all-consuming focus on Eleanor, Lily wasn't sure she could fully trust his judgment moving forward. Was he capable of making rational decisions, or would guilt and vengeance dictate his actions? Yet, despite the fractured trust, despite the gnawing loneliness, a fragile seedling of hope remained. They were alive. They were together. They had Elena. They had found temporary shelter. Rafe, for all his flaws and burdens, was a survivor, skilled in the ways of this savage land. And Lily herself. She wasn't the same woman who had left Philadelphia months ago. She had faced danger, witnessed horror, even fired her gun in defense of another. She had discovered reserves of courage she hadn't known she possessed. The mapmaker was still within her, But now she was also a survivor, tempered by the harsh realities of the trail. Perhaps that was enough. Perhaps together they could navigate the treacherous path ahead. Perhaps the fragile hope born of shared survival could outweigh the fractures caused by secrets and ghosts. She must have drifted off eventually, exhaustion claiming her despite the cold and the lingering fear. She woke abruptly, unsure what had disturbed her. The moon had moved across the sky, casting different patterns of light and shadow through the pines. The clearing was silent, except for the gentle murmur of the stream. She looked towards Rafe. He still sat sentinel, rifle across his lap, but his head had slumped forward slightly, his chin resting on his chest. Even in sleep, his posture remained wary, but the iron control had finally succumbed to utter exhaustion. Elena slept soundly beside him, her breathing deep and even, her face relaxed slightly in repose, though still pale and bruised. Lily watched them for a moment, the picture of shared weariness and fragile peace, poignant in the moonlight. Rafe needed sleep desperately. Pushing himself further would be dangerous for all of them. Quietly, she rose, picking up her coat, and moved silently to take up a position near the edge of the clearing, facing outwards into the darkness. She would take the watch, let him rest. It was a small thing, but it felt right. A silent offering, perhaps, across the fractured lines of trust. A small tending to that fragile flicker of hope in the heart of the savage land. She settled herself against a tree trunk, her senses alert, ready to face whatever dangers the remaining hours of darkness might hold. The unexpected weight of responsibility settling onto her own shoulders. Chapter 17. Mapmaker's Mark. The hours before dawn crawled by with agonizing slowness, each minute stretched thin by vigilance and the profound quiet of the wilderness night. Lily sat with her back against the rough bark of the pine, her coat resting heavy in her lap, her senses straining against the darkness. The moon slowly descended, its light softening, casting longer, more ambiguous shadows, making the familiar shapes of trees and rocks seem fluid, potentially menacing. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a distant twig, every mournful hoot of an owl sent a jolt of adrenaline through her, tightening her grip on the revolver. She watched the sleeping forms of Rafe and Elena across the small clearing. Rafe slept deeply now, the sentinel finally overcome by bone-deep exhaustion. His face, unguarded in sleep, looked younger, vulnerable, etched with lines of pain and weariness that seemed deeper than mere fatigue. Seeing him this way, stripped of his usual defenses, stirred a complex mix of emotions in Lily: empathy for the burdens he carried, admiration for his resilience, and a lingering unease about the volatile mix of guilt and vengeance simmering beneath the surface. Elena slept beside him, curled under his duster, her breathing soft and regular. Even in sleep, she looked fragile, haunted, a stark reminder of the brutality they had fled and the danger that still pursued them. Taking the watch felt right, necessary. It was a practical measure. Rafe desperately needed rest, but it felt like more than that. It was an assertion, perhaps mostly to herself, that she wasn't merely a passive participant swept along by events. She could contribute, take responsibility, guard the fragile sanctuary they had found. It was her way, perhaps, of drawing a line, making her own mark, not on parchment this time, but on the unfolding reality of their situation. As the first hint of gray began to dilute the eastern sky, painting the horizon in pale, ethereal strokes, Lily allowed herself a small, controlled movement, stretching her cramped legs, easing the stiffness in her shoulders. The cold had seeped deep into her bones overnight, leaving her feeling chilled and brittle. She longed for coffee, for the warmth of a fire, but knew such comforts were impossible luxuries. Rafe stirred suddenly, coming awake instantly, his hand reflexively reaching for the rifle beside him before he registered his surroundings, saw Lily alert and watchful across the clearing. His eyes met hers, questioning. perhaps surprised to find she had taken over the watch. Lily offered a small, almost imperceptible nod. He held her gaze for a moment, his expression unreadable in the dim pre-dawn light, then slowly relaxed his grip on the rifle. He didn't comment, didn't thank her, but a silent acknowledgement passed between them, a subtle shift in the fractured dynamic. He pushed himself stiffly to his feet, running a hand through his disheveled hair, wincing slightly as he stretched his back, likely where the whip had struck. Eleanor woke soon after, alerted by their movements. She sat up slowly, pulling Rafe's duster tighter around her shoulders, looking around the clearing with wide, fearful eyes, as if unsure where she was or how she had gotten there. Seeing Rafe seemed to reassure her slightly, but her gaze remained haunted, her body trembling almost imperceptibly. There was no time for gentle awakenings, or easing back into the harsh reality. "We need to move," Rafe stated quietly, his voice still rough from sleep, but firm. "Before full light. Stone won't have given up. He'll be tracking us as soon as he can see." Lily nodded, already gathering her meager belongings, essentially just her canteen and the extra ammunition in her pockets. Rafe quickly checked the horses again, ensuring they were fit for travel. Apollo nuzzled Lily's shoulder affectionately as she approached, a small comfort in the tense atmosphere. Getting Elena mounted was easier this morning, though she still moved with a painful stiffness, leaning heavily on Rafe for support. She seemed numb, withdrawn, her eyes vacant, her responses mechanical. The trauma she had endured had clearly taken a heavy toll. Rafe helped her into Apollo's saddle, adjusting the stirrups with a gentle efficiency that spoke volumes despite his gruff demeanor. "You ride with her again?" Rafe asked Lily, his tone neutral. Lily hesitated. Sharing the horse yesterday had been necessary in the frantic escape, but it was awkward, unbalanced, and slowed them down. More importantly, perhaps, it felt intrusive now. Elena needed Rafe's proximity, his reassurance, far more than Lily's. And Lily needed distance, space to think, to observe, to reclaim some small measure of her own autonomy within this tangled situation. "No," Lily said firmly. "I'll ride Apollo. She should ride with you. It's safer." She looked directly at Rafe, letting him see her resolve. "I can keep up." Rafe studied her for a moment, perhaps surprised by her assertiveness, perhaps assessing her capability. He glanced at Eleanor, slumped listlessly in Apollo's saddle, then back at Lily. He seemed to understand her unspoken reasoning. "All right," he conceded with a curt nod. He helped Elena dismount Apollo, then swung her up onto his own sturdy bay, settling her in front of him, his arms securely around her waist. Elena leaned back against his chest, almost unconsciously, seeking his solid presence like a shield against the terrifying world. Lily mounted Apollo, grateful for the familiar feel of the saddle beneath her, the reins solid in her hands. It felt good to be in control of her own mount again, a small but significant reclaiming of independence. They set off immediately, Rafe leading the way, his bay carrying the double burden with steady strength. They moved upstream, following the meandering course of the small creek, the flowing water potentially obscuring their tracks for a time. The rising sun filtered through the pines, dappling the forest floor with shifting patterns of light and shadow. The air was crisp, cold, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. It was beautiful, peaceful country, a stark contrast to the harsh, exposed plains and canyons they had traversed recently. But the beauty couldn't mask the underlying tension. Rafe rode with his senses on high alert, his head constantly turning, scanning the woods on either side, his rifle resting across his thighs. Lily kept pace behind him, her own eyes sweeping the terrain, trying to emulate his vigilance, though she knew her untrained eyes likely missed subtle signs he would instantly recognize. Elena rode silently in front of Rafe, her head bowed, seemingly lost in her own traumatic memories. They traveled for several hours in near silence, pushing steadily upstream, deeper into the forested hills. The terrain grew steeper, the stream narrowing, tumbling over rocks in small cascades. Rafe occasionally dismounted to check the ground, searching for the easiest path, ensuring they weren't riding into a box canyon or impassable terrain. Lily watched him, noting his expertise, his intimate knowledge of reading the land. He moved with a purpose and efficiency that was impressive, yet his focus seemed entirely on escape, on finding sanctuary for Elena. The relentless drive of the hunter pursuing Stone seemed subdued, tempered perhaps by the weight of Elena's presence, the immediate need to protect her overriding the long simmering desire for vengeance. Or was it simply delayed? Lily couldn't be sure. The conflict within him, the battle between the vengeful hunter and the guilt-ridden protector, was a silent undercurrent to their flight. Around mid-morning, Rafe pulled up beside a cluster of large, moss-covered boulders near a small waterfall where the stream pooled briefly before dropping further down the slope. "We rest here," he announced. "Water the horses. Check our back trail." He helped Elena dismount, easing her down gently onto a flat, sun-warmed rock. She looked marginally better than she had at dawn. Some color had returned to her cheeks, though the haunted look remained in her eyes. Rafe offered her water, and a piece of jerky from his saddlebag supplies were now dangerously low for 3 people. Elena accepted them numbly, chewing the tough meat slowly, mechanically. While Rafe moved back down the trail a short distance, scouting for any sign of pursuit, Lily tethered Apollo near the stream and approached Elena cautiously. She felt awkward, unsure what to say, how to bridge the gap created by circumstance and history. "Are you feeling any better?" Lily asked tentatively, sitting down on a nearby rock, maintaining a respectful distance. Elena looked up, her gaze unfocused for a moment before settling on Lily. A flicker of awareness, perhaps curiosity, entered her eyes. "A little," she murmured, her voice soft, husky. She looked around the peaceful spot, then back at Lily. Who are you?" The simple question hung in the air. How could Lily explain her presence, her role in this violent drama? "My name is Lily Sinclair," she answered simply. "I encountered Rafe on the trail. We were both tracking the same man, for different reasons. It was a gross oversimplification, glossing over the complexities, the danger, the reluctant alliance. But it felt like the only possible starting point. Elena absorbed this slowly, her brow furrowed slightly. Tracking Stone. She shuddered involuntarily at the name. Why? Lily hesitated. Explaining her map-making felt trivial, absurd in the face of Elena's trauma. He interfered with my work, she said vaguely. And Rafe? Rafe warned me about him. Elena looked towards the trail where Rafe had disappeared. Her expression clouded with a complex mix of emotions, fear, confusion, perhaps a glimmer of the old affection buried beneath years of presumed loss. Rafe, she whispered again, as if still struggling to reconcile the hardened stranger who had rescued her with the man she had once known. He looks so different. Older, harder. 15 years is a long time, Lily said gently, especially out here. Eleanor nodded, tears welling in her eyes again. I thought he was dead. All this time. I mourned him. Stone told me. Such terrible lies. She looked back at Lily, her gaze searching. Is he really a bounty hunter now? Hunting men for money? There was a note of disbelief, perhaps disappointment in her voice. Lily felt a pang of protectiveness towards Rafe, despite her own fractured trust. Sometimes circumstances force people down paths they wouldn't choose, she said carefully. He told me. Stone betrayed him, took everything, left him with nothing but a false accusation hanging over his head. Elena listened, her expression shifting as she processed this new information, pieces of the puzzle falling into place, revealing a picture starkly different from the one Stone had painted. Betrayed him? She echoed softly. Yes. That sounds like Jedediah. The name was spoken with a quiet venom that mirrored Rafe's own bitterness. Rafe returned then, moving silently out of the trees. He stopped, seeing them talking, his expression unreadable. He glanced from Elena to Lily, perhaps wondering what had been said, a flicker of his usual guardedness returning. "Trail's clean," he reported curtly, addressing neither of them directly. "For now, but we can't afford to linger." He looked at Elena, his gaze softening almost imperceptibly. "Can you ride on?" Elena nodded, pushing herself slowly to her feet. Rafe instinctively moving to steady her. "Yeah, I can ride." Her voice was stronger now, laced with a newfound resolve, perhaps fueled by anger at Stone's lies replacing the numbing shock. Before they mounted, Lily had an idea. While Rafe helped Elena back onto the bay, Lily retrieved her small emergency pouch from Apollo's saddle horn, something she hadn't left behind. Inside were basic first aid supplies, a compass and, crucially, a small notebook and pencil. Duplicates she always carried separately from her main mapping gear. She quickly sketched the immediate area, the stream, the waterfall, the distinctive cluster of boulders, the direction of the trail they were taking. Then, tearing the page carefully from the notebook, she walked back down the trail a short distance to where Rafe had scouted. She found a spot where the tracks of their 2 horses were clear in a patch of damp earth near the stream bank. Beside the tracks, she subtly altered a small pile of stones, arranging them into an arrow shape pointing directly west, away from the upstream path they were actually taking. Then, she tucked the small, hastily drawn map under a larger, flat stone nearby, ensuring a small corner of the parchment remained visible, but only to someone looking closely. It was a mapmaker's trick, a deliberate piece of misdirection. If Stone or his men were tracking them, if they were skilled enough to read subtle signs, they might find the map. They might assume it was dropped accidentally. They might follow the false trail indicated by the stone arrow and the map itself, buying Lily, Rafe, and Eleanor precious time. Or they might recognize it as a deliberate plant, confirming their quarry was clever, adding another layer of uncertainty to the pursuit. It was a small act, another gamble, but it felt proactive, like using her specific skills, making her own mark on the situation beyond simply firing a gun. She returned to the horses just as Rafe finished settling Elena. He looked at her questioningly, noticing her brief absence. "Just checked Apollo's cinch," Lily lied smoothly, avoiding his probing gaze. She swung herself into the saddle, let him discover the map or not. It was her contribution, offered silently. They set off again, continuing their upstream journey. As they rode, Lily felt a subtle shift within herself. The isolation, the sense of being an outsider hadn't vanished, but it felt less acute. She had acted, used her own skills, however small the gesture. She had chosen her path at the fork, and now she was actively shaping it, leaving her mark, not just following in Rafe's wake. The compass of her heart, while still navigating treacherous terrain, felt a little steadier now, pointing towards a fragile hope, a belief in her own agency, even in the heart of this savage land. Whether that hope would be enough remained to be seen. But for the first time in days, Lily felt less like a victim of circumstance, and more like an active participant in her own survival, ready to face whatever lay around or the next bend in the trail. Chapter 18. Between Vengeance and Valor. The rhythm of their flight settled into a grim, relentless pattern. Ride, rest briefly, ride again. Rafe pushed them onward, deeper into the forested mountains, following the stream until it dwindled to a mere trickle, then striking out overland, navigating by sun, shadow, and an instinct honed by years of traversing wild country. He chose paths that offered cover, dense thickets, shadowed ravines, winding game trails, sacrificing speed for security. Every halt involved a tense period of scouting their back trail, listening, watching for any sign of pursuit. The clean trail he'd reported earlier offered little comfort. Stone was cunning, and Rafe clearly didn't underestimate him, especially now that the stakes were so intensely personal. Lily rode Apollo, falling naturally into the position behind Rafe and Elena. The physical distance mirrored the emotional space that had opened between her and Rafe since Eleanor's rescue. He was consumed by Elena's presence, by the immediate need to protect her, and by the simmering undercurrent of his unresolved past. His interactions with Lily were minimal, practical, focused solely on the necessities of their flight. The fragile connection they had forged by campfire confessions and shared peril seemed to have retreated, overshadowed by the older, deeper bond revealed by Elena's reappearance. Lily accepted this shift with a quiet resignation that surprised her. The sharp pang of loneliness, of feeling like an outsider, still lingered, but it was tempered now by a clearer sense of her own purpose. Her priority was survival, hers, Rafe's, Elena's. Her skills, her observations, her steady nerve were assets in this desperate situation. Whether Rafe acknowledged it or not, whether she fit neatly into the narrative of his past or not, she was here, a part of this, and she would contribute in any way she could. The Mapmaker's mark she'd left back at the stream felt like a small anchor in the swirling uncertainty, a tangible assertion of her agency. Elena, riding silently in front of Rafe, seemed to slowly regain some strength, though the haunted look rarely left her eyes. The physical ordeal had been brutal, but the psychological trauma ran deeper. She flinched at sudden noises, her gaze darting nervously towards the surrounding trees, and she clung to Rafe with a dependent fragility that underscored her vulnerability. Yet, Lily also saw flashes of resilience beneath the surface, a tightening of her jaw when Rafe spoke of Stone's lies, a spark of defiance in her eyes. When she recounted fragments of her capture at the mission, where Stone had apparently found her living quietly, seeking refuge from a world she thought had already dealt her its cruelest blow with Rafe's supposed death. The dynamic between Rafe and Elena was complex, fraught with unspoken emotions. Rafe treated her with a fierce, almost suffocating protectiveness, combined with a gentle tenderness Lily hadn't thought him capable of. He anticipated her needs, shielded her from the harshest realities of the trail, his guilt manifesting as constant vigilance on her behalf. Yet there was also a distance, a formality almost, as if the 15 years of separation, the lies, the presumed death, had created a chasm that simple proximity couldn't bridge. They were bound by a shared past, a tragic history, but they were also strangers in many ways, needing to rediscover each other amidst trauma and flight. Lily tried to give them space, focusing on her surroundings, on handling Apollo, on conserving her own energy. She offered Elena quiet smiles, practical help when needed, sharing her water, adjusting Elena's makeshift seat, but avoided intruding on their low-voiced conversations, their shared silences. Late in the afternoon, after a grueling climb over a high, windswept saddle that offered breathtaking views but terrifying exposure, Rafe found them shelter for the night. It was a shallow cave tucked beneath an overhang of weathered granite, screened by a thick growth of ancient gnarled junipers. It wasn't large, barely big enough for the three of them and the horses tethered just outside, but it was defensible, offering protection from the elements and relative concealment. "We stay here," Rafe declared, sliding stiffly from his saddle, his movements betraying the toll of the relentless pace and his own suppressed injuries. He helped Elena down, his hands lingering perhaps a fraction longer than necessary on her waist. A subtle gesture of possession, or perhaps just reassurance. Need a proper rest. Need to think. While Rafe checked the perimeter, scouting the immediate area around the cave, Lily helped Elena settle inside. The cave floor was dusty but dry. Lily gathered pine boughs from nearby to create a softer, insulating bed. Elena sank onto them gratefully, pulling Rafe's duster around her like a shield. She looked utterly depleted, her reserves finally exhausted. "Thank you, Lily," Helena murmured, her voice barely a whisper. Her dark eyes met Lily's, holding a glimmer of warmth, of gratitude, for everything. Back there. "You were very brave." Lily felt a flush warm her cheeks. "We had to get you out," she said simply, uncomfortable with the praise. Compared to what Elena had endured, her own actions felt insignificant. Rafe returned as twilight deepened, bringing with him a small bundle of dried twigs and branches. "Found water seep nearby," he reported, "and signs, deer, elk. No human tracks since midday. Doesn't mean they aren't there, but maybe your trick worked." He glanced briefly at Lily, a flicker of acknowledgement in his eyes before his gaze shifted back to Elena. We risk a small fire tonight, just inside the cave mouth. Need the warmth. And Elena needs... He trailed off, but the implication was clear. Elena needed the comfort, the small semblance of normalcy a fire could provide against the encroaching darkness and fear. He built the fire with his usual efficiency, the small flames catching quickly, casting a warm, flickering glow within the confines of the cave, pushing back the chill and the deepest shadows. The three of them huddled near it, the silence broken only by the crackle of the flames and the sigh of the wind outside. The shared warmth created a fragile intimacy, a temporary truce against the harsh realities waiting beyond the cave mouth. Rafe produced the last of their meager rations, a few strips of jerky, a handful of crumbling hardtack. He divided it carefully, giving the largest share to Elena, ignoring Lily's attempt to offer some of hers back to him. He ate little himself, chewing slowly, his gaze distant, preoccupied. Lily watched him across the firelight. The conflict she'd sensed earlier seemed more pronounced now, etched onto his face. He was caught, she realized, in a terrible internal struggle. On one side was the bounty hunter, the tracker, driven by years of habit and the burning need for vengeance against Stone, a need now amplified by Elena's suffering. That part of him demanded pursuit, confrontation, a final reckoning. On the other side was the protector, the man resurfacing after 15 years, burdened by guilt and an overwhelming responsibility for Elena's safety. That part demanded caution, escape, finding sanctuary far from Stone's reach, protecting Elena from any further harm, even if it meant letting Stone slip away, letting the vengeance go unfinished. Vengeance versus valor. Hunter versus guardian. Which path would he choose? The decision felt critical, not just for Rafe, but for all of them. His choice would determine their next move, their chances of survival. If he chose vengeance, it likely meant turning back, seeking Stone out, initiating a confrontation they were ill-equipped to win. If he chose protection, escape, it meant continuing their flight, heading deeper into unknown territory, hoping to outrun Stone's pursuit, find lasting safety, a daunting prospect in itself. Eleanor seemed to sense the conflict within him too. She reached out, placing a hesitant hand on his arm. Rafe looked down at her touch, startled, his expression softening almost imperceptibly. "Rafe," Elena said softly, her voice regaining some of its strength. What happens now? Where are we going?" Rafe didn't answer immediately. He stared into the fire, the flames reflecting in his pale eyes, illuminating the battle raging within him. Lily held her breath, waiting for his answer, knowing it would define their immediate future. "We need to get you somewhere safe, Elena," he said finally, his voice low, carefully controlled. "A settlement, a town, somewhere Stone can't reach you." He avoided her gaze, focusing instead on the fire. "There's a mining town, Liberty, maybe 3 days' ride southwest of here if the terrain allows. Rough place, but big enough to get lost in for a while. Get you supplies, maybe find passage further away. Escape." He had chosen protection. Relief washed over Lily, so potent it made her feel lightheaded. It was the sensible choice, the rational choice, the one that offered the best chance of survival, even if it meant leaving Stone unaccounted for. But Elena's reaction surprised her. She pulled her hand back from Rafe's arm, her expression troubled. "Run?" she asked, a note of disbelief in her voice. "Just run away after what he did? To those men back there? To me?" She looked at Rafe, her eyes searching his face, perhaps seeking the fire of vengeance she might have expected, the righteous anger. "Aren't you going after him, Rafe? Aren't you going to make him pay?" The question hung heavy in the small cave. Eleanor, the victim, the one who seemingly needed protection above all else, was echoing the demands of the ghosts, calling for retribution. Rafe looked cornered, caught between Elena's unexpected thirst for justice and his own protective instincts. The conflict flared again in his eyes. "Elena," he began, his voice strained, "catching Stone. It's not simple. He's got men. Maybe more than we saw. And that sniper, something else is going on. Walking back into that hornet's nest is suicide. My first priority, my only priority, is keeping you safe now. Safe, Elena echoed, a bitter edge entering her voice. Will I ever be truly safe while he's still out there, knowing what he's capable of? He found me once, Rafe. He could find me again. She leaned forward, her gaze intense. 15 years I thought you were dead. 15 years I lived with the ghost of what he took from us. Now you're back. And you want to run. Let him win again. Her words struck Rafe like physical blows. Lily saw him flinch, saw the old guilt mix with fresh torment. Elena wasn't just asking for vengeance. She was challenging his valor, questioning the very core of the man he had become. The man who had let Stone shape his life for so long. It ain't about winning, Rafe ground out, his control fraying. It's about living, surviving, something I forgot how to do properly a long time ago. He looked from Elena's accusing eyes to Lily's watchful face, then back into the fire, seemingly trapped. Lily felt an urge to intervene, to support Rafe's decision to flee, to argue for caution. But she remained silent. This wasn't her argument to win. This was between Rafe and Elena, between the past and the present, between the powerful forces of vengeance and the desperate need for sanctuary. Rafe had to make his own choice, find his own balance between the hunter and the guardian. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows on their tense faces. Outside, the wind soughed through the pines, a lonely, mournful sound. Rafe sat hunched forward, elbows on his knees, head bowed, wrestling with the impossible choice Elena had laid bare. To pursue Stone meant risking Elena's life, the very life he felt so guilty for endangering. To flee meant potentially condemning her and himself to a life looking over their shoulders, forever haunted by Stone's shadow, letting the ultimate betrayal go unanswered. He finally looked up, his face etched with exhaustion and a terrible clarity. He looked first at Elena, his expression filled with a profound, aching tenderness. "Elena," he said softly, his voice rough but steady now, "I can't lose you again. I won't risk that. Not for pride, not for vengeance, not for anything." Then his gaze shifted to Lily, holding her eyes with a directness that acknowledged her presence, her role in this. "We head for liberty at first light. We find you safe passage, Elena. Get you far away from all this." He took a deep breath, the decision made, the burden settling onto his shoulders with finality. Then I come back. Come back. Lily's heart sank. Come back for Stone. Alone? As if reading her thoughts, Rafe continued, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "A man's got to finish what he starts. Stone, he's my business, my burden to carry. Not yours, Elena. Not yours, Lily." He looked back at Elena, his eyes pleading for understanding. "Let me get you safe first, please. Then I'll deal with the ghosts. Valor, then. Protection first, but vengeance deferred, not abandoned." It was a compromise, perhaps the only one possible, but it felt fragile, dangerous. Could he truly walk away, even temporarily? Could they reach liberty before Stone caught up? And could Rafe survive coming back to face Stone alone? Elena searched his face, seeing the resolve, the pain, the unwavering commitment to her safety overriding, for now, the darker impulse for revenge. Tears welled in her eyes again, but this time they seemed mingled with understanding, perhaps even forgiveness. She nodded slowly. "All right, Rafe. Liberty, but be careful when you come back. He's changed, colder, more vicious than ever." Rafe gave a grim nod. "So have I." The decision hung in the air, heavy with risk and uncertainty. They would run, seek shelter, fragile hope battling against the lengthening shadow of the outlaw. But the final confrontation was only postponed, the pull of vengeance a powerful tide waiting to draw Rafe back into the darkness. Lily looked from Rafe's resolute face to Elena's tear-streaked one, feeling the complex currents of their shared histories swirling around her. She was caught between them, between Rafe's drive for vengeance and his need for valor, her own path inextricably bound to theirs. At least until liberty, and perhaps, she admitted with a silent sigh, even beyond. Chapter 19. The nature of the beast. The decision, once made, settled a fragile kind of calm over their small encampment in the cave. The immediate, paralyzing conflict within Rafe seemed resolved, replaced by a grim, focused determination. Protection first, escape to liberty, deal with Stone later. It was a plan, however fraught with peril, and having a plan felt marginally better than the rudderless uncertainty that had plagued them. They spent the remainder of the night in uneasy rest. Rafe insisted on taking the first watch again, despite his exhaustion and Lily's silent offer to relieve him. He seemed to need the vigilance, the quiet hours communing with the darkness, perhaps steeling himself for the path ahead, or maybe wrestling with the ghosts he had temporarily chosen to outrun rather than confront. Lily and Elena shared the cramped space deeper within the cave, finding a sliver of comfort in shared female presence. Her words remained sparse. Elena drifted in and out of a troubled sleep, occasionally murmuring indistinct phrases, her hands clenching. Lily dozed fitfully, her senses remaining on high alert, the weight of the coat, a cold pressure against her hip. Before dawn, Rafe woke them silently. They ate the last crumbs of their hardtack and jerky, washed down with cold water from the seep, the meager rations, doing little to quell the gnawing hunger in Lily's stomach, or replenish their depleted energy. Words were few, their movements economical, driven by the urgent need to be gone before the rising sun painted them as targets. They emerged from the cave into the chill gray light of pre-dawn. The air was sharp, clean, carrying the scent of pine and distant snowmelt from the higher peaks looming to the north. Rafe quickly saddled the horses while Lily helped Elena, who moved with less pain today, though her eyes still held the shadows of trauma. There was a new, quiet determination about her, however, as if accepting Rafe's plan, accepting his temporary prioritizing of her safety, had given her a focal point beyond her fear. Rafe once again lifted Elena onto his bay, settling her securely in front of him. Lily swung onto Apollo, feeling a familiar sense of competence settle over her as she took the reins. Rafe met her eyes briefly, a silent acknowledgement, perhaps, of her capability, her steady presence. "Stay close," he said curtly. "Terrain gets rougher heading southwest. Watch for rock slides, and keep your eyes open." He led them out, not back the way they had come, but striking out on a new course, angling southwest, guided by the compass Lily had briefly shown him and his own innate sense of direction. The mountains rose steeply around them, ancient granite peaks scraped bare by wind and time, their lower slopes cloaked in dense forests of pine, fir, and aspen. It was majestic, awe-inspiring country, radiating a raw, untamed power. Lily, the mapmaker, longed to stop, to sketch the dramatic contours, to capture the play of light on the rugged peaks, but knew it was impossible. Their journey now was about survival, not discovery. They rode at a steady pace, conserving the horses' energy, navigating narrow, winding trails that hugged steep slopes or plunged into shadowed valleys where streams rushed cold and clear over smooth stones. Rafe moved with relentless focus, his gaze constantly scanning, reading the terrain, searching for the easiest passage while remaining ever alert for signs of danger. Lily followed, trusting his lead, her own senses stretched, absorbing the details of the landscape more for tactical awareness than cartographic curiosity now. Where could an ambush lie? Where was the nearest water source? Which ridges offered the best vantage points? Her perspective had irrevocably shifted. Elena remained mostly silent, leaning against Rafe, her gaze often distant, lost in thought. Occasionally, however, she would ask Rafe a quiet question about the terrain, about the direction they were heading, her voice gaining strength, hinting at the intelligent, resilient woman beneath the layers of trauma. Rafe answered her patiently, his tone softer when addressing her, explaining their route, pointing out landmarks, sharing his knowledge of the land in a way he never had with Lily. Watching them, Lily felt a complex mix of emotions. The pang of being an outsider persisted, an undeniable ache of loneliness amidst their shared history. Yet, seeing Rafe's gentle care for Eleanor, seeing Elena's gradual emergence from the depths of her trauma, also stirred a grudging admiration, a flicker of warmth. Perhaps this flight, this focus on protection, was healing for both of them, in ways Lily couldn't fully comprehend. Perhaps confronting the past didn't always require immediate confrontation with the source of the pain. As the day wore on, however, a subtle tension began to build again. Rafe grew quieter, his face hardening, his gaze sweeping their back trail with increasing frequency. He dismounted more often, studying the ground, examining broken twigs, scuff marks on rock signs invisible to Lily's untrained eye. During a brief halt to rest the horses in a sun-dappled aspen grove, Lily saw him kneeling, examining a faint track in a patch of soft earth near a game trail that intersected their path. His expression was grim, tight-lipped. "What is it?" Lily asked, keeping her voice low so as not to alarm Elena, who sat nearby, listlessly braiding a blade of grass. Rafe didn't look up immediately. He traced the edge of the faint print with his finger. "Shod horse," he muttered. "One rider came through here maybe half a day ago, heading the same way we are." Lily's blood ran cold. Pursuit? Stone? Or one of his men? Or the sniper? Could it be just a trapper, prospector? She suggested, hoping against hope. Rafe finally looked up, his eyes hard. Maybe, but the horse wasn't weighted down like a pack animal. And the rider, they knew how to move quiet. Stayed mostly to the rocks where the tracking's harder. He stood up, dusting off his hands. Could be nothing. Could be trouble catching up. He glanced towards Elena, then back at Lily, his gaze conveying a silent warning. Don't frighten her, but be ready. The fragile piece of their sanctuary shattered. The shadow was back, lengthening behind them. Rafe pushed the pace again, urging the horses through increasingly difficult terrain. His jaw set, his vigilance absolute. Lily rode with her hand never far from her colt, every shadow seeming to hold a potential threat, every sound magnified by her heightened senses. Late in the afternoon, they were traversing a high, narrow ridge connecting two larger peaks. The trail was treacherous, with a steep drop-off on one side plunging hundreds of feet into a rocky, pine-choked canyon below. The wind howled here, cold and biting, whipping at their clothes, making the horses skittish. Suddenly, Rafe pulled his bay up short, so abruptly that Apollo almost collided with them. He stared intently at something on the trail just ahead. Lily followed his gaze, her heart leaping into her throat. Lying directly across the narrow path was a dead rattlesnake, not coiled, not threatening, but stretched out, its head gruesomely crushed by a large rock placed deliberately upon it. Its tail rattles, severed, lay a few feet away, almost like a marker. It wasn't natural. It was a message. Elena gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. Rafe swore, a low, vicious sound. He dismounted carefully, his rifle in hand, scanning the surrounding rocks, the slopes above and below. He approached the snake cautiously, nudging the rock aside with his boot. The gesture was unmistakable. A warning. A symbol of threat neutralized. Or perhaps a promise of violence to come. Snakes were often used as symbols in the West: danger, betrayal, sudden death. And the severed rattle. A silencing. Stone, Lily whispered, though she knew the answer. This felt too deliberate, too cruel for a random encounter. Rafe shook his head slowly, his eyes narrowed, scanning the area with unnerving intensity. Maybe. Or maybe. He didn't finish the thought, but his gaze flickered upwards, towards the higher peaks, then down into the canyon. He knelt, examining the ground around the snake, ignoring the gruesome sight. Those tracks again, he muttered. Same lone rider. Passed here not long before us. Left this calling card. He stood up, his expression colder, harder than Lily had ever seen it. This wasn't just Stone's brand of chaotic violence. This felt different, calculated, psychological. Someone was playing with them, letting them know they were being watched, followed, herded. But who? And why? Was it the sniper revealing himself in this chilling manner? If so, what was his game? Who is it, Rafe? Helena pleaded, her voice trembling. Who's doing this? Rafe looked at her, then at Lily, his face a mask of grim understanding. The conflict within him seemed to resolve into a bleak certainty. It ain't Stone, he said flatly. Not his style. This is cleaner, colder. He paused, then uttered the name like a curse. It's Crow. Crow? The name meant nothing to Lily, but Helena reacted instantly, recoiling as if struck, her face draining of all color. Crow, she whispered, horrified. Silas Crow. But he works for whoever pays him. Rafe interrupted harshly, his eyes like chips of flint. And right now, someone's paying him to track us. Or maybe just me. He looked down at the dead snake again, a muscle twitching in his jaw. Crow's a tracker. Best there is. Betting me, maybe. Finds anyone. Anything. For a price. He met Lily's questioning gaze. He's also the one who likely taught Stone a thing or two about cruelty. They rode together years back. Before even my time with Stone. Crow's the reason Stone got so good at being Stone. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Silas Crow. A legendary tracker, a ruthless mercenary, possibly Stone's mentor in malevolence. And he was hunting them. Not necessarily working with Stone, the sniper incident suggested otherwise, but paralleling their trail, leaving menacing signs, playing a cat-and-mouse game for reasons unknown. Was he hired by someone Stone had wronged? Or someone Rafe had crossed in his years as a bounty hunter? Or was his motive something else entirely? Why would he leave this? Lily asked, gesturing towards the snake. Why not just attack? Because that ain't his way, Rafe said grimly. Crow likes the game. Likes the fear. Likes watching his quarry sweat, make mistakes. He's letting us know he's here. Letting us know he can get to us whenever he wants. He nudged the snake carcass off the trail with his boot, sending it tumbling down the steep slope into the canyon below. He's testing us, measuring us, especially... He glanced briefly at Helena, then his gaze settled on Lily. Measuring our weaknesses. The implication hung heavy in the biting wind. Crow wasn't just tracking their physical trail. He was assessing their emotional landscape, probing for vulnerabilities. Helena's trauma, Rafe's guilt, Lily's inexperience. He would use it all against them when he finally decided to close the trap. The nature of the beast they faced had just become infinitely more complex, more terrifying. It wasn't just the blunt instrument of Stone's rage they had to fear, but the cold, calculating intelligence of a master predator like Silas Crow, moving unseen in the shadows, pulling strings, manipulating events for his own inscrutable purposes. Rafe remounted, his face set in hard, determined lines. The choice between vengeance and valor seemed suddenly, terrifyingly irrelevant. Survival itself had become the only imperative, threatened now not just by the ghosts of the past, but by a new, colder, more calculating phantom on their trail. Liberty, Rafe said, his voice flat, devoid of hope. We ride for liberty, and we pray we get there before Crow decides the game is over. He spurred his horse onward, along the narrow, wind-whipped ridge, leaving the chilling message of the dead snake behind them. But its shadow stretched long before them now, a cold premonition of the darkness closing in, forcing them deeper into the savage heart of the land, where the nature of the beast, both human and wild, revealed itself in terrifying clarity. The fragile hope they had nurtured felt suddenly dangerously close to extinguishing. Chapter 20. Before the storm breaks. The rhythm of their flight became a grim metronome, counting down against dwindling time and encroaching danger. Southwest they pushed, deeper into the rugged embrace of mountains that clawed at a sky rapidly losing its benevolent blue hue. The forests grew thicker in the valleys, ancient stands of pine and fir that swallowed the sunlight, creating a perpetual twilight beneath their boughs. The ridges they were forced to cross grew sharper, more exposed, wind-scoured spines of granite where progress was slow and treacherous, offering terrifying vistas of the empty, indifferent wilderness, stretching in all directions. Rafe led them with a relentless, near-silent intensity. The earlier conflict that had warred within him seemed to have solidified into a single-minded purpose: liberty. Get Eleanor to liberty. Every decision, every chosen path was geared towards that goal, tempered by the constant, nerve-shredding awareness of the two shadows stretching long behind them: Stone's brutal, vengeful pursuit, and Crow's colder, more calculating surveillance. He spoke little, his communication reduced to curt commands, brief assessments of the trail, and quiet reassurances directed only at Elena. Elena, riding pillion before him, remained enveloped in a protective cocoon of his presence. Physically, she was recovering. The bruises faded slightly, the stiffness eased, but the trauma remained, visible in the haunted depths of her eyes, the way she startled at sudden noises, the reflexive way she leaned into Rafe's strength. Yet Lily saw flickers of the woman she might have been. The woman Rafe had loved, moments of quiet observation. A flash of wry humor in response to some comment from Rafe, a steely glint in her eye when the memory of Stone's cruelty surfaced. She was bent, but not entirely broken. Her presence was a constant, complex weight, altering the dynamic between Lily and Rafe, a living testament to the past that refused to stay buried. Lily felt increasingly like a ghost herself, trailing behind them, observant, watchful, yet peripheral. The initial sting of loneliness had dulled into a kind of pragmatic acceptance. Her role was clear: survive, assist, stay alert. She focused on handling Apollo, on conserving her own dwindling energy, on reading the terrain with her mapmaker's eye, filing away details that might prove useful, noting potential ambush points or escape routes. The small, defiant act of leaving the map marker back at the stream felt like a distant memory, a futile gesture against the overwhelming forces now arrayed against them. Trust in Rafe remained fractured, not by malice, but by his consuming focus on Elena and the ghosts she represented. She trusted his skill, his survival instincts, but not necessarily his judgment, clouded as it was by guilt and suppressed rage. She relied on him, yet she also watched him, wary of the moment his control might snap, when vengeance might overwhelm valor. Their supplies dwindled at an alarming rate. The last of the jerky vanished. The remaining hardtack crumbled into tasteless dust. Hunger became a constant companion, a gnawing ache that sharpened their senses but also frayed their tempers. Water remained their most critical need, dictating their route, forcing them to follow stream beds or seek out hidden seeps, praying each source wouldn't be dry or foul. Rafe's hunting attempts proved fruitless. The game seemed scarce, or perhaps too wary, sensing the tension radiating from the hunted humans passing through their territory. The horses, too, felt the strain, their ribs becoming more prominent, their energy flagging despite Rafe's careful husbanding of their strength. One afternoon, while resting the horses near a meager trickle of water cascading down a mossy rock face, the strain became palpable. Rafe had just returned from scouting ahead, his face grim. "Trail gets worse," he announced, stripping lichen from a rock to offer the horses. "Box Canyon narrows up ahead. Only way through is the creek bed itself for maybe half a mile. Walls are sheer. No way up or out if trouble comes." Elena looked alarmed, instinctively pressing closer to Rafe. Lily studied the terrain visible beyond the trees, her mapmaker's mind assessing the topography. "Is there no way around over the ridge?" Rafe shook his head, his patience clearly wearing thin under the combined weight of exhaustion, hunger, and worry. "Too steep. Take half a day we don't have, and expose us on the high ground for too long. The creek bed's the only way." He avoided Lily's gaze, focusing on rubbing down his horse's leg. "It feels like a trap," Lily persisted quietly, unable to shake a sense of deep unease. Funneling them into a narrow, inescapable passage seemed exactly the kind of move Crow, the master tracker, might orchestrate, herding them towards a chosen killing ground. Rafe's head snapped up, his pale eyes flashing with irritation. Everything out here feels like a trap, Mapmaker. That's the reality. We take the path we're given, hope for the best, and stay ready for the worst. You got a better idea? The challenge hung sharp and hostile in the air. Lily recoiled slightly from his tone, but held her ground. No, she admitted honestly, but maybe we should wait. Rest here longer, see if anyone shows themselves. Wait, Rafe scoffed, gesturing impatiently. Wait for Stone to catch up. Wait for Crow to spring whatever damn snare he's laying. We move now while we have daylight. He turned away abruptly, effectively ending the discussion, leaving Lily feeling rebuffed, her concerns dismissed. The fragile truce between them felt thinner than ever. Elena watched the exchange, her expression troubled, but remained silent, unwilling or unable to intervene. They pushed onward into the narrowing canyon Rafe had described. The air grew heavy, still, the silence broken only by the splash of the horses' hooves in the shallow creek bed and the echoing calls of canyon wrens. The sheer rock walls rose hundreds of feet on either side, pressing close, blotting out the sun, creating a claustrophobic gloom. Lily felt terribly exposed, trapped. Every shadow seemed to hold a waiting menace, every overhang a potential sniper's perch. She rode with her Colt drawn, her eyes scanning the cliffs above, her muscles coiled tight with anticipation. Rafe rode ahead, rifle held ready, his head constantly scanning. But even his vigilance seemed dwarfed by the overwhelming scale of the canyon, the impossibility of watching every potential angle of attack. They passed the halfway point, the tension stretching taut as a wire. Nothing happened. No ambush, no sign of pursuit. Silence remained unbroken, yet it felt unnatural, charged with unspoken threat. Was Crow toying with them? Had they misread the signs? Or was the trap waiting further on beyond the canyon's confines? Emerging from the oppressive narrowness of the box, canyon felt like surfacing for air after being held underwater. The landscape opened slightly into a broader valley floor, dotted with ponderosa pines and grassy meadows, though still hemmed in by steep, forested slopes. Relief washed over Lily, so potent it left her feeling weak-kneed. They had made it through. But Rafe showed no sign of relief. His vigilance remained absolute, his gaze sweeping the valley ahead, the slopes on either side. He seemed almost disappointed that the expected confrontation hadn't occurred, as if the waiting, the uncertainty, was worse than the fight itself. As dusk began to settle, casting long purple shadows across the valley floor, the weather, which had been clear but oppressively hot for days, began to change dramatically. The wind picked up, whipping through the pines with a mournful sigh, carrying the metallic scent of ozone. Dark, bruised-looking clouds gathered rapidly overhead, obscuring the setting sun, plunging the valley into premature twilight. The air grew heavy, thick with an electric tension that mirrored the strained emotions of the three riders. Distant thunder rumbled, a low, guttural growl echoing off the surrounding peaks. A storm was brewing, a big one by the look of the sky. Damn it, Rafe swore, looking up at the roiling clouds. Just what we needed. He scanned the valley floor, searching for shelter. A heavy downpour would slow them down, obscure tracks both theirs and their pursuers. But it also brought the risk of flash floods in the low-lying areas, hypothermia if they got soaked, and the sheer misery of riding through driving rain and wind. Plus, the noise of the storm could mask the approach of an enemy. He pointed towards a dark slash in the mountainside, about a mile ahead, the entrance to another canyon, narrower than the valley they were in, but potentially offering some overhangs or caves for shelter. We head for that canyon, he decided. Try to find cover before it breaks loose. They urged their weary horses forward, racing against the approaching storm. The wind rose to a howl, tearing at their clothes, flattening the grass in the meadows. The first fat drops of rain began to fall, cold and stinging against Lily's skin. Lightning flickered intermittently, momentarily illuminating the landscape in stark, ghostly flashes, followed by deeper, more resonant claps of thunder that vibrated through the ground. The horses grew nervous again, tossing their heads, their ears flattened against the rising wind. Elena huddled deeper into Rafe's embrace, burying her face against his chest. Lily leaned forward over Apollo's neck, murmuring reassurances. her own heart pounding in time with the escalating storm. As they neared the canyon mouth, a particularly bright flash of lightning lit up the entrance, revealing something that made Lily's blood run cold. Tucked just inside the mouth of the canyon, partially sheltered by an overhang, stood a lone horse, riderless. Its reins trailed on the ground. It wasn't one of the horses that had bolted from Stone's camp. This one was different. A lean, wiry Mustang, its coat gleaming wetly in the rain that was now starting to fall in earnest. Rafe saw it too. He reined in sharply, his body instantly rigid, his eyes narrowed, fixed on the lone horse. A horse meant a rider nearby, sheltering from the storm, or waiting. Another flash of lightning, closer this time, illuminated the canyon mouth more clearly. And beside the horse, half hidden in the shadows of the overhang, stood a figure. Tall, lean, draped in dark oilskin slickers against the rain. The figure didn't move, simply stood there, watching their approach, seemingly unperturbed by the raging storm or the sudden appearance of 3 riders. It wasn't Stone. The build was wrong, leaner, almost spectral in the flickering light. It wasn't one of Stone's other men. This figure radiated a different kind of menace, colder, quieter, infinitely more dangerous. Silas Crow. He hadn't laid a trap in the box canyon. He had waited here, at the natural shelter, knowing the storm would eventually drive them towards it. He hadn't needed to herd them. Nature and necessity had done it for him. The game was over. The hunter had cornered his prey. Rafe's hand tightened on his rifle. Beside Lily, Eleanor gasped, recognizing the danger, the culmination of their desperate flight. The wind howled around them, driving the rain in stinging sheets, plastering their hair and clothes to their skin. Thunder crashed directly overhead, shaking the very air they breathed. The storm had broken, literal and metaphorical, plunging them into a terrifying confrontation at the mouth of the dark canyon, face to face with the beast whose nature was as cold and unforgiving as the wilderness itself. There was no more running, only the raging storm, the waiting hunter, and the impossible choices that lay drenched in rain and shadow. Chapter 21. Trail to Oblivion. The world dissolved into a maelstrom of wind, rain, and heart-stopping fear. Silas Crow stood at the mouth of the canyon, a phantom sculpted from rain-slicked oilskin and shadow, his presence as electrifying and terrifying as the lightning that momentarily bleached the landscape white around him. He didn't move, didn't brandish a weapon, simply watched them through the downpour, his stillness more menacing than any overt threat. The lone Mustang tethered near him shifted nervously, its dark coat gleaming wetly, an extension of its master's quiet, predatory patience. Rafe sat frozen on his bay, the reins tight in his fist, his rifle held across his lap, water streaming from the brim of his hat. Every line of his body screamed tension. A coiled spring wound to the breaking point. Lily could feel the internal war raging within him, the desperate urge to protect Elena, clutched tightly before him, warring with the ingrained instinct to confront the threat head-on. The hunter facing the apex predator. Flight seemed impossible now. Confrontation suicidal. They were caught, exposed, pinned between the storm's fury and Crow's deadly calm. Eleanor whimpered, burying her face deeper against Rafe's chest, her body trembling violently. Her terror was palpable, a tangible thing adding to the already unbearable weight of the moment. Lily gripped her reins, her knuckles white, her own fear a cold knot tightening in her stomach. Her gaze darted between Crow's unmoving figure and the surrounding terrain, searching desperately for an escape route, an advantage, anything. The roaring wind, the driving rain, the crashing thunder, the storm that should have offered cover now felt like an accomplice, trapping them, isolating them, amplifying their vulnerability. Crow finally moved. Not aggressively, but with a slow, deliberate unfolding, like a patient spider testing its web. He took a single step forward, out from under the meager shelter of the overhang, letting the rain plaster his dark slicker to his lean frame. Even through the downpour, Lily could make out the sharp angles of his face beneath the brim of his low-pulled hat, high cheekbones, a hawkish nose, eyes that seemed to absorb the dim light, revealing nothing. He looked ageless, weathered, a man carved from the harsh elements he seemed so comfortable inhabiting. Callahan, Crow's voice cut through the storm's roar, unnervingly calm, carrying easily on the wind. He didn't shout. He simply spoke, and the sound itself was a weapon, chilling Lily to the bone. It wasn't Rafe he addressed, but Callahan the name Rafe had buried. The ghost stone had helped create. Crow knew. Of course he knew. He knew everything. Rafe flinched almost imperceptibly at the name, his grip tightening on the rifle. He didn't answer, his silence a tense standoff against Crow's unnerving calm. "Been a long time," Crow continued, his voice devoid of inflection, stating a fact, not offering a pleasantry. He took another slow step forward, his gaze flicking dismissively over Elena, lingering for a fraction longer on Lily, then settling back on Rafe with predatory focus. "Didn't figure you for the rescuing type anymore. Thought you'd learned better." "Stay away from her, Crow," Rafe ground out, his voice low and dangerous, vibrating with suppressed fury. He shifted slightly, trying to shield Elena more completely with his body. Crow chuckled, a dry, rasping sound like stones scraping together, utterly devoid of humor. "Always protective of what's yours, Callahan. Even after 15 years. Even when she thought you were dust and bones." He tilted his head slightly, studying Elena's hidden face. "Or maybe, especially then, guilt's a powerful motivator. Makes a man reckless." His words were deliberate barbs, aimed with surgical precision at Rafe's deepest wounds, designed to provoke, to destabilize. Lily saw Rafe's knuckles whiten further on the rifle stock, saw the muscle jump in his clenched jaw. Crow was playing him, expertly manipulating his guilt, his rage. "What do you want, Crow?" Rafe demanded, trying to regain control, force the confrontation onto his own terms. "What?" Crow echoed thoughtfully, taking another step closer, water dripping steadily from his hat brim. He stopped perhaps 30 yards away, close enough for his quiet voice to carry easily, yet far enough to maintain a tactical advantage. "Right now, just shelter from this squall, same as you." He gestured vaguely towards the dark canyon mouth behind him. Plenty of room. The invitation was laden with unspoken menace. Sharing shelter with Silas Crow was unthinkable. "We'll find our own shelter," Rafe retorted, his gaze darting sideways, assessing potential escape routes, finding none. "Suit yourself," Crow shrugged, seemingly indifferent. "But the trail ends here, Callahan. For you, at least." He paused, letting the implication hang heavy in the rain-swept air. "My employer wants a word. Wants what you took from his man, Stone." Lily's mind raced. Employer? What Rafe took from Stone? They hadn't taken anything except Elena. And unless Crow wasn't talking about goods, was he talking about Elena herself? Or was this about something else entirely? Something that predated even Stone's betrayal? Who had hired Crow? And why was Rafe the target? The sniper firing on Stone's men suddenly clicked into a horrifying new context. Had Crow been eliminating witnesses? Or rivals? "I didn't take anything from Stone," Rafe stated flatly, his eyes narrowed, trying to decipher Crow's game. Crow's lips curved into something resembling a smile, cold and sharp. "Didn't you? News travels fast out here, Callahan. News about a certain Mapmaker asking questions back down the trail. Questions about old claims, hidden caches, things better left buried." His gaze flicked towards Lily again, sharp, assessing. "Things Jedediah Stone might have foolishly boasted about to his woman. Things my employer considers his property." Lily felt the blood drain from her face. Her maps? Her innocent inquiries back at the last trading post weeks ago, about local legends, lost mines mentioned in old survey notes her father had given her. Had her academic curiosity somehow impossibly intersected with this deadly web of betrayal and greed? Had Stone, in his cruelty towards Eleanor, let slip some information, some clue related to these old legends, thinking it worthless, only for it to reach the ears of someone who considered it vital? Someone willing to hire Silas Crow to retrieve it, or silence anyone connected to it. Rafe looked sharply at Lily, confusion warring with dawning suspicion in his eyes. What's he talking about, Lily? What Mapmaker? Before Lily could answer, Crow chuckled again. She didn't tell you. Innocent little Mapmaker charting the wilderness, stumbling onto secrets best left undisturbed. Jedediah always did have a loose tongue when trying to impress or intimidate. Must have said something to the woman. He nodded towards Elena, or maybe left something behind she didn't know the value of. Something my employer wants back very badly, along with anyone who knows about it. His gaze hardened, settling on Rafe again, which now includes you, Callahan. Loose end. The pieces fell into a sickening pattern. Stone's pursuit hadn't just been about Rafe. Elena's capture wasn't just cruel bait. It was all tangled up with older secrets, hidden wealth, and Lily's own accidental intrusion into a long-buried conflict. Crow wasn't just tracking Rafe for past sins. He was hunting potentially valuable information, eliminating threats for an unknown employer. Stone, Rafe, Elena, Lily. They were all just pawns in his cold, deadly game. You're lying, Crow, Rafe snarled, though the conviction in his voice sounded shaky. He glanced again at Lily, searching her face, seeing the confirmation of Crow's words in her horrified expression. Am I? Crow countered smoothly. Ask the Mapmaker. Ask the woman. Ask yourself why Stone suddenly developed an interest in this particular patch of nowhere, and the woman he abandoned years ago. Think, Callahan. Use that rusty brain Stone didn't quite manage to scramble. The storm raged around them, mirroring the tempest of confusion, betrayal, and dawning horror. Rafe was trapped, not just physically, but by the colliding narratives his personal vendetta against Stone, now overshadowed by this larger, colder conspiracy involving Crow, an unknown employer, and Lily's accidental discovery. Elena was not just bait, but potentially an unwitting keeper of secrets. And Lily was the spark that had reignited the fuse, the Mapmaker whose innocent lines had inadvertently pointed towards buried treasure and brought a legendary killer down upon them all. It doesn't matter, Rafe said finally, his voice regaining a measure of its cold resolve. He had made his choice back in the cave. Protection first. Whatever you think we know, whatever your employer wants, you won't get it by killing us. Killing you. Crow raised a skeptical eyebrow. That's only one solution, Callahan, and not always the most informative. He took another deliberate step forward, his hand moving almost casually towards the heavy Colt revolver holstered beneath his slicker. My employer prefers retrieval of information, of assets. His gaze lingered on Elena, then Lily, the implication chillingly clear. Hostages were more valuable than corpses sometimes. Give me the Mapmaker, Callahan, and the woman. Tell me what Stone told her. Cooperate, and maybe I let you ride away. Disappear again, go back to being nobody. It was a devil's bargain laced with poison. Sacrifice the women, betray whatever shred of honor he had left for a chance at survival, a chance to once again vanish into the shadows. Lily saw the struggle flicker briefly in Rafe's eyes, the primal instinct for self-preservation battling against the Protector's code, against the weight of his guilt. But it was only a flicker. He looked at Elena, huddled against him, then at Lily, meeting her wide, terrified eyes. The choice was impossible. Unthinkable. Go to hell, Crow, Rafe bit out, raising his rifle slightly. Crow sighed, a sound of theatrical disappointment. Predictable. Always the misplaced valor with you, Callahan. He drew his revolver, then. The movement, fluid, economical, deadly. Shame. Would have been cleaner. Just as Crow raised his weapon, Rafe reacted, not by firing, but by violently spurring his bay forward, not towards Crow, but angling sharply towards the narrow, dark canyon mouth behind Crow. He dragged Apollo, with Lily and the now screaming Elena, alongside him in a desperate, unexpected charge. Crow, momentarily surprised by the reckless maneuver, fired, the shot going wide, absorbed by the howl of the wind. Rafe fired back blindly with his rifle, not aiming to hit, but to provide cover, to disrupt Crow's aim as they thundered past him, plunging into the Stygian darkness of the canyon. They galloped into blackness, The storm's fury somewhat muted by the enclosing rock walls, but the darkness absolute. Rain lashed down, turning the unseen creek bed beneath their hooves into a treacherous torrent. Rocks, dislodged by the storm or their frantic passage, tumbled down the unseen slopes. It was a blind flight, a desperate gamble on Rafe's instinct. And the horses' footing. Behind them, Crow didn't immediately pursue. Lily risked a backward glance, seeing his dark silhouette framed against the storm-lit canyon entrance. He stood unmoving for a moment, then slowly, deliberately, raised his revolver and fired once, twice, into the darkness after them. Not hurried shots, but measured, aimed. One bullet whined off the rock wall near Lily's head. The other struck Apollo's flank with a sickening thud. The big buckskin screamed, a high-pitched sound of agony and terror, stumbling violently, almost going down. Lily clung on desperately, hearing Elena cry out in fresh panic. Rafe fought to control his own mount, while trying to keep hold of Apollo's reins as the wounded horse bucked and plunged in the darkness. "He's hit!" Lily cried out over the storm, feeling the horse tremble beneath her. "Badly." Rafe swore viciously, pulling both horses to a stumbling halt further down the lightless canyon. He leapt down, splashing through the rising creek water, running his hands frantically over Apollo's flank in the dark, feeling the warm, sticky wetness of blood. "Damn him," Rafe snarled, his voice thick with fury and despair. Crow hadn't needed to hit them directly. Crippling a horse in this terrain, in this storm, was almost as effective as a kill shot. It stranded them. They were trapped in the dark, storm-lashed canyon. One horse wounded, pursued by a relentless killer who held all the advantages. The trail they had followed, the desperate flight towards liberty, had become a trail to oblivion. Shelter was non-existent, hope dwindling as rapidly as the light. The beast had sprung his trap, and the darkness closing in felt final, absolute. Chapter 22, Reckoning at Devil's Jaw. The darkness within the narrow canyon was absolute, a suffocating blanket woven from night, storm, and enclosing rock. The only illumination came from the infrequent, terrifying flashes of lightning that momentarily etched the scene in stark, blinding white, before plunging them back into impenetrable blackness. Rain lashed down, cold and relentless, swelling the creek that rushed through the canyon floor into a churning, debris-filled torrent. The roar of the water mingled with the howl of the wind funneling through the canyon and the crashing thunder overhead, creating a deafening, disorienting cacophony. Apollo stood trembling, head low, flank heaving. The warm, sticky flow of blood matting his buckskin coat beneath Lily's frantic, exploring fingers. The bullet had struck high on his hind quarter, a deep, ragged wound that bled profusely. He was crippled, unable to bear weight properly, let alone carry a rider through this treacherous terrain. Crow's calculated shot had effectively ended their flight. "How bad?" Rafe's voice was tight, strained, barely audible above the storm as he knelt beside Lily, examining the wound by the intermittent lightning flashes. "Bad," Lily choked out, tears mixing with the rain on her face. Tears of fear, despair, and a sudden, fierce protectiveness towards the loyal animal who had carried her so faithfully, bleeding heavily. "He can't travel." Rafe swore again, a raw sound of frustration and fury. He gently probed the wound, his touch surprisingly deft, then straightened up, his face grim in the fleeting light. "Can't leave him like this. And can't stay here. Water's rising too fast. We'll be swept away or trapped." He looked around wildly, scanning the sheer rock walls revealed by the lightning, searching for any ledge, any crevice, any possibility of escape from the canyon floor. Elena huddled nearby, soaked and shivering, clinging to Rafe's bay for support, her face pale with terror, her eyes wide and unseeing. The initial shock seemed to have given way to a numb resignation, as if the relentless onslaught of danger had finally overwhelmed her capacity for fear. Another lightning flash illuminated a narrow fissure partway up the canyon wall to their right. almost hidden behind a curtain of cascading water pouring off the cliff face. It looked impossibly steep, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, but it was the only potential refuge visible. There, Rafe yelled, pointing. Might lead somewhere higher. A ledge, maybe a cave. It's our only chance. He turned to Lily, his eyes locking with hers, conveying the desperate urgency. We have to leave him, Lily. Apollo. Can't take him up there. Leave him? The thought felt like a betrayal, a physical wrenching. Apollo had been her companion, her confidant, her steady presence through miles of isolation and danger. Abandoning him here, wounded, to the storm and whatever else lurked in the darkness. It felt unthinkable, but Rafe was right. Staying meant drowning or being cornered by Crow. Trying to force the wounded horse up that fissure was impossible. Tears streamed down Lily's face, indistinguishable from the rain. She pressed her forehead against Apollo's wet neck, murmuring incoherent words of farewell, of apology. He nudged her weakly, a faint nicker rumbling in his chest. I'm sorry, she whispered. So sorry. Rafe put a hand on her shoulder, his grip firm, pulling her back. No time, Lily. We have to go. Now. His voice was harsh, but underscored with a shared understanding of the brutal necessity. He quickly stripped Apollo's saddle and bridle, letting them fall into the rising water dead weight they couldn't carry. Then, drawing his revolver, he hesitated for only a fraction of a second before placing the muzzle gently behind Apollo's ear. Lily turned away, squeezing her eyes shut, pressing her hands over her ears. But she couldn't block out the flat, sharp report of the shot, echoing strangely muted against the storm's roar. A final, necessary act of mercy that felt like another wound ripped open within her. When she looked back, Rafe was already wading through the churning water towards the base of the fissure, pulling his reluctant bay horse with him, yelling at Elena to follow. Lily stumbled after them, numb with grief and shock. The image of Apollo falling silently into the torrent seared into her mind. Reaching the fissure was a struggle against the current. Rafe practically dragged Elena through the curtain of falling water, shoving her towards the narrow opening. He boosted her up, finding footholds Lily couldn't see in the darkness. Climb, he ordered. Don't look down. Then it was Lily's turn. Rafe gripped her arm, hauling her upwards onto the first slippery ledge inside the fissure. The rock was slick with rain, the climb terrifyingly steep, the passage barely wider than her shoulders. Below, the bay horse whinnied nervously, unable to follow them up the near vertical cleft. Rafe gave the horse a desperate slap on the rump. Go! Get clear if you can! He yelled, hoping the animal might find its own way further down the canyon, away from the rising water, away from Crow. Then he turned and scrambled up into the fissure after Lily and Elena. The climb was a nightmare of scraped skin, burning muscles, and blind terror. Water poured down the fissure, soaking them, chilling them to the bone, making every handhold treacherous. They moved by feel, guided by Rafe's low commands from below, pulling themselves upwards, ledge by agonizing ledge. Several times, Lily's foot slipped, sending cascades of loose rock rattling down into the darkness, her heart leaping into her throat, certain they had alerted Crow, but the storm's fury likely masked the sounds. Finally, gasping for breath, limbs trembling with exhaustion, they hauled themselves onto a wider ledge, perhaps 30 feet above the canyon floor. It wasn't a cave, just a shallow indentation in the rock face, barely deep enough to offer respite from the main force of the rain, pouring off the overhang above. But it was higher ground, relatively safe from the flash flood churning below. They collapsed onto the wet rock, huddled together for warmth, shivering uncontrollably. Below them, the canyon was a churning river of muddy water, logs, and debris, illuminated sporadically by the receding lightning flashes. There was no sign of Rafe's horse, nor of Crow. Had the tracker been swept away, or was he waiting patiently somewhere, knowing they were trapped? We made it, Eleanor whispered, her voice trembling, though whether from cold or relief, Lily couldn't tell. Rafe didn't answer. He peered down into the flooded canyon, then scanned the opposite wall, his expression grim. Made it to another trap, he muttered. We're pinned here. Can't go up, can't go down. Soon as the storm eases, soon as it's light, he'll find us. Despair washed over Lily, cold and heavy as the rain. They had traded one trap for another. Apollo's sacrifice felt suddenly horribly futile. They had bought themselves a few hours, perhaps, but delayed the inevitable reckoning. As the storm slowly began to abate, the thunder moving further away, the rain lessening to a steady drizzle, an eerie quiet settled over the canyon, broken only by the rush of the still swollen creek below and the drip of water from the overhang above. The first pale hints of dawn began to filter into the canyon, revealing the devastation wrought by the flash flood-scoured banks, uprooted trees, debris piled high against the rock walls, and revealing Silas Crow. He stood on the opposite canyon rim, directly across from their ledge, seemingly untouched by the storm. His dark slicker shed water, his hat pulled low, his rifle held loosely but ready. He hadn't been swept away. He had anticipated the flood, sought higher ground, and simply waited. Waited for the storm to pass. Waited for daylight. Waited for his trapped quarry to reveal themselves. His patience was terrifying. Inhuman. He made no move, no sound, simply watched them across the gulf, his presence a silent promise of death. Rafe swore softly, pushing Elena behind him, raising his own rifle. But the distance was too great for an accurate shot, especially with pistols. Crow held the advantage of position, of surprise, of knowing they were trapped. Nowhere left to run, Callahan. Crow's voice echoed across the canyon, calm, almost conversational despite the distance. Makes things simpler. What do you want, Crow? Rafe yelled back, his voice tight with fury and desperation. Who hired you? Crow didn't answer the question directly. He shifted his position slightly, bringing his rifle up, sighting casually towards their ledge. My employer wants what Stone knew about the old Espinosa claim. The cache marked on the map the girl carries. Lily gasped. The Espinosa claim. That was one of the obscure legends she'd asked about at the trading post. A rumored Spanish gold cache lost centuries ago, dismissed by most as fantasy. Had Stone somehow known its location? Had he boasted of it to Elena? Or worse, had Lily herself, in her innocent sketching, inadvertently rediscovered some clue, some landmark that pointed towards it? Was her map the one Crow sought? There is no map, Lily cried out, her voice high with panic. It's just a legend. Crow's cold gaze flickered towards her. Maybe? Maybe not. Jedediah seemed to think otherwise. And my employer pays me not to believe in legends, Mapmaker. He pays me to retrieve assets. He sighted down the rifle barrel again, aiming not at Rafe, but deliberately towards Elena, huddled behind him. Last chance, Callahan. The information. Or the women. Your choice. Rafe stared across the canyon at Crow, then looked down at Elena, trembling behind him, then glanced back at Lily, her face pale with terror. The impossible choice, stark and brutal. Betray the women, potentially give Crow information Lily didn't even know if she possessed, in exchange for a slim chance at his own survival, or make a final, hopeless stand. Lily saw the decision solidify in his eyes, the hardening of his jaw, the bleak acceptance. There was no real choice for him, not anymore. The ghosts of his past, the weight of his guilt, the flicker of valor that remained. It all pointed in one direction. Go to hell, Rafe repeated, the words quiet but absolute. He raised his rifle, sighting on Crow's distant figure. Crow sighed, a sound barely audible across the canyon. Figured as much. Shame. Just as Crow's finger tightened on the trigger, a flicker of movement caught Lily's eye, downstream, near the mouth of the canyon where they had first encountered Crow. A figure emerged cautiously from the rocks, partially hidden by lingering mist rising from the damp ground. Wounded, clutching his shoulder but upright, face contorted with fury, Jedediah Stone. He hadn't been swept away. He must have found higher ground, too, survived the flood, and followed the canyon, drawn perhaps by the sound of Rafe's final shot putting Apollo down, or simply by relentless, vengeful instinct. He raised a revolver, ignoring Crow on the opposite rim, his hate-filled gaze fixed solely on Rafe across the churning creek. Crow saw him too. A flicker of surprise, perhaps annoyance, crossed his cold features. This wasn't part of his calculated game. Stone was an unpredictable element, a disruption. In that split second of distraction, Rafe fired. His shot echoed flatly in the canyon, aimed not at Crow, but at the rock face just above him. Not intended to hit, but to startle, to create an opening. Crow flinched instinctively as rock chips sprayed near his head. Simultaneously, Stone, ignoring the tracker on the rim, fired wildly towards Rafe's ledge. His shot went wide, thudding harmlessly into the rock wall below them. The fragile standoff shattered into chaos. "Now, Lily," Rafe yelled, shoving Elena towards the back of the shallow ledge. "Get back. Stay down." He fired again, this time aiming directly at Crow, forcing the tracker to duck behind cover. Lily scrambled back beside Elena, pressing her against the rock wall, shielding her with her own body. She drew her Colt, searching frantically for a target. Stone was wading into the creek now, trying to cross the diminished but still powerful current, roaring Rafe's name, oblivious to Crow above. Crow popped up from behind his rock, firing down not at Rafe, but at Stone in the creek. Stone cried out as a bullet struck the water near him, forcing him back towards the bank. It was a bizarre three-way standoff. Rafe pinned on the ledge, trading shots with Crow on the opposite rim. Stone trapped on the canyon floor, caught between his hatred for Rafe and the deadly accuracy of Crow's rifle. Lily realized with a sudden, terrifying clarity that Crow wasn't just trying to retrieve information. He was orchestrating a massacre. He wanted them all dead. Rafe, Stone, Eleanor, Lily, eliminating all loose ends, all potential claimants or witnesses to whatever secret the Espinosa claim held. His employer wanted silence. "Rafe!" Lily screamed, pointing towards Stone, who was reloading his revolver near the creek bank. "Stone, he's reloading!" Rafe glanced down, saw Stone fumbling with his weapon, then looked back up at Crow, who was taking careful aim again. He was caught between two fires. Helena suddenly pushed herself away from the wall, her eyes blazing with a desperate fury Lily hadn't seen before. "Jedediah!" she shrieked, her voice raw with 15 years of pain and betrayal. "You lying, murdering coward!" Her cry startled Stone, making him look up towards the ledge, his face contorted with surprise and rage at seeing her alive. Defiant. In that instant of distraction, Rafe made his move. He didn't fire at Crow. He didn't fire at Stone. Instead, he lunged towards the edge of their ledge, grabbing a loose, sizable rock dislodged by the storm. With a roar born of desperation and fury, he heaved it over the edge, sending it crashing down towards the creek bed where the stone stood. Stone looked up, saw the rock hurtling towards him, his eyes wide with panic. He tried to scramble away, but slipped on the wet stones, falling heavily as the boulder crashed into the water beside him with a tremendous splash, sending spray high into the air. Crow, momentarily distracted by the falling rock and Stone's predicament, shifted his aim downwards. Rafe seized the opportunity, firing rapidly up at Crow's position, forcing the tracker back behind cover again. "Lily, your map," Rafe yelled, turning towards her, his eyes blazing with a desperate idea. "The one you left. Did it show this canyon?" Lily frantically searched her memory. The hasty sketch. Had she included this landmark, this Devil's Jaw, as the locals sometimes called this treacherous canyon? "No," she yelled back. "It pointed west, towards the old Pinyon Trail." A grim smile touched Rafe's lips. Then maybe Stone's other men went the wrong way. He looked down at Stone, who was struggling to rise from the creek, dazed, his revolver lost in the current. Then he looked up at Crow, still pinned behind his rock. "It's just him now, Crow. Just you. Whatever your employer promised you. Is it worth dying for in this God's-forsaken hole?" Crow didn't answer immediately. The canyon fell silent again, save for the rushing water and the drip from the overhang. Then his cold voice echoed across the space. "My employer pays well for completion, Callahan." And silence. He rose slowly from behind his cover, rifle held ready, his eyes scanning the ledge, searching for Rafe. But Rafe wasn't there. While Crow's attention had been focused on taunting him, Rafe had used the cover of the rock and the overhang to slip sideways along the narrow ledge, moving towards a point further down. closer to the fissure they had climbed. Crow realized his mistake too late. Rafe burst from cover, firing his rifle rapidly, not at Crow himself, but at the already unstable rock face just below Crow's perch. Bullets chewed into the granite, sending chips flying, striking sparks. A low groan emanated from the cliff face. A crack appeared, widening rapidly. With a deafening roar, a section of the overhang beneath Crow's feet gave way, collapsing downwards in an avalanche of rock and debris, plunging into the churning creek below. Crow cried out, a strangled sound of surprise and terror, losing his footing, his rifle flying from his grasp as he tumbled into the abyss along with tons of rock. The canyon filled with dust and the thunderous echo of the rock slide. When the dust began to settle, the ledge where Crow had stood was gone. There was no sign of the tracker in the churning water and debris below, swallowed by the mountain, silenced by the very wilderness he had mastered. Down on the creek bank, Stone stared upwards, his jaw slack with disbelief and terror, witnessing the sudden, violent demise of the man who had likely been his mentor. Rafe stood on the ledge, rifle smoking, chest heaving, his face grim but resolute. He looked down at Stone, then across at Lily and Elena, huddled together. The immediate threat from Crow was gone, but the reckoning wasn't over yet. Stone remained, the original source of the betrayal, the ghost who refused to be exorcised. The final act of their savage drama was about to unfold at Devil's Jaw, Chapter 23, Aftermath and Ashes. The echoes of the rockslide faded, replaced by an unnerving quiet that felt heavier, more profound than the preceding chaos. Dust, thick and choking, slowly settled, mingling with the fine mist rising from the rain-soaked canyon floor. The roar of the flash flood had subsided into the powerful rush of a still swollen creek, churning brown with mud and debris. High above, the storm clouds were breaking apart, allowing pale, watery shafts of dawn light to pierce the gloom, illuminating a scene of raw devastation. On the ledge, Lily pushed herself away from the rock wall, her limbs trembling, her ears ringing. Elena remained huddled beside her, eyes wide, staring across the canyon where the overhang and Silas Crow had vanished into oblivion. Rafe stood near the edge, rifle still held loosely, his gaze fixed on the churning water below, then slowly lifting to scan the opposite rim, then the canyon floor. His face was a mask of exhaustion, streaked with grime and rainwater, his eyes holding a bleak, weary emptiness. The hunter's fire had burned out, leaving only ashes. Down below, Jedediah Stone struggled to his feet near the creek bank, soaked, muddied, his bravado washed away, leaving only a dazed, pathetic figure. He stared up at the ledge, then across at the devastation where Crow had been, his expression a mixture of disbelief, terror, and perhaps a dawning realization of his own mortality. He was disarmed, injured, stranded. The architect of so much pain and betrayal, now reduced to flotsam in the aftermath of a conflict he had instigated, but ultimately couldn't control. A tense silence descended, broken only by the rush of the creek and Elena's ragged breathing. The immediate, frantic fight for survival was over, replaced by the stark reality of their situation. Trapped on a narrow ledge, horses lost or crippled, pursued by enemies known and unknown, with miles of brutal wilderness between them and the fragile promise of liberty. Rafe finally lowered his rifle, leaning heavily against the rock face, the adrenaline draining away, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness. He looked at Elena, then at Lily, his gaze lingering for a moment, acknowledging their shared survival, the unspoken horrors they had witnessed together. Crow, Elena whispered, her voice barely audible. Rafe shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the pile of rock and churning water below the collapsed overhang. Gone. Mountain took him. There was no triumph in his voice, only a flat statement of fact. Crow's demise hadn't been a victory, merely an impersonal geological event triggered by desperation. It offered no satisfaction, no closure, only the removal of one deadly threat, perhaps to be replaced by others. Their attention inevitably shifted back to the figure below, Stone stumbled on the slick rocks near the bank, looking wildly up and down the canyon, clearly realizing his predicament. He spotted Rafe watching him from the ledge, and a flicker of his old arrogance, or perhaps just animal cunning, returned. "Callahan!" Stone yelled, his voice hoarse, grating against the relative quiet. "Callahan, you owe me. We were partners. You wouldn't leave me here." Rafe straightened up slowly, his expression hardening again, but not with the explosive rage of before. It was a colder, more deliberate hardening. He walked to the edge of the ledge, looking down at the man who had irrevocably shattered his life 15 years ago. Partners? Rafe's voice was deceptively calm, carrying easily across the canyon. Partners don't steal a man's savings, his name, his future, Stone. Partners don't leave a man for dead or lie to the woman he loves. It wasn't my fault, Stone blustered, scrambling further up the bank, away from the rushing water. Things went wrong, that payroll. I had to get away. I thought you understood. He sounded desperate now, pathetic, trying to rewrite history to find some justification. Understood? Rafe echoed, a humorless sound, colder than the morning air. Oh, I understand now, Jedediah. I understand exactly what kind of man you are. Always have been. He paused, letting the silence stretch. Lily held her breath, watching him, unsure what he would do. Would the banked embers of vengeance flare up now, with Stone helpless below? Elena moved to stand beside Rafe, her earlier fear replaced by a cold, steady anger. She looked down at Stone, her voice clear and ringing with contempt. You told me he was dead. You let me grieve for 15 years while you ran free. You used me just like you used him, just like you use everyone. Stone recoiled from her vehemence, unable to meet her gaze. He looked small, diminished, stripped of his power and bluster. Rafe looked down at him, his rifle held loosely at his side. Lily saw the internal struggle flicker briefly in his eyes again, the primal urge for retribution, warring with the weary understanding of the futility of more violence. Killing Stone now, like this, wouldn't undo the past, wouldn't heal the wounds, wouldn't bring back the man Rafe Callahan might have been. It would just be killing, another ghost to add to the multitude already haunting him. He made his decision. He raised his rifle, not to aim, but almost as a gesture of finality. The creaks dropping, he called down, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. Maybe you'll make it out. Maybe the buzzards or Crow's employer will find you first. Maybe you'll just starve. I don't particularly care. He turned away from the edge, away from Stone. Your trail ends here, Jedediah. Rot in your own damn misery. He walked back towards Lily and Elena, deliberately turning his back on the man who had been his obsession for so long. It wasn't forgiveness, Lily knew. It wasn't mercy in the traditional sense. It was relinquishment, a weary letting go of the consuming need for personal vengeance, choosing instead a different kind of justice, leaving Stone to the unforgiving judgment of the wilderness he had used as his hunting ground. It felt strangely fitting, colder, and perhaps more profound than a bullet. Eleanor watched Stone flounder on the bank below for another moment, her expression complex. Then she, too, turned away, seemingly finding some measure of closure, not in his death, but in his utter diminishment. Below, Stone screamed Rafe's name again, a mixture of fury and pleading, but Rafe ignored him. The reckoning, when it came, wasn't a clash of titans, but the quiet, weary dismissal of a ghost that had lost its power. Now, survival. Rafe scanned the fissure they had climbed, then the surrounding rock face. Water's going down, he observed, but still too high to risk the canyon floor yet. We need to find another way. Up, maybe. See if this ledge connects to something higher. They began exploring their narrow prison. The ledge tapered off quickly in both directions, offering no easy passage. The fissure they'd climbed was too steep, too slick to descend safely. Above them, the rock face was sheer, offering few handholds. They were well and truly trapped until the water level dropped significantly, or until they found another route. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, warming the air, burning off the last of the mist. The creek gradually subsided, its roar lessening to a manageable rush, revealing the scoured, debris-strewn canyon floor. Down below, Stone was gone. Whether he had found a way to climb out, been swept away earlier, or simply crawled off into the rocks to nurse his wounds, they didn't know. His absence felt both like a relief and an unsettling loose end. They rationed the last of their water. Hunger gnawed relentlessly. Exhaustion settled deep in their bones. Elena, though quiet, seemed to draw strength from Rafe's steady presence, her resilience surfacing. Lily found herself observing them, the mapmaker's instinct resurfacing, charting the emotional terrain. The shared trauma, the confrontation with stone, seemed to have forged a new, fragile understanding between Rafe and Elena. The awkwardness remained, the weight of 15 lost years undeniable, but there was a quiet acceptance, a shared purpose, survival. Lily felt her own role solidifying. She wasn't the third point in a tragic romantic triangle. She was an ally, a fellow survivor, her skills and nerve proven. When Rafe scanned the cliffs, searching for a route, Lily joined him, her eyes automatically assessing angles, weaknesses in the rock, potential pathways. There, she said quietly, pointing towards a series of narrow, eroded ledges further along the cliff face, partially obscured by hardy brush clinging to the rock. It looks like it might traverse across to that shoulder of rock downstream. If we can reach it. Rafe followed her gaze, studying the route intently. Risky, exposed. But he looked back at the sheer drop below, the impassable fissure above. It might be the only way off this shelf. Waiting for the water to drop low enough to risk the canyon floor could take too long. Leave them vulnerable to Stone's return, or his men, or Crow's mysterious employer. The traverse across the cliff face was their best, perhaps only option. We wait till late afternoon, Rafe decided. Shadows will be longer then. Give us more cover. Rest now. Conserve energy. They huddled together on the ledge, finding patches of sunlight to ward off the lingering chill. Conversation was sparse, practical. Rafe cleaned his rifle with meticulous care. Elena tended to the welt on her arm, her movements slow, deliberate. Lily pulled out her small notebook and pencil, miraculously still dry in her pouch, and began sketching, not the grand vistas, but the immediate details, the rock formations of the ledge, the proposed traverse route, the layout of the canyon below as she remembered it. Documenting, understanding, imposing order through lines on paper, it was her anchor, her way of processing the chaos, making her own mark on the aftermath. Rafe watched her for a moment, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Still mapping? Lily met his gaze steadily. Someone has to know where we are, where we've been. She tapped the notebook, and maybe where we're going. A ghost of a smile touched Rafe's lips. The first Lily had seen that wasn't grim or mocking. Fair enough, Mapmaker. As the afternoon sun began to dip towards the western rim, casting long shadows across the canyon, Rafe judged the light sufficient, the risk acceptable. Time to go. The traverse was terrifying. The ledges were narrow, crumbling in places. The drop below dizzying. They moved slowly, deliberately, Rafe leading, testing every foothold, Lily following, Elena coming last. Her fear held tightly in check, her movements surprisingly steady. They communicated with hand signals, avoiding unnecessary noise. The silence felt immense, amplifying the scuff of their boots, the whisper of the wind. Lily focused on the rock in front of her, on Rafe's back, on the simple act of putting one foot in front of the other. She didn't allow herself to think about Stone, about Crow's employer, about the Espinosa claim, about the miles still stretching between them and liberty. She focused only on survival, on reaching the next ledge, on trusting the fragile alliance forged in the crucible of Devil's Jaw. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the broader shoulder of rock downstream. It sloped more gently here, offering a viable, though still difficult path, down to the canyon floor far below where the creek now flowed clear and relatively calm. They paused, looking back at the ledge they had escaped, at the devastation wrought by the storm and the rock slide. Ashes and debris littered the canyon floor. It felt like emerging from a tomb. Rafe scanned the area below, searching for any sign of his horse. Nothing. The bay was gone, either swept away or having found its own escape. They were afoot now, facing miles of hard travel. He looked at Elena, then at Lily. His expression was weary, grim, but held a flicker of something new, not hope, perhaps, but a shared, hard-won resilience. "Liberty," he said, his voice rough but firm. "We walk." He started down the slope, helping Elena navigate the rough terrain. Lily took a deep breath, squared her shoulders, and followed. They had survived the reckoning at Devil's Jaw. They had faced the nature of the beast, both external and internal. Left behind were the ashes of conflict, the ghosts of vengeance temporarily laid to rest, the wreckage of the past. Ahead lay an arduous journey, fraught with uncertainty and lingering danger, but they were alive. And for now, in the aftermath, amidst the ashes, that felt like a victory in itself. Chapter 24. A future drawn by hand. The world resolved itself into the brutal simplicity of putting one foot in front of the other, walking. An act so basic, yet after days of relying on horses, it became an intimate, agonizing negotiation with the landscape. Every rock seemed sharper, every incline steeper, every mile stretched into an eternity measured in aching muscles and dwindling hope. The grandeur of the mountains, which might have inspired awe under different circumstances, now felt oppressive, indifferent walls hemming them into a seemingly endless wilderness. They walked southwest, following Rafe's lead, guided by the sun's arc and his uncanny sense of direction. Lily, Rafe, and Eleanor, three solitary figures dwarfed by the immense scale of the Rockies. Without the horses, their pace was agonizingly slow. Hunger gnawed constantly, a dull ache beneath the sharper pains of blisters forming on Lily's feet, and the protesting stiffness in Rafe's back where the whiplash must have left a savage bruise beneath his shirt. Water remained their primary obsession, rationing the last drops in their canteens between brief, vital stops at snowmelt-fed streams, encountered less frequently now as they descended towards potentially drier foothills. Yet, amidst the hardship, a subtle shift occurred in the dynamic between them. The raw, exposed nerves of the aftermath at Devil's Jaw gradually settled. Shared adversity forged a different kind of intimacy, quieter, less fraught than the volatile mix of danger and revelation that had characterized their journey thus far. Silence became less a space of suspicion and more one of shared endurance. Rafe remained the vigilant leader, his senses constantly attuned to their surroundings, scouting ahead, choosing their path, rationing their non-existent supplies with grim fairness. But the all-consuming focus on Elena, while still present in his protective hovering, seemed to broaden slightly. He started including Lily more in brief, practical discussions, the best route around a rock fall, the likelihood of finding water in the next valley, the estimated distance still to travel. He treated her not as a fragile liability, but as a capable member of their desperate party, acknowledging her stamina, her steady nerve. He never apologized for his earlier harshness, nor did he directly address the secrets surrounding his name or his past with stone beyond what Elena now knew. But the shift in his demeanor, the grudging respect in his occasional glance, felt like its own form of truce. Elena, too, began to emerge more fully from the shell of her trauma. The physical act of walking, of propelling herself forward, seemed to restore some measure of agency. She spoke more, asking questions not just of Rafe, but of Lily, too. She inquired about Lily's maps, her journey, listening with quiet intensity as Lily described, hesitantly at first, her reasons for coming west, the pull of the unknown, the desire to chart the blank spaces. A flicker of understanding, perhaps even kinship, passed between the two women. One who had sought refuge from the world and found violence. The other who had sought the world's wildness and found herself entangled in its human brutality. Elena spoke little of her 15 years, believing Rafe dead, the life she had rebuilt, only to have it shattered again by stone. But fragments emerged quiet years, spent teaching at a mission school, finding solace in routine, burying the ghosts she thought long gone. One evening, huddled fireless beneath a sheltering cluster of ancient pines as a cold wind moaned through the high branches, Elena looked directly at Rafe, her gaze clear, steady. That name, she said softly. Callahan. Stone mentioned it. Crow used it. Is that who you were? Rafe, who had been staring into the darkness, turned slowly to face her. Lily watched, holding her breath. He looked at Elena for a long moment, the old guardedness warring with the need for honesty, for connection. Finally, he nodded. A single curt movement. Rafe Callahan, he confirmed, the name tasting like dust on his tongue, was. A long time ago. He didn't elaborate, didn't offer the whole story of the stolen stake, the false accusation, the years spent drifting under assumed names. But acknowledging the name itself felt like a significant concession, a reclaiming of a stolen piece of himself, offered first to Elena. Elena reached out, her fingers brushing his arm. Thank you for telling me, Ray. It wasn't forgiveness, not yet, but it was understanding, an acceptance of the man he was now, shaped by the wreckage of the man he had been. Lily felt the significance of the moment, the quiet shifting of tectonic plates beneath the surface of their strained relationships. He hadn't offered the name to her, but hearing it confirmed, spoken aloud between him and Elena, filled in another piece of the puzzle, lessening the sting of his earlier evasions. Their progress remained agonizingly slow. Days blurred into a cycle of walking, resting briefly, searching for water, scanning the horizon, listening for sounds that didn't belong. The threat of pursuit felt less immediate now, the vastness of the wilderness offering a temporary shield, but it never entirely disappeared. Rafe remained vigilant, finding occasional signs, a cold campfire miles back, tracks that might or might not have been Stone's men following the false trail Lily had laid. Nothing definitive, nothing recent. The fate of Stone, the injured knife wielder, the burly man from the fire, it remained unknown. Unsettling loose ends in their narrative. And the threat of Crow's mysterious employer, the unresolved question of the Espinosa claim, lingered like a dormant poison, a potential danger awaiting them, even if they reached the sanctuary of liberty. Lily found herself returning to her small notebook during their brief rests. Sketching the terrain now felt different. It wasn't just about capturing objective reality, lines on paper. It was about processing her experience, finding meaning in the chaos. She drew the jagged peaks, the winding canyons, the tenacious trees clinging to rock faces, symbols of both the beauty and the brutality she had witnessed. She sketched Rafe's profile as he scouted ahead, capturing the weary competence, the banked intensity. She drew Eleanor's face, tracing the lines of trauma, but also the emerging resilience. And sometimes, hesitantly, she tried to sketch her own hand, holding the pencil, holding the colt, the mapmaker and the survivor, inextricably linked. Her maps were no longer just about charting the land. They were about charting the human heart, its capacity for betrayal, for cruelty, for endurance, for unexpected courage. One afternoon, descending a long, scree-covered slope towards a wide, grassy valley dotted with grazing antelope in the distance, Rafe suddenly stopped, holding up a hand. He pointed towards the southwest. Following his gesture, Lily saw it far off, almost lost in the haze where the mountains finally gave way to rolling plains. It was a smudge against the horizon, a dark cluster of indistinct shapes, with faint tendrils of smoke rising lazily into the pale afternoon sky. Liberty. Rafe breathed, the single word heavy with exhaustion and a profound, bone-deep relief. Elena gasped, tears instantly filling her eyes, her hand flying to her mouth. Lily felt her own throat tighten, an overwhelming wave of emotion washing over her relief so potent it almost buckled her knees, mixed with disbelief that they had actually made it, that this brutal chapter of their journey might finally be nearing its end. The sight of the distant settlement spurred them onward, lending fresh energy to their weary limbs. They half walked, half stumbled down the final slopes, driven by the promise of food, shelter, safety. As they drew closer, the smudge resolved into the familiar shapes of a frontier town, Rough-hewn buildings clustered along a muddy main street, false fronts proclaiming saloons, a general store, an assay office. Smoke curled from stovepipes. Figures moved along the boardwalks. The distant sounds of voices and activity drifted towards them on the wind. Civilization. Messy, chaotic, perhaps dangerous in its own right, but civilization nonetheless. They stopped at the edge of the valley, just before the open ground that led to the town, concealed within the last stand of timber. Liberty lay before them, perhaps a mile away, looking both welcoming and intimidating after weeks in the wilderness. Rafe turned, looking first at Elena, then at Lily. The journey wasn't quite over, but a crucial threshold had been reached. Decisions needed to be made. Elena, Rafe said, his voice low, serious, we get you into town, find you a room at the boarding house, get you cleaned up, fed, see the dock if you need to. He hesitated, the next part clearly difficult. Then we need to find you passage out, stagecoach east, maybe south, somewhere far from here, somewhere safe. Elena looked at him, her eyes searching his face. And you, Rafe, what will you do? He didn't meet her gaze directly. I told you, I gotta finish things. The pull of vengeance, though deferred, remained. Stone, or whoever hired Crow, they won't stop looking. Not while any of us who might know about that claim are still breathing. He finally looked at her, his expression filled with a painful tenderness. You need to disappear, Elena. Build a new life. Forget all of this. Forget me. Elena reached out, touching his cheek, her fingers tracing the lines of weariness. Forget 15 years of thinking you were dead. Forget the man who came back and saved my life. She shook her head slowly. Some things can't be forgotten, Rafe Callahan. She didn't argue about leaving, didn't demand he stay, but her words held a quiet strength, an acceptance of their separate paths, tinged with enduring affection and regret for what might have been. Rafe closed his eyes briefly, absorbing her words, the complex weight of their history settling between them. When he opened them, he looked towards Lily. Lily, he began, his voice rough. You should go with her. Head back east. Your father, Philadelphia. He trailed off, acknowledging the life she had left behind, the world she belonged to. This ain't your fight. Never was. You got caught in the middle of something old and ugly. He finally met her eyes directly, a flicker of gratitude, perhaps even apology in their depths. You held your own, Mapmaker, more than held your own, but your trail lies elsewhere now. Lily listened, her heart pounding. Go back east, back to Thomas Ashton, to the stifling parlors, the predictable future. After everything she had seen, everything she had endured, everything she had discovered about the land and about herself, the thought felt like suffocation. She looked at the distant town, then back at the vast, wild mountains they had just traversed. She thought of her maps, the lines she had drawn, the stories they held. She thought of Rafe, the complex, haunted man who had been her unwilling protector, her wary ally. She thought of Elena, her quiet resilience. She thought of Apollo, lying dead in a storm-lashed canyon. Her journey had irrevocably changed her. Philadelphia felt like a foreign country now, a life belonging to someone else. No, Rafe, she said, her voice quiet but firm, resonating with newfound certainty. My trail doesn't lie back east. Not anymore. She gestured towards the mountains, towards the uncharted territories stretching beyond liberty. My work isn't finished. There are still too many blank spaces. She met his surprised gaze unflinchingly. I'll see Elena settled safely. Help her find passage if that's what she wants. She glanced at Elena, offering a supportive smile. But then, I'm staying. I have maps to draw. Rafe stared at her, processing her unexpected declaration. He saw the determination in her eyes, the quiet strength forged in the crucible of their journey. He saw the mapmaker, yes, but also the survivor, the woman who had found her own compass in the wilderness. He opened his mouth to argue, perhaps to warn her again of the lingering dangers, the shadow of Crow's employer, the unresolved threat related to the Espinosa claim. But then he stopped. He looked from Lily's resolute face to Elena's quiet strength and perhaps, for the first time, saw a future not solely dictated by the ghosts of his past. Maybe finishing things didn't have to mean a solitary ride back into darkness. Maybe there were other lines to be drawn. He didn't voice the thought. He simply gave Lily a long, searching look, then nodded slowly, a complex mix of respect, concern, and perhaps something else, entirely flickering in his eyes. "Your choice, Mapmaker," he said quietly. "Draw your lines carefully." The future lay before them, uncertain, potentially dangerous, yet holding a fragile promise. Liberty beckoned, offering temporary respite. Beyond it lay separate paths, Elena seeking safety and a new beginning, Rafe confronting the final echoes of his past, Lily continuing her quest to chart the unknown, both on parchment and within her own heart. The immediate storm had passed. The reckoning survived. Now, under the vast western sky, they stood at the edge of civilization, ready to face whatever came next, armed with the hard-won knowledge that sometimes the only way forward is to draw the future by hand, one uncertain line at a time. Epilogue, where the horizon settles. Liberty wasn't pretty. It sprawled raw and untidy at the foot of the mountains, a collection of hastily erected wooden buildings lining a wide, muddy street churned by wagon wheels and horse hooves. The air hung thick with the mingled scents of wood smoke, stale beer, frying bacon, manure, and the pervasive dust kicked up by the constant wind funneling down from the high passes. Saloons, rougher than any Lily had seen before, spilled raucous noise onto the boardwalks even in the middle of the day. Weather-beaten men with hard eyes watched newcomers with open suspicion, their hands never far from the guns holstered at their hips. It was a town carved out of the wilderness by sheer grit and greed, existing on the fragile edge of civilization, a place where fortunes could be made, or lives carelessly lost. Yet after weeks of relentless hardship, hunger, and fear, Liberty felt like a haven. The sight of buildings, however crude, the sound of human voices, however rough, the promise of hot food, clean water, and a solid roof overhead, it was almost overwhelming. Lily felt tears prick her eyes, not from sorrow this time, but from a profound, bone-deep relief that left her trembling. Beside her, Elena swayed, leaning heavily against Rafe, her face pale but her eyes wide, taking in the chaotic scene with a mixture of apprehension and exhausted hope. Rafe, his face grim and unreadable, scanned the street with the ingrained vigilance of a hunted animal entering potentially hostile territory. His brief respite at seeing the town from afar had vanished, replaced by the wary tension needed to navigate this new kind of wilderness, one populated by men, arguably more dangerous than any mountain lion or rattlesnake. He kept one arm firmly around Elena, his other hand resting near the colt at his hip, a silent warning to any who might take undue interest in their arrival. 3 disheveled, unarmed figures emerging from the mountains. They likely looked like victims, easy prey. "Boarding house first," Rafe muttered, his voice low. "Mrs. Gable's place. Supposed to be respectable." He led them down the main street, ignoring the curious or predatory stares, his stride purposeful, projecting an aura of quiet competence that discouraged interference. Lily walked beside Elena, offering silent support, acutely aware of the stairs herself, conscious of her torn clothes, her grimy face, the exhaustion clinging to her like trail dust. Mrs. Gable's boarding house stood slightly back from the main street, a 2-story clapboard building painted a faded, peeling white, boasting lace curtains in the downstairs windows that seemed incongruous amidst the town's general roughness. Mrs. Gable herself, a stout woman with sharp eyes and tightly pinned gray hair, assessed them shrewdly but without open hostility. Perhaps she was accustomed to weary travelers arriving in desperate straits. Rafe paid for 2 rooms, one for Elena, one shared by him and Lily, a necessity born of depleted funds and the need for mutual protection, rather than any romantic implication. his few remaining coins clinking onto the counter with stark finality. The rooms were small, sparsely furnished, smelling faintly of dust and lye soap, but they boasted cleanish sheets, washstands with pitchers of water, and windows that looked out onto the less chaotic back alley. To Lily, after weeks of sleeping on hard ground under the stars, it felt like unimaginable luxury. The first hours in Liberty passed in a blur of basic needs, met with profound gratitude. Hot water, blessedly hot, sluiced away weeks of grime. Clean, borrowed clothes, ill-fitting, but wonderfully free of rips and trail dust, replaced their tattered garments. A solid meal of steak, potatoes, and beans, eaten slowly in the boarding house dining room under the watchful eye of Mrs. Gable, felt like a feast, silencing the gnawing hunger that had been their constant companion. Eleanor seemed to revive slightly with the food and the relative safety. Color returned to her cheeks, though the shadows in her eyes remained. She spoke little during the meal, but watched Rafe with a quiet intensity. Her expression a complex tapestry of past affection, present confusion, and future uncertainty. Rafe, in turn, focused on her needs, ensuring she ate, deflecting any curious glances from other boarders, his protective instincts paramount. Lily ate in silence, observing them, feeling the familiar pang of otherness, yet also a quiet satisfaction in seeing Elena begin the long road towards healing. Later, while Elena rested in her room, the door securely locked. Rafe and Lily sat awkwardly on the narrow beds in the room they shared. The enforced proximity felt strange after the vastness of the wilderness. The small space seemed to amplify the unspoken tensions, the unresolved questions. Rafe broke the silence first, his voice low, rough. Stage leaves the day after tomorrow. Eastbound. Best chance for her. He stared at the rough plank floor, turning his worn hat over and over in his hands. Got enough left to buy her passage. Maybe a little extra to see her started somewhere. Lily nodded. I'll help her get ready. See she has what she needs. She paused, then asked the question that hovered between them. And you, Rafe? What about finishing things? He looked up then, his pale eyes meeting hers. The weariness in them was profound, but the hard edge of vengeance seemed blunted. Softened, perhaps, by exhaustion, by Elena's fragile presence, by the sheer relief of survival. Crow's gone, he said slowly. Stone? Maybe the mountains took him. Maybe not. He's broken, disarmed. Not the same threat. He ran a hand over his face, the gesture infinitely tired. Maybe letting him fade away is enough. Maybe hunting him down just keeps the cycle going. It wasn't a definitive answer, not a vow to abandon vengeance entirely, but it was a shift. A recognition, perhaps, that some ghosts were best left undisturbed, that peace might be found not in retribution, but in letting go. Lily felt a surge of relief, mingled with respect for the difficult choice he seemed to be making. Valor, it seemed, was winning out, for now at least. And Crow's employer? Lily asked quietly. The Espinosa claim. He thought I had a map. Rafe shook his head. Just stories, Lily. Legends. Maybe Stone found something. Maybe he just boasted. Crow heard rumors, put pieces together. Maybe targeted you, hoping you knew more than you did. He looked at her intently. Did you find anything? Any landmark that seemed significant? Lily thought back, reviewing her sketches, her notes, her memories of the terrain. Nothing stood out as a deliberate clue. No ancient carving. No strangely shaped peak matching the vague descriptions in her father's old texts. No, she said honestly. Nothing concrete, just geography. Lines on paper. He seemed to accept her answer, relief flickering briefly in his eyes, then let it stay buried. Whatever secret is out there, it's claimed enough lives. Best to let sleeping dogs lie. He finally met her gaze directly. A long, searching look. You're sure about staying? Liberty's rough, and that employer. If they're still looking. I'm sure, Lily affirmed, her voice steady. My work is here, and I'm not easily scared off anymore, Rafe. She managed a small smile. Besides, someone needs to map this place properly. It's a mess. He returned the smile, a faint, fleeting expression that softened the harsh lines of his face, revealing a glimpse of the man beneath the hunter's mask. Reckon you're the one to do it, Mapmaker. The respect in his voice was clear now, earned and acknowledged. The next day was spent quietly. Lily helped Elena purchase a few necessities for her journey: sturdy traveling clothes, a small valise. Elena moved with a quiet dignity, her interactions polite but reserved. She seemed determined to face her future, whatever it held, with newfound strength, though the scars of her ordeal remained visible. She spoke gratefully to Lily, acknowledging her courage, offering a tentative friendship born of shared trauma. Rafe spent the day making arrangements for Elena's stagecoach ticket, his manner quiet, efficient. He seemed determined to see this final act of protection through, perhaps as a way of atoning for the past. Lily noticed him watching Elena sometimes, a look of profound sadness and regret in his eyes, the acknowledgement of a love irrevocably lost to time and betrayal. The morning of the stagecoach departure dawned clear and bright, the air washed clean by the storm. The three of them stood near the waiting coach in the bustling street, a small island of quiet amidst the town's chaotic energy. Elena, dressed in her new traveling clothes, looked composed, though her eyes held a lingering sadness. She turned first to Lily, embracing her briefly. "Thank you, Lily Sinclair," she whispered, "for your courage, for your kindness. May your maps lead you to good places." Then she faced Rafe. They looked at each other for a long moment, 15 years of unspoken words hanging between them. No grand declarations, no tearful farewells, just a deep mutual understanding of loss, survival, and the separate paths they now had to walk. "Be safe, Elena," Rafe said, his voice thick. "You too, Rafe Callahan," she replied softly, touching his arm gently one last time. Then she turned and climbed into the waiting stagecoach without looking back. Rafe and Lily watched as the coach lurched into motion, gathered speed, and rumbled down the muddy street, heading east, carrying Elena away towards a future unknown, leaving the ghosts of the past behind in the dust. They stood there for a long time after the coach had disappeared from view, the silence stretching between them, filled with the echoes of farewell, the weight of decisions made. Finally, Rafe turned to Lily. The conflict, the raw pain, seemed to have settled within him, leaving a deep weariness, but also a quiet resolve. "Reckon I'll stick around Liberty for a bit," he said, his gaze drifting towards the mountains. "Rest up, see which way the wind blows." It wasn't a commitment, not a promise, but it wasn't a departure either. He wasn't riding back into the wilderness after Stone, not yet. He was choosing, for now, a different path. Lily nodded, understanding the unspoken complexities. "I'll be setting up a base here, too," she said. "Need supplies, need to organize my notes. Lots of lines still to draw." He met her gaze, a faint smile touching his lips again. "Just be careful, Lily. This town, the mountains, they still hold dangers." "I know," she said. "But I'm not afraid of the unknown anymore, Rafe. Not really." She looked towards the vast blue horizon stretching beyond the town, towards the distant peaks, the unmapped territories calling to her. "It's where the discoveries are." He held her gaze for another moment, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Respect, understanding, perhaps the fragile seed of something more, planted in the harsh soil of shared survival, left to grow or wither in the uncertain future. Then, with a final, almost imperceptible nod, Rafe turned and walked slowly back towards the boarding house, a solitary figure burdened by his past, but no longer consumed by it. Lily watched him go, then turned back towards the mountains. The wind carried the scent of pine and distance. The future stretched before her, vast, challenging, unknown. Her journey west had led her through terror, violence, and heartbreak, forcing her to confront dangers she could never have imagined. It had fractured her trust, tested her limits, cost her dearly. But it had also revealed her strength, her resilience, her purpose. She took a deep breath squared her shoulders, and reached into her pouch for her notebook and pencil. There were maps to be made, lines to be drawn, a future waiting to be sketched by her own hand, under the wide, watchful sky of the savage, beautiful land she now called home. The horizon settled, not into certainty, but into possibility, and the mapmaker walked towards it, ready to chart whatever lay beyond. The end.